The Deceitful One Chapter 41 Illusion I Diaresis $98 West 10th Street. In the dark of the night, Kenny carried an unconscious girl over his shoulder and sneakily entered his two-storied, red-colored house. The girl was wearing a white-colored long dress. She had blonde silky hair and a pretty face, but currently, the right side of her head was bloody. Half of her hair was blonde while the other had been dyed a shade of dark red. Clearly, Kenny had attacked her on the head and knocked her out unconscious. He took the girl to the basement. The basement was one big room made up of gray bricks and there was a steel table in one corner. It had 4 small belt straps on each corner of the table to restrain the limbs of the person on it. Around the table, there was dried up blood on the floor as well as the walls. Adjacent to the table, there were all kinds of weapons hung on the wall. There were almost a dozen types of knives of different shapes and sizes, metal forceps, and the most noticeable of them all was a cleaver whose blade was full of dried blood stains. Kenny walked to the steel table and gently placed the young girl on it. Then he proceeded to tie her hands and feet to the table with the belt straps. While he was doing this, a gray mist appeared on his handsome face. When the gray mist receded, his true appearance came into view. One that was covered in squirming worm-like pustules. Kenny smiled widely and licked his lips with his pointy tongue. His mouth started to drool as he said hoarsely, he, time to eat, a broken bar. 7 East 10th Street. Brian exited the 4-storied apartment building with a slightly disappointed look. The suspect he had just interviewed was a 24-year-old man who had lost his parents and younger sister 3 years back in a train accident. Initially, when the steam train had just started operating, there were a few times when it trailed off the tracks or some other malfunction occurred, causing a lot of passengers to lose their lives. The man he had interviewed just now was a victim of such an accident. He too was present in the train accident. However, he was lucky enough to survive with just one broken leg. However, his family had perished. Ever since then, he locked himself in his apartment and turned to drugs and alcohol to cope with the loss of his family. After asking a few questions and checking his house, Brian concluded that a cripple such as him couldn't be the murderer. Maybe it was just him being prejudiced, but Brian had a gut feeling that this wasn't the person he was looking for. Hence, he left his apartment and called for another public carriage to go to the next location on West 10th Street. He got onto the carriage and instructed the driver on where to go. Brian took out his silver pocket watch from his suit vest and checked the time. It was already 10 p.m. I need to get this over with quickly or else I won't find a public carriage to go back home later. Brian sighed as he looked out the window at the night sky. Compared to the night sky he had seen in his dream, the current one was simply too bland. After 10 minutes, the public carriage stopped in front of a 2-storied, red-colored, slightly dilapidated house. Brian got off the carriage, paid the driver, and thanked him. Brian then walked towards the red-colored house and knocked on the main door twice. After about a minute, he still didn't receive any response. Could this guy not be at home? Brian thought in his heart. He knocked on the door again. If he still didn't receive any response, he would leave then. Meanwhile, in the basement of the house, Kenny, who was standing in front of the blonde girl tied to the table, had a twisted expression on his face. The blonde girl had gained consciousness at some point, but she still kept her eyes shut, pretending to be knocked out. When she heard the knocks from upstairs, her eyelids twitched slightly, but this went unnoticed by Kenny. Kenny wasn't even focusing on her. He had just heard someone knocking at his door. He wanted to just ignore the knocks and pretend as if he wasn't there, but the voice in his head kept whispering, "More food, more food." He struggled for a long time as the pustules on his face kept squirming incessantly. After a few moments, he calmed down as if he had made a decision. The gray mist covered his face again, turning him to his handsome appearance. He smiled like a polite gentleman, took a knife hung on the wall, and went up the stairs to open the main door. Brian, who had waited for quite a while outside the door, sighed and turned around to leave. Just as he had taken 2 steps, the main door opened behind him. He turned back around to look at a handsome man in his early 20s, with black hair, brown eyes, and a thin mustache. looking at him with a smile. "Forgive me, mister, I was busy making food. How may I help you?" Kenny smiled politely. Brian displayed a fake smile and replied, "Sorry for bothering you so late at night. Are you Mr. Kenny Adams?" Kenny smiled and nodded. "That's me." Brian approached him and said seriously, "Mr. Adams, I'm here on behalf of the police to investigate the recent serial murders that have been happening around in the neighborhood. I wonder if you can answer a few of my questions?" Kenny's expression didn't change at all when heard the term serial murders. Instead, he gestured for Brian to come in and replied, "Of course, sir, please come in. I too want that murderer to be found as soon as possible." Seeing him cooperate, Brian nodded his head and entered the house. After he passed through the main door, Kenny shut the door behind him. He walked a few steps behind Brian as his lips curled up into a malicious grin. He slowly took out the knife from behind which was tucked inside his pants. Kenny held the knife in his right hand and slowly got closer to Brian, who seemed to be oblivious to what was happening. Kenny raised his right hand, about to stab Brian in the back. Right at that moment, a distressed female scream was heard from the basement. "Help, help, somebody help me." As soon as Brian heard the scream from downstairs, he went on high alert. At the same time, his spiritual force was triggered. This meant that he was in danger. He instinctively bent over and at the same time used his right leg to execute a back kick. Kenny, who was trying to stab Brian from behind, missed his attack, only slightly grazing Brian's right arm. Instead, he was kicked right in the stomach and flew backward in the direction of the main door. Brian turned around and immediately took out his pistol from his underarm holster. He aimed the pistol at Kenny, who was grimacing in pain by the door, and without any hesitation pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The next moment, something that Brian had never expected even in his wildest dreams to happen, happened. Instead of the bullets hitting Kenny's body and blood spurting out, what Brian saw was bullets passing through Kenny and hitting the door behind him. As for Kenny, his body slowly dissipated like a phantom as he disappeared from the spot. Brian's pupils dilated as only a single word echoed in his mind: transcendent. Panic began to creep into Brian's heart as he had never fought a transcendent before. Well, he did fight with Detective Watson, but that was only sparring. Moreover, Detective Watson had never used any of his transcendent abilities. He took a few deep breaths and calmed his heart. Brian's mind went on full alert as he used his spiritual force to extend out of his body for about 30 centimeters. This was the embryonic form of spiritual sense that could only be used by a transcendent after they formed their sea of consciousness. The reason why Brian could already do this now was because of his excellent talent and aptitude. Brian was currently in the living room. As he looked around warily, he took out a curved black dagger from the side of his waist. He held it in his left hand in a reverse grip, while his right hand held the pistol and rested on top of his left hand. Brian slowly continued to rotate and surveyed everything in the living room. His embryonic spiritual sense suddenly sensed a disturbance on his right. He immediately crouched and rolled to his left. At the same time, Kenny appeared on Brian's right and slashed his knife horizontally in a ferocious manner, but he missed again. Brian, who had just positioned himself stably after the roll, aimed his gun at Kenny again and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. The first bullet missed, but the second bullet dug into Kenny's left arm. Kenny was completely unprepared for the counterattack. After getting shot at, he disappeared into gray smoke again. Brian on the other side cursed silently. "Fuck, how the fuck did I miss his head? I only have one bullet now and he won't give me the time to reload." He got up to his feet and surveyed his surroundings again. Not long after, Brian's embryonic spiritual sense was triggered and he rolled forward again. But this time Kenny didn't attack himself. Instead, he threw his knife at Brian. Meanwhile, he had already postponed himself right in front of Brian after the latter had rolled forward. Brian didn't even have time to look up after he rolled when all of a sudden he was kicked right in the face by Kenny. He flew backward and landed on the floor face up. He lifted his head and saw Kenny walk towards him with a twisted expression. He no longer had the handsome appearance. Instead, his face now was full of worm-like pustules. Instead of shooting his last bullet at Kenny, Brian smirked and formed a spell structure in his mind with spiritual force. Then he muttered softly, "Earth Spear." The floor underneath Kenny started to rumble. Then all of a sudden 4 solid mud spears protruded from the ground and stabbed at the unguarded Kenny. Kenny was so shocked that he just barely managed to dodge the attack by jumping backward. But right when he was in midair, Brian aimed his pistol at him as he lay on the floor and pulled the trigger. Bang! This time the bullet lodged into Kenny's left shoulder. Blood spurted out as he grunted in pain and fell to the floor. However, he disappeared into smoke again the moment his back touched the ground. Brian stood up, threw his pistol to the ground, and unsheathed his other curved dagger from the side of his waist. He held both his curved daggers in a reverse grip and took on a combat stance, ready to attack at any moment. He, so you're one of them too, huh? Kenny's deranged voice was heard from all corners of the room. Brian looked around but couldn't find Kenny anywhere. All of a sudden Kenny appeared right in front of him, about half a dozen steps away. Brian sneered, finally sick of hid. Before he could finish his sentence, another Kenny appeared on his right, then another one appeared on his left, and then another behind him. He was now surrounded by 4 Kennys. Brian started to panic again as he thought, "I'm fucked. Who's the real one?" All 4 Kennys started laughing. All of them looked the same, their faces covered in worm-like pustules that were squirming, giving one the urge to puke. The nails on their hands had turned black and pointy. "Fuck me, what kind of transcendent is this?" Brian looked at the Kenny in front of him and felt his back turn cold. He had never seen such an abomination before. "Give me your liver, your heart, your kidneys, a broken bar. Gotta eat, gotta kill, gotta eat." All 4 Kennys spoke in unison and attacked Brian at once. Brian tightly gripped his daggers and braced for the incoming attacks. He slashed his right dagger at the Kenny who was attacking him from the front. The dagger slashed through his body with ease. However, this Kenny wasn't real. He disappeared into gray smoke. Meanwhile, the Kenny behind him clawed at him, but it was too late for Brian to block it. He could only slightly turn his body so that his vitals weren't hit. Kenny's claws slashed through Brian's left shoulder, tearing his clothes and leaving deep gashes on his skin and muscles. Brian grunted in pain, but before he could counterattack, the other 2 Kennys attacked simultaneously from the sides. Seeing no way out, Brian carved another spell structure in his mind as he spoke in a cold voice, "Shadow chains." Idiosis inverted question mark. Half a dozen thick black chains emerged from Brian's shadow. The ends of the chains were made of sharp arrow-shaped heads. These shadow chains launched themselves at lightning speed, and each of the 3 remaining Kennys was pierced by 2 shadow chains. 2 Kennys disappeared into smoke, while the third one was stabbed in the chest and the stomach by the 2 shadow chains. Blood spurted out of his wounds as he coughed up even more blood. Brian appeared to be relaxed but didn't drop his guard in the slightest. He slowly walked up to Kenny with a smirk on his face as he said, "Didn't expect that now, did you?" But all he got in reply was Kenny turning into smoke along with his blood. It was an illusion. Brian had already expected this. His eyes narrowed as he raised his daggers to get into a combat stance, but before he could do that, the real Kenny appeared behind him, grabbed his head, and smashed it on the floor. "Oh!" Brian grunted in pain as his face smashed against the wooden planks on the floor. He intentionally loosened the grip on his daggers. Kenny took this opportunity to kick away the daggers. He turned Brian around with a kick to his sides. Brian's nose was already broken at this point from the previous attack as blood gushed out of his nostrils. Kenny approached him while laughing maniacally. His left arm was already hanging limply to the side after being shot twice. Brian, who was in a daze after the attack on his head previously, saw Kenny walk toward him. He positioned himself on top of Brian and sat down on his stomach. Then Kenny raised his right hand and landed a solid punch to Brian's face. He continued to punch over and over again while he kept screaming like a madman, "Gotta eat, gotta eat, gotta eat, ha ha ha." Brian's face was slightly swollen and completely covered in blood. He had forgotten how many times he had been punched in the face. He was struggling to grab that tiny strain of consciousness and stay awake, waiting for the right opportunity. At this moment, Kenny stopped punching, then he grabbed Brian's neck and started choking him with all his might as he shouted, "Die, die, die, I'm hungry, I wanna eat." Brian's eyes turned red as he struggled to breathe. He weakly lifted his right hand and grabbed Kenny's face, trying to push him away. Kenny simply laughed disdainfully at Brian's futile struggle, but all of a sudden his laughter came to an abrupt halt and his pupils dilated, because at some point, a concealed narrow blade had extended out from underneath Brian's right wrist. The blade stabbed through Kenny's hideous face and came out through the back of his head. Feeling Kenny's grip loosen on his neck, Brian sneered, "Hey, gotcha." Kenny limply fell over Brian. The latter didn't avoid the dead body falling on him as he too lay there silently, trying to catch his breath. After a few minutes, Brian pushed Kenny, who was on top of him, to the side. Then he got up to his feet with great effort. Brian looked around the living room where the fight had taken place. Everything was a mess. The tables, chairs, and sofa were all destroyed. There was also a pit on the floor from which the earth spears had protruded. Then he looked at Kenny's lifeless body. His face was still the same hideous as before and a small pool of blood had formed underneath his head. Brian couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the killer was actually a transcendent? He then grabbed his broken nose and forcefully positioned it back to normal. With a cracking sound, Brian bent over in pain as he grunted, "Fuck." His eyes started to water at the pain inflicted by repositioning his broken nose back, but the good news was that it was back to normal again, although he would still need to take some medicinal potions. Right at that moment, a young patrolling police officer entered the house warily with his pistol raised. He had heard the gunshots and the commotion, so he rushed over immediately. He happened to see Brian standing there in the living room, his face covered in blood and the area around his left eye slightly swollen. "Raise your hands, don't move," he screamed nervously at Brian. Right now, Brian looked very scary with his face covered in blood and the top half of his suit also full of blood stains. Brian turned to look at the young police officer. He squinted his eyes and asked, "Dylan, is that you?" He went to the shooting range at the police station every other day, hence, he was quite familiar with most of the police officers there. He naturally knew this new police recruit, Dylan. Dylan was surprised to see that the other party had recognized him. He looked closely and then he was taken aback as he asked in surprise, "Mr. Brian, what the hell happened here?" Brian shook his head and pointed at Kenny's dead body. "That's the serial killer who had been murdering young teenagers." "Dylan, listen to me. Go to the Wisdom Church and look for Bishop Walls. Tell him that the serial killer is dead and mention to him that he wasn't an ordinary person." He emphasized the last sentence, making sure that Dylan said this to Bishop Walls. Dylan was confused as he asked back, "The church? Why them? Shouldn't I inform the police station first?" Brian shook his head. "No Dylan, this is imperative. Inform Bishop Walls first and then you can go to the police station. Do me this favor, please, I'll owe you one." Dylan hesitated for a moment and then nodded his head. "All right." Then he turned back around and ran out of the house. Having the student of the famous Detective Watson owe him a favor was a big deal for Dylan. Besides, it's not like he wasn't going to report to the police station. He would just do it after he informed the church. Seeing Dylan agree to his proposal, Brian sighed in relief. If the police arrived here first and saw Kenny, who currently looked like a monster, they would definitely freak out. After all, transcendent-related stuff was a very closely guarded secret. Very few people in the world knew about it. That's why he had asked Dylan to inform the church first. The church could definitely deal with the aftermath of this situation. Brian picked up a tablecloth lying on the ground and covered Kenny's face with it. Then he rushed to the second floor. The church officials would be here very soon and he didn't have much time. Brian wasn't looking for money or anything of that sort. No, he was searching for the meditation technique or the potion recipe for Kenny's transcendent path. Although Brian wasn't sure if he could find it in the house, it didn't hurt to try. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. He hurriedly searched through the guest room and the bedroom and found nothing except around £100 in cash. Naturally, Brian kept the money. Next, he entered Kenny's study. He scoured through the place, looking in between book pages and behind the bookshelf. Finally, he arrived at Kenny's table. He checked through all the papers and books kept on it but didn't find what he was looking for. Brian then searched through the 2 drawers and was thoroughly disappointed. Right when he was about to close the 2nd drawer, he noticed a hidden switch buried under the parchment papers inside. His eyes shone with expectation as he took out the papers again and pressed the switch. With a click, another compartment opened up inside the drawer. Brian pulled open the hidden compartment and inside it, he found 2 sheets of ancient-looking parchment papers. He picked it up and read the contents on the first parchment paper. The text was written in ancient hymnos. It read, Rank 1 Illusion Path Potion Recipe, Main Ingredients, every drop of an adult Kalahari fish's blood, 1 timber peacock's egg. Supplementary ingredients, 50 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of crimson weed juice, a broken bar. Then, he read the second parchment paper which contained the Rank 1 Illusion Path Meditation Technique. Brian smiled widely as he hurriedly stuffed the 2 parchment papers inside the inner pocket of his vest coat. This potion recipe and meditation technique weren't for him but for Grace. He had promised Grace to look for it when they had first met. Now, he had finally found it. Brian felt that the illusion path would really suit her. After keeping the 2 parchment papers, Brian took 2 random papers from the drawer, stuffed them inside the hidden compartment, and then closed it. He made sure that his blood stains weren't present in any of those places he had touched. Brian made sure that everything was the same as before he came here and then immediately left the room. He headed straight for the basement where he had heard the screams of the girl when he entered the house. So the fucker was an illusion path transcendent. Now it all makes sense, Brian thought in his heart as he approached the basement. His fight with Kenny was really taxing on him. After casting Earth Spear and Shadow Chains, Brian's spirituality had completely dried out. Using the embryonic form of spiritual sense, in the beginning, had also taken a severe toll on his mind. Kenny was a really difficult opponent to fight against. If it wasn't for Brian's Mystica blades that were concealed under his braces and him leading Kenny to believe that he had already lost the fight after losing the curved daggers, Brian would have surely died. As Brian analyzed his battle with Kenny, he reached the basement and found a young lady in her late teens struggling to free herself from the steel table. She had blonde hair but half of it was covered in her blood and her white dress also had some blood stains on it. Her light blue eyes stared at Brian in horror. Brian approached her with a smile and said, "Miss, everything is all right now, please allow me to untie Wei." But before Brian could finish what he was saying, the blonde young lady started crying as she screamed, "No, stay away from me, monster." Brian's smile froze as his eyebrows twitched. He cursed in his heart, "The fuck, lady, I just fought a life and death battle to rescue you. Perhaps a simple thank you would have sufficed. Who are you calling a monster?" The scene of Brian's entire face covered in blood and smiling at her had really scared the living daylights out of the blonde young lady. Brian could only shrug his shoulders and sigh. "Fine, stay where you are then, I'm going back up." With that said, Brian turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, but right then, the young lady's voice called out to him from behind. Brian turned around and raised his one eyebrow as he asked, "What is it?" The young lady stammered as she mustered her courage to speak. Who are you, and what about the other guy?" "Me? You could say I'm with the police. As for the other guy, he's dead," Brian replied nonchalantly. "Dead?" The young lady was severely shocked as she looked at Brian, who was acting as if a fly had died instead of a person. Brian nodded his head and asked back, "Do you want me to untie you or not?" The young lady with blonde hair hesitated for a moment and then nodded her head weakly. Brian approached her and undid all the belt straps tying her limbs to the steel table. Then, without saying another word, he turned around and headed back upstairs. He was so exhausted, both mentally and physically, that he just wanted to find a place to sleep, but he couldn't yet. He still had to deal with the church officials and give them a recount of what took place. The blonde young lady saw Brian turn around and head upstairs. She hesitated for a long time and then finally followed him upstairs. After coming to the living room, Brian found a corner and sat down with his back against the wall. He instructed the young lady who had nearly met her doom tonight, to not leave until the police arrived at the scene. Seeing the young lady obediently stand beside him without saying a word, Brian then shut his eyes to get some rest and patiently waited for the people from the church to arrive. After receiving Dylan's message about a possible transcendent case in the middle-class neighborhood, Bishop Walls immediately set off with a team of transcendents for 98 West 10th Street. The reason why he had gone personally was naturally because of Brian. Dylan had informed that although the serial killer was dead, Brian had received heavy injuries, and Brian was Detective Watson's only student. Bishop Walls knew very well how much Detective Watson doted on Brian. Every time he would come to the church and meet him, he would always show off his student's progress. Therefore, he felt that he had to take some responsibility so as to continue to foster a healthy relationship with Detective Watson. Soon, 3 carriages stopped in front of the 2-storied, red-colored building on 98 West 10th Street. Bishop Walls stepped off the carriage and led the team of transcendents to enter the house. The main door of the house was already opened, however, it had 3 bullet holes in it. Bishop Walls looked at it for a moment and then proceeded to head inside. After entering, what came into his view was a large living room with the tables, chairs, and couches all strewn around and mostly destroyed. There was a small pit towards the center of the living room. One look and he could figure out that a battle had taken place here. Moreover, there was also some residual spiritual force lingering in the air. In one of the corners of the living room, near the stairs that led to the basement, Bishop Walls saw a blonde lady in her late teens wearing a white dress standing anxiously. She had a pretty appearance but right now she looked quite miserable. Half of her blonde hair was covered in blood. Her white dress also had some blood stains on it. Currently, she had her face down as she fidgeted with her fingers, completely unaware of the people that had entered. Bishop Walls then turned his gaze to the bloodied figure who was sitting beside her. The figure had his back resting against the wall. One of his legs was straightened out while the other was folded. This figure was naturally Brian. His face was covered in blood and so was the top half of the suit he was wearing. Currently, he was sleeping soundly. Bishop Walls shook his head and sighed as he thought, "This kid, every time I see him he's always covered in blood." He turned around and looked at the burly figure who was wearing a gray suit, a black trench coat, and a black top hat and instructed him, "Robert, take your team and take care of the dead body over there." Robert nodded and replied obediently, "Yes, Father." Then Robert led a team of 6 transcendents to go and investigate what had happened here. Bishop Walls then looked at the young lady with brown hair and brown eyes wearing white priest clothes of the church and said, "Livia, come with me, you need to treat the kid again." This young lady was Priest Livia who had taken care of Brian after his fight with Johnny more than a month back. "Did I really need to come here, Father? Brian looks okay to me, to be honest." Priest Livia pursed her lips. Bishop Walls only shook his head and smiled. Then he instructed another young man in his 20s with short brown hair and brown eyes, "Ron, take the girl outside and ask her about what happened." "Okay," replied Ron. Then he approached the young girl standing beside Brian. The blonde young girl was suddenly alarmed to find so many people entering the house without her notice. But then she saw Bishop Walls and Priest Livia who were wearing the clothes of the Church of Wisdom and sighed in relief. Ron approached her and smiled amiably. "Young miss, my name is Ron. Could you please come with me outside and explain to me what happened to you and how you ended up here?" The blonde young lady nodded meekly and followed Ron out. After almost experiencing the cold touch of death earlier tonight, she was finally able to relax a little. Bishop Walls and Priest Livia walked toward the sleeping Brian. Then the latter crouched down, pointed her right palm at Brian's face, and muttered, "Heal." Green light covered her palm and brightly shone on Brian. Brian on the other hand, who was in a slumber suddenly felt his body feel warm and comfortable. The fatigue was gradually diminishing and the injuries he had sustained during the fight were slowly healing. He weakly opened his eyes and all he could see in his vision was a bright green light. He thought inwardly, "What is this? Feels so good. The green light soon vanished and he saw Priest Livia glaring at him. You little troublemaker, why are you always getting beaten up? HMPH, I was about to go get some sleep but it was forced to come here to heal you. Brian was slightly taken aback, then he smiled bitterly and replied, my apologies, Priest Livia, I didn't know the serial killer would turn out to be a transcendent. Listening to Brian apologize, Priest Livia's eyes softened but she still continued to scold. HMPH, next time be more careful, and how the hell can you fall asleep just like that? What if the killer had an accomplice? Brian's expression froze as he thought, fuck, she's right, I'm so stupid, how could I fall asleep? Then he replied seriously, you're right, I'll keep this in mind. Bishop Walls then came forth and smiled as he asked Brian, child, are you feeling better now? Brian nodded, yes, father, thank you for coming at such a late hour. Bishop Walls shook his head, it's quite all right, it is our duty to handle transcendent-related cases. In fact, it was wise of you to call us before the police. Then he added, now, Brian, tell me what transpired here tonight. Brian nodded his head and then recounted everything that happened tonight, from the beginning of his investigation to finally rescuing the blonde young lady from the basement. Bishop Walls and Priest Livia attentively listened to Brian's recount. The latter's expression slowly turned to that of astonishment. Only now did she realize that Brian was still a rank 3 apprentice, with a transcendent criminal dead. Priest Livia wrongly assumed that Brian too was a transcendent, but she couldn't have been more wrong. To be able to kill a transcendent as a rank 3 apprentice, a broken bar. Priest Livia thought in incredulity. The transition from an apprentice to a transcendent was a qualitative one. It was a complete change in the very essence of a person. That's why she was so shocked to realize Brian kill a transcendent. Although cases of an apprentice killing a transcendent were not uncommon, it was mostly a group of apprentices against an individual transcendent. Brian killing a transcendent in a one-on-one fight spoke volumes about his talent and combat skills. After listening to Brian's report, Bishop Wall's eyebrows furrowed as he muttered, face full of pustules, long black nails, a broken bar and illusion? Robert, who at some point had arrived beside the three of them, replied with a nod, he's right, father. This Kenny Adams most likely lost control after taking the transcendent potion and was in the process of turning into a monster. My guess is, he either directly became a transcendent without becoming an apprentice first, or he only took the potion and didn't practice the transcendent meditation technique. Furthermore, the Kalahari fish, which is the main ingredient for the illusion path transcendent potion recipe, is known to feed on the inner organs of animals, mainly the liver, kidneys, and heart. Robert added. Bishop Walls nodded. That is most likely the case. The mental imprint brought about by the potion must have corrupted his mind, leading him to eat the organs of his victims. Then he looked at Brian with approval and patted his shoulder. Either way, you did well, Brian. If you hadn't killed him today, he might have become even more troublesome to deal with later on. What good is praise? Are you going to reward me or not? Brian thought in his heart, but on the surface, he replied with a faint smile, if it wasn't for Kenny having an unstable mental state, I might have been the one to die. An unstable transcendent who has turned into a monster or is in the process of becoming one is extremely difficult to deal with. You shouldn't undermine your efforts, kid. The middle-aged man, with black hair, a black beard, and brown eyes, Robert, interjected, then give me some monetary reward. Damn it. Brian screamed inwardly. On the surface, he nodded humbly, though, by the way, kid, why don't you join the Silver Owls? With your level of skills, it shouldn't be a problem. Robert asked Brian. Brian looked at him in confusion and asked back, Silver Owls? What's that? Robert replied with a hint of pride in his eyes, Silver Owls is the transcendent division under the Church of Wisdom. We mostly deal with supernatural cases and rogue transcendents. Brian's heart stirred. Transcendent division? Interesting. He hesitated for a moment and replied, There's a broken bar. I must get permission from my teacher first. Robert already knew that Brian was Detective Watson's student. He nodded with a faint smile. No problem. After chatting a bit more with Robert, Bishop Wells, and Priest Livia, Brian bade them farewell. He then borrowed the church's private carriage to go back to his apartment. It was already past 11 p.m. and the public carriages had stopped operating by now. After getting dropped off at 7 Robinson Street, Brian thanked the carriage driver and entered his apartment. After locking the door behind him, Brian haphazardly took off his torn clothes and went to the bathroom to take a warm bath. He had to remove all the dried-up blood and filth from his body before he went to sleep. 10 minutes later, Brian exited the bathroom with a white towel tied around his waist. He walked to the wardrobe in his bedroom, took out his pajamas, and wore them. Then he languidly fell on the bed, instantly falling asleep within moments. A broken bar. Thursday, 12th of August 1580, 22 Augustus Street. In the study on the second floor of the villa, the early morning sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the rows of books on the bookshelves. The various items in the study and its design gave it a very scholarly vibe. So that's what happened. Detective Watson, who had just finished listening to Brian's report about last night's battle, nodded his head in understanding. "That's right, teacher," Brian replied. Then he added, "But there's one thing I don't understand. How did he get the potion formula and the meditation technique for his transcendent path?" There could be many reasons for this. For example, he could have gotten it from another transcendent, or he could have found it in some ruins. A lot of transcendents, before their deaths, would set up their inheritances in ruins or other places so that their legacy can be continued on. Detective Watson replied with a smile. Brian was enlightened. Then he asked, "By the way, yesterday a person named Robert asked me to join the Silver Owls. What do you think I should do, teacher?" Detective Watson smiled and replied with encouragement, "Joining the Silver Owls will be very beneficial to your growth. You can't just study and spar with me all day. Having experience in dealing with transcendent cases will be very helpful to you." "All right, teacher, I'll do as you say, but I'll join them the beginning of next month. I still have some unfinished business to take care of," Brian replied. This unfinished business that he was referring to was naturally dealing with Jack Brown. He had almost died at his hands, so how could he let him get away with it? Detective Watson didn't ask what this unfinished business was. He simply smiled and nodded. Then he started teaching Brian mysticism knowledge. After studying with Detective Watson for a couple of hours, Brian had lunch with him and then left for the police station. He wanted to go to the shooting range and practice his gun shooting. Brian thought that he had improved a lot in this aspect, but after last night, he didn't think so anymore. Only 2 out of 6 bullets had hit Kenny on the body, that 2 on his shoulder and left arm, whereas Brian was actually aiming for his head. Brian didn't get complacent just because he managed to kill a transcendent. He knew that if Kenny was in a rational state, the outcome would have been entirely different. Therefore, Brian felt the need to improve all his skills, be it hand-to-hand combat, gun shooting, or spell casting. In the transcendent world, any wrong move could lead to one's death. As soon as Brian entered the police station, he was greeted with a round of applause by the officers inside. He was taken aback by this sudden welcome. Head Constable Smith, who was standing at the front, came forward and enthusiastically shook Brian's hand as he said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lombardi, thank you for bringing the serial killer to justice. All of us are extremely grateful for your help, so that's what this is about." Brian thought in his heart, then he shamelessly said with a smile, "Of course, it is my duty. I wonder if there's any reward for helping bring peace and order to Damascus?" Officer Smith's lips couldn't help but twitch, but he still kept a professional smile on his face and replied, "Of course there is. The Damascus police station will reward you with £50. Furthermore, Mr. William Dyke, who is the editor of Damascus Daily, will publish a front-page headline detailing your heroic deeds. TSK, I don't need fame. More money would have been fine, though," Brian said inwardly, but he asked with a puzzled expression, "But why would Mr. Dyke do this? Is it that big of a deal for it to be on the front page?" Officer Smith shook his head slightly and smiled. "Looks like you don't know, Mr. Lombardi. The young lady you rescued yesterday was the only daughter of Mr. William Dyke, Miss Fiona Dyke." Brian was a little surprised at the identity of the young blonde lady he had met last night, but he threw it at the back of his mind. He didn't really care if he appeared in the newspapers or not, to be honest. All Brian cared about was money and getting stronger. Brian then made a few small talks with Officer Smith and the other police officers he was familiar with. Then he headed to the underground shooting range to begin his gun shooting practice. After an hour of shooting practice, Brian left the police station and took a public carriage back to his apartment. Upon reaching home, Brian took off his trench coat, hung it on the coat hanger, and sat down on the couch in the living room. After resting for a few minutes, he got up and went to his bedroom. Inside his bedroom, there was a study table where Brian usually worked. He sat down on the chair, took out a sheet of paper from the drawer, dipped his quill in ink, and began writing a letter to Grace. Brian was planning to send this letter along with the illusion path potion recipe and meditation technique that he took from Kenny's house, through the post office to Grace's house in Nadia. In the letter, he mentioned to Grace the origins of both the potion recipe and meditation technique. This was because he wanted Grace to further verify the authenticity of the two parchment papers. Kenny's mental state was very erratic and he was in the process of turning into a monster. Naturally, Brian didn't want to take a chance and have Grace risk it. Therefore, he heavily emphasized Grace to verify the potion recipe and the meditation technique before using it. Furthermore, he also wrote about some of the innate abilities that an illusion path transcendent was capable of. These were, naturally, the abilities that he had seen Kenny use in battle. After finishing writing the letter, Brian checked it once for any mistakes. Then he folded the letter and put it inside a white envelope along with the two parchment papers that he had taken from Kenny's house last night. Earlier in the day, Brian had already memorized the contents of the two parchment papers and also written down a copy of it and kept it with himself. Of course, he had no intention of using it for himself. Then he took a postage stamp that had the famous statue of the goddess of wisdom in Nadia on it, licked its backside, and stuck it on the back of the envelope. Brian wrote down the address of Grace's house in Nadia on the back of the envelope as well. Before Grace left for Damascus, she had already given Brian her house address. Brian then took the envelope, put it in his suit pocket, and got up from the chair. He took his trench coat from the coat hanger and left the house, heading to the Damascus post office to get this task over with. A broken bar. Friday, 20th of August 1580. Over the last week, Brian's daily routine was mostly the same as it had been in the past: studying with Detective Watson, combat training, shooting practice, and repeating. Although doing the same thing could get monotonous, Brian could feel his growth and he loved the feeling of improving and getting stronger. A few days back, Brian received an invitation to a banquet at Mr. Dyke's house. He had wanted to formally thank him for saving his only daughter. The banquet would be held a week from now. After all, the young lady whom he had saved, Fiona Dyke, still had to recover from her head injury. Not everyone had a medicinal potion. Brian accepted the invitation. He didn't really have a reason to refuse. On this day, Brian opened his eyes from meditation. He had finally managed to carve the 29th mind rune. He felt that carving the mind runes was getting harder and taking longer than before, but he was a patient man. Detective Watson had reminded him time and again that one could not hasten the process of carving the mind runes. One had to be patient and steady. It was 8 p.m. right now. Brian got off the bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. About 15 minutes later, Brian got out of the bathroom and changed into his pajamas. Then he cooked himself a light dinner which consisted of chicken soup and a baguette. After having his fill, Brian put the empty bowl and plate in the kitchen sink and then headed back to his bedroom. He sat back on the bed in a lotus position, his eyes shining with excitement as well as a hint of trepidation. Brian grabbed his pocket watch that was kept on the bedside table. Looking at the intricately designed silver pocket watch in his hands, he took a deep breath and started to complete the refining process. Tonight, Brian would finally be able to completely unseal his pocket watch and unveil the mysteries hidden within. After about an hour of refining the pocket watch, Brian seemed to feel as if something was unlocked. He kept his eyes closed and felt it carefully. He could now feel a sort of connection with his silver pocket watch, a connection that signified Brian's ownership over it. While feeling slightly nervous, Brian guided his consciousness inside the pocket watch, where he saw a white space so enormous that he momentarily couldn't find anything to compare it to. As I thought, it's a space-type storage artifact, and a pretty fucking big one at that. Brian thought in his heart as his eyes widened in surprise. After searching around for a while, in the middle of the white space, Brian found 3 items lying on the ground. One was a slightly yellow parchment paper, one was a greenish-brown wooden mask, and the last item was a thick, black-colored, ancient-looking book. Brian gulped involuntarily and gently wrapped his spiritual force around the 3 items and brought them out of the silver pocket watch. All 3 items then appeared on his bed. Brian put aside his pocket watch and picked up the folded parchment paper first. He had an idea about what this paper might be. As Brian unfolded the paper and saw the contents on it, his eyes moistened and his body trembled ever so slightly. It was yet another letter from his deceased mother, and most likely, also the final one. Brian bit his lower lip and began to read. "My dear Brian, if you're reading this, it means that you have advanced to rank 3 apprentice and have refined the pocket watch. As your loving mother, all I can leave behind for you are these letters and items that can help keep you safe. My sweet child, there are so many things I wish to say to you, but I'm afraid I don't have much time left. With the help of the Medici apprentice meditation technique that I had written down in the previous letter, you will be able to embark on the path that was created by the founding ancestor of our Medici family. However, you will need to know the history of my ancestors in order to understand the path you must embark on and its dangers. These secrets you will now learn, I hope, will keep you safe here broken bar." As Brian read the letter, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He could feel the struggle with which her mother had written this letter on her deathbed. He could feel her mother's anxiety through her words. Brian recalled the time when his mother had given him this pocket watch. She was lying on the bed and her face was deathly pale. His father, Vincent, was also present. He was holding her right hand and sobbing. Even though Brian's mother was so weak and so close to death, she still looked at Brian with a doting smile. That was also the last time he had seen her, as well as that smile. Brian wiped the tears from his eyes and continued reading the letter. Our Medici family was an ancient family that came into being sometime in the previous era. That is the 3rd era, and the founding ancestor of our family was known as Medici, a high-string transcendent. Our family had a glorious past and my ancestors were all powerful transcendents who garnered great respect and admiration from the masses. However, after the death of our great ancestor, the Medici family fell into decline. With the death of our great ancestor, the members of the Medici family were hunted down. In the end, very few escaped and scattered to different parts of the world and settled down, changing their names. However, I'm not sure how many of them are still alive. Brian, the reason why I am telling you this, is because under no circumstances are you to reveal that you're a descendant of the Medici family, or the world will hunt you down and kill you. I do not know the reason for such deep hatred the others have towards our Medici family. All I know is that it involves the secrets of the higher ranks of the path created by our founding ancestor. A broken bar. Brian's eyebrows furrowed as he thought, what could possibly be the reason for the entire world to go against the Medici family? Did my ancestors commit some horrible crime in the past that they incurred such wrath? Or is it because the others were afraid of the Medici family? If so, then what were they so afraid of? He had so many questions that he didn't know the answer to. Brian made up his mind to gather more information on the Medici family in the future. He then continued to read. Others have tried to get their hands on the path created by our founding ancestor, but none have succeeded. This is because only a descendant of the Medici family can walk on the founding ancestor's path. However, the rest of the world is not privy to this secret. If others, who don't have the blood of Medici flowing in them, embark on this path, they will reach a bottleneck in the early stages and never be able to advance. Our founding ancestor, Medici, was said to be a heaven-defying genius in his era, and the path that he created came to be known as the theft path. Brian's heart churned with tumultuous waves as he read the term theft path. For some reason his heart was beating so wildly, he felt as if his chest could explode at any moment. Growing up in poverty, Brian had forgotten how many times he had stolen to survive on the streets. The act of theft came to him so naturally that sometime he would even foolishly think that he was born to be a thief. He took a few deep breaths to calm down his heart and sighed. No wonder, every time I thought about quitting stealing after teacher took me in, I just couldn't stop myself. Even now, I subconsciously steal something or the other when I'm in crowded places. So this was the reason. Brian shook his head and smiled wryly as he thought, it's because the blood of Medici flows in me. IDRS's inverted question mark. You will find the potion recipes, meditation technique, as well as the spells from rank 1 to rank 3 compatible with the theft path of our Medici family inside the black book that I've stored in the pocket watch. This black book was written by our founding ancestor, Medici, and my great-grandfather was fortunate enough to obtain it when he migrated from the central continent to the Belize kingdom here in the western continent. It is a very special book that can only be opened by descendants of the Medici family, and the key to opening it is the blood of Medici that runs through your veins. A broken bar. Brian turned his gaze to look at the ancient black book lying on the bed. He reached out for it and tried to open it, and as expected, it wouldn't even budge. Looks like it can be only opened with my blood. Brian thought inwardly and then turned his attention back to the letter. Along with this letter and the black book, I have also stored an artifact that belonged to our founding ancestor, Brian. This artifact is very special and I believe it will be very helpful to you. In his prime, it is said that our founding ancestor, Medici, wielded 6 god-level artifacts. Some of them have been passed down to the surviving descendants, while some are in the hands of outsiders. The one that I have kept inside the pocket watch is one of the 6 god-level artifacts, the mask called Deceit. It is a transformation path artifact that can allow its wearer to change their appearance, body structure, voice, as well as soul fluctuations. With this artifact, you can change faces to suit your needs and become anyone at any time. Always remember this, Brian. This mask will help you deceive everyone else, but you must never forget your true self. As a descendant of the Medici family, it will be very easy for you to refine this artifact once you imbue it with a drop of your blood. A broken bar. Brian picked up the greenish-brown wooden mask and looked at it silently. The mask looked so ordinary that one could never imagine even in their wildest dreams that it was in fact a god-level artifact. Artifacts were also divided into ranks like Transcendence, Rank 1 Artifact, Rank 2 Artifact, and so on. Brian believed that God-level artifact referred to a Rank 8 artifact or maybe even the legendary Rank 9 artifact. He continued to read the letter as he became emotional. This was because his mother's final letter was coming to an end. I sincerely hope that these items along with the silver pocket watch, which is a space-type storage artifact, help you in your journey. The transcendent world is full of danger, so you must be careful, my son. Nothing else matters other than your safety. Lastly, as a mother, there are important things that I must remind you of. Make sure to eat lots of healthy food and not just sweets that you always used to have as a little boy. Get plenty of rest and do not overwork yourself. Make friends that you can trust and rely on. And most importantly, find yourself a good wife and start a family. I'll be very glad knowing that in the future I will be having lots of grandchildren. And take care of your father for me. After my passing, you both must continue to support each other. I wish that I could have seen you grow up, my child, but know that you will always find me in your heart. Live well, my sweetheart. Mom loves you the most. Large drops of tears fell on the parchment paper as Brian sobbed silently on the bed, his body trembling. The moonlight shone through the window and cast a pale light upon his lonely back. Mama broken bar. Dad has passed away too. I pray to the goddess that you two are together wherever you are. If there is a next life, I pray that you both find each other again." Brian mumbled as his tears kept on flowing. He could no longer control his emotions and broke down, wailing loudly on the bed. The feeling of loneliness and the deep emotions that he had buried deep down in his heart for all these years, finally resurfaced like a dam bursting open. He cried until his throat went dry and could no longer produce any sound. Brian lay on his bed as he kept staring at the ceiling in a daze. He lay there for a long while even after the tears had dried up on his face. Then, a thought that gave him a sense of warmth and comfort appeared in his mind. It was of Detective Watson gently smiling at him and teaching him how to read. Brian couldn't help but faintly smile as he thought of him. "That's right, I still have my teacher," Brian mumbled as he sat up on his bed. In his heart, he had long since treated Detective Watson as his family. After all, he was the only person who had extended a helping hand to him when he was at his lowest. Brian got off his bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face. On the way, he stopped by the kitchen to burn the last letter his mother had left him. Needless to say, he had to destroy it since it contained so many secrets. It pained him to watch the letter slowly burn over the gas stove, but Brian knew that this had to be done. If by chance, someone found this letter, it would be the death of him. A few minutes later, Brian exited the bathroom after having washed his face. He had now already calmed his emotions to the best of his ability and was back to his usual self. He then sat on the bed, grabbed the ancient-looking black book, and placed it on his lap. The thickness of the book was the length of his pinky finger and the surface of the book was pitch black in color. Brian bit on his thumb in order to squeeze out a bit of his blood. He soon frowned and mumbled, "The fuck, why won't any blood come out? Since when has biting fingers become so hard?" He tried a few more times but still failed. Brian then grumpily got off the bed and took the book to his study table. He sat on the chair and then reached out for his quill. After slightly piercing his thumb with the quill, finally he could see a tiny bit of blood seeping from the wound. He placed his hand over the black book and then squeezed his thumb with his index finger. As soon as a few drops of his blood landed on the black book, it began to slightly tremble, and then black light shone from the surface of the book. "This is it, the path that I must embark on," Brian thought in his heart as his eyes shone with anticipation. The black book completely absorbed Brian's blood. Following that, strange runes appeared on the surface of the book. The runes were full of mystery and very fascinating to look at. For a moment, Brian couldn't keep his eyes off the runes on the surface of the book, because he found it to be strangely familiar. That's right, these runes are kind of similar to the mind runes in the Medici apprentice meditation technique, a broken by, but not entirely, Brian thought. The runes wriggled around on the surface of the book like little snakes, finally forming into words in ancient hymnos that read, Book of Medici. Brian involuntarily gulped his saliva and turned the hardcover of the book over. The pages of the book were slightly yellowish in color, displaying the vicissitudes of time. The following quote was written on the front page of the Book of Medici. "It is human nature to try and overcome one's limitations, but what if we had the power to instantly obtain the qualities that we envy in others? Would it bring us gratification, or a thirst that can never be quenched?" Brian was in a daze as he read the words that were most likely written by his great ancestor, Medici. He thought in his heart, the power to instantly obtain the qualities that we envy in others, a broken bar theft. He turned the page over and continued to read. "My descendant, what do you think the eternal truth in this world is? Some may say it is love and friendship, some may say war and slaughter, while others may say justice and equality. Let me tell you, all those are nothing but illusions, mere words spoken by delusional idealists. The only truth in this world is using others for your own benefit, and the most efficient way to acquire benefits is the theft path. After all, the strong steal from the weak, the rich from the poor, and the influential from the insignificant. Why? Because of benefit. People may think of theft to be a heinous act of shame, but it is all a matter of perspective. Steal a life and they call you a murderer. Steal millions of lives and they will call you a conqueror. The theft path that I have created can allow you to strengthen yourself and steal everything under the heavens. and when cultivated to the extremes, it can steal the very heavens itself. In the low string ranks, you will be able to steal any and all material things. In the mid-string ranks, you will be able to steal things that aren't even there, and in high string ranks, you will become the ultimate thief, the very embodiment of deceit. You will be able to deceive the natural order of things and steal concepts such as life, identity, fate, destiny, and even time itself. Deceive the whole world and steal everything in existence. The world is yours. Brian's heartbeat sped up as he finished reading the words of his great ancestor. To say that he was shocked out of his wits would be an understatement. This theft path, a broken bar, deceive everyone and steal everything? Won't I be invincible if I embark on this path? Brian couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk as he thought this in his heart. But he soon shook his head and slapped his cheeks twice. No, I cannot be complacent. Even if theft path is invincible, it can only be considered so in the later ranks. I will still need to work hard, Brian muttered, but other than that, the words written by his great ancestor, Medici, deeply resonated with him. At a very early age, Brian had already realized this truth. When his parents passed away, Mark, his father's direct subordinate, took everything that belonged to the Lombardi family for himself. Even his family friends who were supposedly on good terms with the Lombardi family didn't even step forward to help him. Why didn't they? Because they didn't see any benefits in helping an orphan. Brian couldn't help but sigh and think, I wonder what experiences my great ancestor went through in his younger days, what led him to create the theft path. He shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his mind and continued reading. The rest of the book contained the potion recipes and meditation techniques for rank 1 to rank 3 of the theft path. Moreover, there were also spells from rank 1 to rank 3 that were compatible with the theft path. Brian skimmed over these parts, trying to look for something else. He found the written cultivation experiences of his great ancestor, his journal entries, and even some information regarding the various continents of the world. However, he couldn't find any information regarding the mid-string ranks of the theft path. Towards the end of the book, Brian only found clues as to where it might be, and these clues directly led to the central continent. He couldn't help but sigh. I should be grateful that my mother has left me with these precious things. This is a problem for after I've reached rank 3. Brian kept the black book aside and picked up the greenish-brown mask. He ran his fingers over the surprisingly smooth surface of the mask as he thought in his heart. Even if I imbue the mask with a drop of my blood, as a god-level artifact, it will still take me a long time to refine it. Fuck it, it doesn't matter, I'm not in a hurry anyways. He then wrapped his spiritual force around the mask and the black book, and then connected his spiritual force to the silver pocket watch, instantly storing both items in it. Brian turned his head and looked at the full moon that was almost hidden behind the clouds with a hint of wistfulness in his eyes. Thank you, Mum. Even after your death, you continue to help me. Don't worry, I will live a good life, I promise. Brian mumbled softly as his eyes began to redden. He gently kept his silver pocket watch inside the drawer of his bedside table and then lay on his bed. Brian thought about the times when he was a little child and used to play with his mother and father, the times when all he knew was happiness, laughter, and the love of his parents. He slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep as a tiny drop of tear slid down his cheek. Saturday, 21st of August 1580. In a room behind the prayer hall of the Church of Wisdom, Bishop Walls and Detective Watson were having tea and chatting with each other. It was after lunchtime and the latter had finished hand-to-hand combat training with Brian a while back. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bishop Walls asked, "Detective, what's the status of your investigation on Sean Marks?" Detective Watson shook his head and sighed. "There's still no progress. I've tried to divine his whereabouts but it has resulted in failure. I believe that he has an artifact with him that is impeding my divination." Bishop Wall's eyebrows furrowed as he replied, "Then we only have two options left. One is to get the help of a higher-ranked transcendent and get them to do the divination, or carry out the investigation the old-fashioned way." "That's right. Getting help from a mid-string transcendent is nigh impossible. Even if they are someone from the church, it will be very difficult to get their help unless a high price is paid. Detective Watson nodded his head with a bitter smile. Bishop Walls could only sigh. It's true, in this world, everything comes at a price, and free things cost the most. Detective Watson added, although it's a bit difficult, I'll try to get someone from Nadir to help, but I cannot guarantee anything. Bishop Walls raised his eyebrow as he asked, Detective, are you returning to Nadir anytime soon? Yes, I'll be leaving in a few days. My wife is in labor and is about to give birth, so I must be there for her, but I'll return soon once everything there is taken care of. Detective Watson nodded with a warm smile. Bishop Walls was pleasantly surprised. Then I must congratulate you in advance, Detective. May the goddess bless your wife and child. Detective Watson smiled. Thank you, Bishop Walls. Then Bishop Walls recalled something and asked, by the way, Detective, what do you think about Brian joining the Silver Owls? Brian has already spoken to me regarding this. I think it will be a good learning experience for him. Detective Watson nodded. That's good. Then I'll let Robert know. Bishop Walls was naturally happy that he would get to nurture such a talented young man. If one day in the future Brian becomes an accomplished transcendent, he would naturally not forget this favor from him. Or at least, that's what Bishop Walls hoped. Oh, and by the way, Brian has already carved the 29th mind rune. He will have already become a transcendent in another 8 to 10 months. Detective Watson suddenly added with a smug look, pride evident in his eyes. Bishop Walls' lips twitched as he thought, this guy a broken bar always showing off. A broken bar. 7 Robinson Street. Brian had just finished his dinner and was sitting by the study table thinking about his plans for later tonight. He was planning on raiding Jeffrey Gill's house. Currently, he was writing a letter, more precisely, a blackmail letter, one that was addressed to Jeffrey Gill. Brian dipped his quill into the bottle of ink and wrote a few more sentences before finally finishing the letter. He read the letter to check for any mistakes, then he folded it and put it inside an envelope as his lips curled up into a sly smile. Jeffrey Gill was a wealthy businessman who owned a couple of mines. He and Jack's late father, Jim Brown, were longtime business rivals. After Jim's death, Jack, who had been the one to actually poison him, shifted the blame to Jeffrey Gill. And now the police were conducting an investigation on Jeffrey Gill, trying to get to the truth of the matter. The reason Brian wanted to maraud Jeffrey's house tonight was part of his plan to bring about the downfall of Jack Brown. Brian went to his wardrobe and took out a pair of black cotton pants, a black full-sleeved t-shirt, and a black mask that covered the entirety of his head except for his eyes. He had specially gotten these made a few days ago from Taylor's clothing store. When the bald middle-aged manager of the clothing store asked him why he needed such clothes, Brian had shamelessly replied that it was a foreplay costume for his girlfriend for when they were in bed. Brian remembered the knowing smile that the store manager had given him at the time. The store manager had even suggested that he had designs for other costumes which would be very stimulating in the bedroom. Brian could only shake his head and think doubtfully if this was really a gentleman's clothing store. He put on his black clothes and then put his silver pocket watch in his pant pocket. A space-type storage artifact really comes in handy at such times, Brian thought in his heart. Brian exited his apartment building through the back door. Of course, he wouldn't call for a public carriage when we was going to raid someone's house. In the dark of the night, Brian's silhouette ran through Damascus City. Sometimes he would disappear in the shadows and the next moment he would come out of another shadow at a distance away. After 15 minutes of running, Brian arrived at his destination. This was a 3-storied house near Augustus Street and it belonged to Jeffrey Gill. Since it was only around 9 p.m. at the moment, a few of the gas lamps inside the house were still lit up. Brian took his time to calm down and replenish his stamina. When all the lights inside the house were out, that was when Brian would move. After patiently waiting for about 2 hours, all the lights inside Gill Manor were out and it turned completely dark. Brian, who was sitting on a tree branch across the entrance of the manor, opened his eyes and grinned. Time to raid. He jumped down from the tree branch and landed firmly on his feet. Brian took out the black mask from his other pocket and wore it over his head, completely hiding his appearance. The next moment, his body completely melded into the shadows, effectively disappearing from sight. This was the third rank 0 apprentice spell that he had gotten from Detective Watson, and tonight, he was finally able to use it. Shadow concealment. Idiosis inverted question mark. Hiding in the shadows. Brian slowly approached the manor and stealthily climbed over its boundary walls. After landing in the garden within the compound, he took light steps as he approached the main door of the villa. His steps were so nimble that they didn't even leave behind any footprints on the grass. Upon arriving in front of the main door, Brian crouched down and took out a lockpick from his pocket watch. It took him about a minute to crack the lock and unlock the door. Very slowly, Brian opened the main door and stepped inside the house, making sure that no sounds were produced from his movements or the creaking of the door. After entering, he gently shut the door behind him. Then he turned around and observed the large living room, which was completely dark at the moment. The maids and servants of the house had already finished up their work for the day and gone to the servants' quarters behind the manor. So, right now the manor was completely empty, except for Jeffrey Gill and his family. As he looked around the hall, he once again made sure that no one was around. Then he silently walked towards the basement of the manor. The basement was pretty big in size, almost twice the size of the living room. It was partitioned in two. One side was used as a wine cellar while the other side was where miscellaneous items were kept. Brian walked to the wine cellar and saw the tens of wine bottles kept neatly on racks, as well as a couple of large oak barrels that most likely stored either ale or wine. He then walked to one of the barrels and placed his right hand on it. The next moment, the barrel instantly disappeared. Brian did the same to the remaining barrels and then cast his eyes on the variety of wine bottles. Looks like some fine wine. Brian chuckled as he stored all the wine bottles in his pocket watch. He then walked to the other side of the basement and looked around at all the different items strewn around. Finding nothing of interest, he then made his way back upstairs. There were a few paintings hanging on the walls of the living room that looked pretty expensive. Brian stored them inside his pocket watch too. He then climbed the stairs to the second floor. There were 6 rooms on the second floor. Brian entered the rooms one by one, scouring the entire floor clean. Bedsheets, pillows, chairs, tables, whatever Brian found to be expensive, he took them. Luckily, no one was currently sleeping in any of the rooms on the second floor. About 15 minutes later, Brian exited the last room and then made his way up the stairs to the third floor. As he climbed the stairs, he thought in his heart, "This Jeffrey guy sure is rich." Even the simplest of chairs in the house cost at least £5. Money earned at the expense of exploiting others is always easy to earn. Money earned through theft is even easier. Brian's lips curled up into a smirk as he finally reached the third floor. This floor was much more spacious and had only 4 rooms. He carefully opened the door to the first room on his left. After peeking in from the outside and making sure that no one was in, Brian entered the room and looked around to find that it was the study room. The study room at any manor could be considered to have quite significant value, as this was where the owner of the house would work most of the time. Therefore, there were bound to be some important documents or even money in this room. Brian walked behind the study table and looked for anything of value. He found some deeds of land and property in the secret compartment of one of the drawers, but ultimately decided not to take them. If these documents were ever to be found on him at a later date, then he would surely be held suspect for the things that he was about to do to Jeffrey and Jack. He then searched through the bookshelves to look for any secret compartments that he might have missed, and then his eyes landed on an inconspicuous book that looked a bit different. Now, Brian was no expert in this. This is what his intuition told him, the very same intuition that helped him identify valuable things and danger back when he used to beg on the streets. Brian stepped forward and tried to pull the book out, but right after he pulled it halfway through, a hidden mechanism seemed to have been activated and the entire shelf slowly began to shift to the left. This sudden movement made quite a bit of noise in the quiet room, and most likely the sound could even be heard outside of the room. Fuck. Brian cursed under his breath and cast shadow concealment again, instantaneously melding back into the shadows. He couldn't take the risk of being found out. 5 minutes later, when Brian didn't hear any sound of footsteps or someone else's voice, he breathed a sigh of relief and stepped back out of the shadows. After making sure that no one was alarmed by the previous sound, Brian turned his attention to the secret passage that appeared after the bookshelf shifted. The passageway was very small and one could only walk a few steps in. At the end of the secret passage, there was a big black metal box almost as big as Brian. He couldn't make out anything from his vision, so he returned to the study room and took a gas lantern that was kept on the table. Then he took out a matchbox from his pocket watch. Yes, after finding out that it was a space-type storage artifact and quite a big one at that. Brian had already stored almost all the necessary day-to-day items inside it. Brian stepped back inside the secret passage and lit the gas lantern. In front of him, he saw a huge, black metal box that had a door attached to it. On the surface of the door were two things, a handle and a large circular, rotatable dial. It was a safe. Looking at the large safe in front of him, Brian's lips curled up into a smirk as he mumbled with excitement, "Bingo, Idiosis inverted question mark." Brian brought the gas lantern closer to the circular dial on the surface of the safe. After looking at it carefully for a moment, his excitement vanished. His brows furrowed as he thought in his heart, "What the fuck is this? What's up with all these numbers?" The circular dial was as big as a baby's fist and there were numbers written around its circumference, beginning from 0 at the top and ending at 60 as it went around the dial clockwise. The numbers were only marked every 10 digits and the numbers in between them were symbolized as tally marks. Brian had never come across such a lock before, hence, he was utterly confused as to how to crack it, but he didn't give up. Hidden inside the safe might very well be the greatest amount of wealth he had ever seen in his life. He took a few deep breaths and crouched down in front of the safe. He kept the gas lantern beside him, making sure that the numbers on the dial were illuminated and visible. Although Brian didn't know what to do, he still decided to follow his instincts. It had always helped him in the past. There was no harm in depending on it now. He stretched his right hand forward and first rotated the dial by turning it several full revolutions in a clockwise manner. Then he leaned forward and put his ear against the surface of the cold metal, right beside the circular dial. Brian had a feeling that listening to the sound produced by the lock mechanism in the safe when he turned the dial, would help him crack it. He brought his right hand forward and began turning the dial, listening to the sound of the lock mechanism in the safe reverberate. He tried many different combinations, both clockwise and counterclockwise. Soon he got the hang of it. He came to the conclusion that when the mechanism behind the circular dial produced 2 clicks back to back, that's when he would be closer to cracking the safe. Those 2 clicks were imperative. He noted down the number on the dial when the mechanism behind the dial made 2 clicking sounds, both while turning it clockwise and counterclockwise. Brian's mind made fast calculations as he went through all sorts of number combinations. Finally, after about 30 minutes, he arrived at the 2 most likely combinations that could crack the lock. It's either 7,34,55 or 55,34,7. A broken bar. I should first try turning it counterclockwise and then I'll try turning it clockwise, he mumbled to himself as beads of sweat had already started to form on his forehead. A minute later, with a click sound, the safe was unlocked. Brian felt so happy and accomplished that he nearly screamed in excitement. He calmed down his emotions and then wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. Brian then grabbed the handle of the safe door and pulled it open. The content of the safe left him completely and utterly bamboozled. Brian's eyes went wide and his mouth agape, his lower jaw almost touching the floor. Inside the safe, he saw rows and rows of gold bars. There were at least 50 of them inside and each gold bar weighed about 12 kilograms. Other than that, there were stacks of cash lying inside in a neat and tidy manner, starting from £1 notes, all the way to £100 notes. Never in his life had Brian ever seen a £100 note. Forget a £100 note, he hadn't even laid his eyes on a £20 note. There was so much cash that Brian didn't even have a rough estimate of what the total amount would come to. Other than the gold and cash, there was also some jewelry, gems, as well as silver. Rich, I'm fucking rich. Brian was over the moon as his mouth started drooling at the sight of such wealth. However, he felt a little emotional as well. 4 months back, he didn't even have money to eat. He had to steal from the food stalls in the farmer's market in order to fill his stomach. Brian couldn't help but sigh emotionally as he thought, fuck it, what matters is the present, no point in thinking of the past. I'm rich now, He entered the safe while crouching a little and took his time to store everything inside his silver pocket watch. Halfway through, his actions suddenly froze as he mumbled, why didn't I just put the entire safe in the pocket watch? I could have cracked it when I went back home. A broken bar, how stupid of me. Brian shook his head and then continued to store all the items in the safe. 5 minutes later, the safe was completely emptied out. He looked at the empty safe and grinned from ear to ear. Then he took out the letter he had written at home before he came and put it inside the safe. I've already achieved my purpose, no point in staying here any longer. Brian thought inwardly and then exited the secret passage behind the bookshelf. He looked around the study one more time, making sure that he had taken everything of value. Then his eyes fell on a portrait painting of Jeffrey Gill, hanging on the wall. Brian suddenly had an idea as he smiled mischievously. He approached the painting and took it down using both his hands. He then placed it on the floor and made it lean against the wall. A prankish light shone in his eyes as he unzipped his pants. He took his penis out and then urinated all over the painting, all the while chuckling like a madman. After finishing his business, he cast shadow concealment again and left the study. He had the sudden urge to enter Jeffrey's room and scare him by pretending to be a ghost. However, he controlled his impulses and stealthily left the house. On his way back home, Brian's face was full of smiles as he thought about what new clothes to buy or other things he could spend his money on. Yes, it was now his money. Tomorrow morning would be the beginning of Jeffrey's nightmare and the prelude to his eventual doom. The next morning, Jeffrey Gill, who was sleeping soundly with his wife, was abruptly woken up by his personal butler barging into the room with a hysterical expression. Jeffrey's eyebrows immediately furrowed as he screamed at his butler, "Wally, what the fuck is the meaning of this?" The butler, Wally, was on the verge of having a nervous breakdown as he struggled to speak. "Master, we've been robbed." "What?" Jeffrey got up from his bed and approached his butler, Wally. He grabbed Wally's shoulders and shook him as he asked again, "What did you just fucking say?" "Master, most of the things on the first floor and the second floor have been stolen, and your studio broken bar." Wally didn't dare to finish his sentence, because earlier in the morning, when he entered the study on the second floor, he nearly got a heart attack. The moment Jeffrey heard his butler mention the study, he immediately rushed to the second floor. Still in his night pajamas, Mrs. Gill, who was still on the bed, was simply dazed by what was currently transpiring. Jeffrey ran down the stairs as his big belly wobbled up and down. Soon, after entering his study on the second floor, he was greeted by a smell so pungent that he nearly covered his nose. He looked around the study for a moment and then his eyes landed on his portrait painting that was leaning against the wall on the floor. Looking at the pierce marks on his portrait painting, he spat through gritted teeth, "Who fucking dares?" And then his eyes fell on the secret passageway that he had personally set up when he had initially built the house. When he saw that someone had found a way to open up the secret passage, his heart nearly stopped beating. With bated breaths, he entered the secret passage, his heartbeat rising with each step that he took. In his heart, he prayed to all the deities, hoping that his safe would be all right. However, the moment his eyes landed on the safe that had been unlocked and its insides that had been cleared out, he dropped to his knees, clutched his forehead, and screamed, "No!" In his despair, Jeffrey noticed the letter that was kept inside the safe, seemingly mocking his misfortune. After a few moments, he got up to his feet and entered the safe. He crouched and picked up the letter with his trembling hand. Jeffrey was currently going through myriad emotions of grief, regret, and anger. After opening the envelope, he unfolded the letter. The content was very small, but it lit up a flame of anger in his heart so fiery that he nearly shattered his own teeth while gritting. Jeffrey, you fat pig. First of all, I want to thank you for giving me all your hard-earned money. The conflict between you and my late father has been going on for quite a while now. It's time to end this tomfoolery, once and for all. There are also a few things I would like to discuss with you, so meet me in the warehouse in my estate 3 days from now. That is 25th of this month at 11 p.m., not a day early and not a day later. Oh, and don't even think about going to the police and reporting this matter. I have lots of evidence of the crimes and the murders you have committed and had your men commit over the past few years. If you involve the police, I will leak everything, so act wisely. Yours truly, Jack Brown. Jeffrey tore the letter in anger right after he read it as he screamed in an enraged voice, "Jack, you hairless fucking cunt, how dare you!" It took him a great amount of effort to calm down his emotions. A menacing light flashed through his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Good, very good. It was your biggest mistake to even allow me 3 days worth of time. I'll make sure to thoroughly kill you and take everything you own." A broken bar. 22 Augustus Street. Brian had just finished his study session with Detective Watson and was currently having lunch with him. Tenderloin steak with mashed potatoes and some boiled asparagus was his usual lunch whenever he dined here. As they were chatting over lunch, Detective Watson suddenly said, "I'm leaving for Nadia tomorrow morning, Brian." Brian paused eating and replied, "Oh, is it because of your wife, teacher?" Detective Watson smiled and nodded. "That's right, she could be giving birth anytime this week, so I must be there for her." "That's great, teacher. I'll pray to the goddess for her and the child's well-being." Brian smiled brightly. Naturally, he was happy that his teacher would become a father. Detective Watson smiled warmly and asked, "I might be gone for a few months. I can't say for sure. I'll leave some money with John in case you need it for any emergencies." Brian's heart warmed as he smiled. "Don't worry about me, teacher. I have more than enough." Then he spoke inwardly, "I might even have more than you. He. Detective Watson simply nodded and then they went back to having lunch. Before he left Detective Watson's house, Brian asked for another rank 0 spellbook from him that he had taken fancy to before. "This will come in handy in a few days." Brian thought. He then bid Detective Watson farewell and called for a public carriage. After instructing the driver to head to the police station, Brian closed his eyes and thought deeply. Jeffrey Gill has already taken his position on the board. Now, all that's left is Jack and his men. The temperature in Damascus continued to drop as the fall season finally settled in. The leaves on the trees had mostly turned from green to orange. The fall season was the symbol of harvest and abundance. At the same time, it also signified decay and death. Brian opened his eyes, which were glinting with a dangerous light, as he thought in his heart, "Count your days, Jack. I will reap your miserable life 3 days from now." About 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of Damascus police station. Brian got off the public carriage and paid the driver 2 pence. Then he made his way inside the police station. Today was his gun shooting practice. Brian never once skipped on his hand-to-hand combat training or shooting practice, and now, the fruits of his labor were slowly beginning to manifest. Damascus train station. The cacophonous sound of the people standing at the various platforms along with the whistling of the steam train resounded throughout the train station. Paperboys carrying satchels full of newspapers could be seen running around waving rolled-up newspapers in their hands, screaming today's headlines out loud. Hawkers who had either set up a small stall on the platform floor or carried around their goods in a basket were trying their hardest to attract customers and make a sale. The train station was relatively empty compared to peak times during weekends. On platform number 2, Detective Watson had just arrived while Brian followed behind him, helping the former carry his luggage. Detective Watson turned around and smiled. "Brian, I have kept some money with John. Should you require any, you can go to my house and take it from him. I've already informed him." Brian really felt touched. It felt nice to him that someone so dearly cared for his well-being. He could only concede and reply, "All right, teacher, if I need it then I'll go speak to Butler John." Detective Watson nodded. "Good, and I've already informed Bishop Walls about you joining the Silver Owls starting next month. You can go to the church and look for him." "Thank you, teacher," Brian replied with a smile. Detective Watson took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was 9 a.m. and the train would depart in another 10 minutes. He looked at Brian and then smiled. "It's time for me to go. If something urgent comes up, head to the church. From there you can send me a telegram." Brian nodded and handed the big brown suitcase back to Detective Watson. Feeling slightly emotional, he replied, "Teacher, have a safe journey and don't worry, I'll make sure to study and meditate every day." Detective Watson smiled warmly at him. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Brian's head as he said, "I know. Well then, goodbye Brian." "Goodbye, teacher." Brian smiled back, grabbing the handle of his brown suitcase. Detective Watson turned around and entered the passenger carriage of the steam train. A few minutes later, the steam train blew its horn once, giving a final reminder of its departure. Brian stood there on the platform feeling quite a bit more emotional compared to the time when he had sent off Grace and Leah. Perhaps it was because he was much closer to Detective Watson. Finally, the steam train blew smoke through its chimney as it blew its horn one more time. The wheels on the train started to move slowly and steadily. It wasn't until the train had completely left the station that Brian turned around and walked toward the exit. He was wearing his usual black three-piece suit, a black fedora hat, and a black windbreaker. The hems of his windbreaker fluttered behind him as he took long and steady steps. Some women and young ladies cast flirtatious looks at him but Brian completely ignored them, not on purpose, of course. It was just that he was in deep thought. "I should make my move within the next day and visit the gang leaders under the Brown family's control. Then, I can catch every one of them in one single scoop the day after tomorrow." Brian spoke inwardly as his lips slowly curled up into a smirk. He exited the train station and called for a public carriage to go back to his apartment. Since Detective Watson had already left, Brian had a lot of free time in hand. Instead of wasting it, he decided to go back home and meditate. Cultivation was an arduous journey and he didn't wish to waste even a single minute because he really loved the feeling of getting stronger and seeing progress with his own eyes. This motivated him to work harder even more. A broken bar. Tuesday, 24th of August 1580. The red light district in Damascus City was always crowded, whether it was the weekdays or the weekends. It didn't matter. One could see crowds from all social classes present here. After all, regardless if a man was poor or rich, their sexual needs would always remain constant. Cillian Bose was a relatively well-known gang leader in the Damascus underground world. Over the years he had amassed quite a lot of fortune while dealing in prostitution, drugs, bootleg alcohol, and illegal arms. What most people did not know was that he was under the Brown family. Over the last few weeks, Cillian had been having a great time. Ever since his boss Jim Brown died and his son Jack took over, Cillian and the other gang leaders under the Brown family were trying their best to curry favor with their new boss. All he had to do was kidnap some virgin young girls and deliver them to the new boss. He felt that the new boss was much easier to deal with and even easier to fool. As Cillian was sitting by the bar, inside a very famous brothel in the red light district, and having a good time, all of a sudden a letter dropped on his lap out of nowhere. Puzzled, Cillian picked up the letter and looked around but all he saw were naked women giving lap dances to his underlings. He asked one of his underlings, "Did anyone come here right now? Who dropped this letter?" The underling who was drinking ale paused and replied respectfully, "I didn't see anyone, boss." Shaking his head, Cillian opened the letter and read the content within. Soon his eyebrows furrowed as he mumbled, "Bring everyone to meet with the new boss at the warehouse in his estate tomorrow by 11 m. Broken bar, highly urgent and confidential." As far as Cillian knew, the new boss, Jack, had never sent a letter before. Usually, all communication happened through an intermediary. However, he still didn't dare to not attend the meeting. After all, the letter said that it was urgent and he wouldn't want to create a bad impression on his new boss. What Cillian didn't know was that other than him, 4 more gang leaders who also worked under the Brown family had received the same letter that night, and none of them dared to discuss it with the others since the letter said that it was confidential. Brian had managed to now put all the pieces on the board with just a simple letter and the usage of 2 keywords, urgent and confidential. From instigating and misleading Jeffrey Gill to luring Jack's henchmen through the delusive use of words, these were the traits of a master of deceit in the making. Wednesday, 25th of August 1580. Inside his bedroom, Brian opened his eyes after finishing a round of meditation. However, he was still about a week away from completely carving the 30th mind rune. He stretched out his hand and grabbed his silver pocket watch that was kept on his bedside table. The time displayed on it was 8:30 p.m. A cold glint flashed through his narrowed eyes as he thought in his heart, "Today's the day you die, Jack." He got up from the bed and took out his black 3-piece suit as well as another pair of black tight-fitted clothes from the wardrobe. Brian put the suit inside his pocket watch. He decided to wear it after finishing up the deed tonight. After all, he didn't want to get blood on it. Brian then took out his grayish silver curved daggers as well as his bracers from his pocket watch and inspected them, making sure that they would work fine later on. After carefully examining them, he wore the bracers on his forearms. Then he put on the black tight-fitted clothes and sheathed the daggers behind his waist. He took out his black balaclava mask and wore it too. Then he stepped out of his apartment and left for Jack's manor on the outskirts of Damascus. Night had already fallen and Brian was like a specter who ran through the streets, jumping from one shadow to another. As the conductor of the orchestra, how could he not be the first one to arrive at the performance venue, a broken bar? Jeffrey Gill was sitting behind the study table inside his study on the 3rd floor of his villa. His personal butler, Wally, was standing behind him to the side with a nervous look on his face. Across from Jeffrey, 5 middle-aged men wearing fine tailored suits were standing respectfully. Although these 5 men appeared gentlemanly, they were in fact crime bosses who each had their own gangs. The 5 of them were the core personnel that worked under Jeffrey. All the dirty work was done by them, and in return, Jeffrey gave them large amounts of money along with a stable and luxurious lifestyle. Jeffrey looked at the burly man in a grey suit who was standing in the center of the 5 men and asked with a gloomy expression, "Marco, is everything ready?" The burly man, Marco, replied confidently, "Yes, Master Jeffrey, we have readied enough men, guns, and ammunition to fight against at least a couple of platoons." "Good. I want everyone related to the hairless fucking brat of the Brown family to die tonight, and leave Jack for me. I will kill that cocksucker myself." Jeffrey spat through gritted teeth. A broken bar. Rows of horse-drawn carriages moved along the path leading to the back entrance of the Brown estate. There were 12 of them and they had caused quite a bit of commotion, enough to alert the owner of the estate of their sudden arrival. The head butler of the Brown estate, Carson, hurriedly went to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of Brown Manor and knocked on the door repeatedly. Inside the bedroom, Jack, who was on the verge of finally falling asleep, snapped his eyes open upon hearing the knocks and screamed in agitation, "What the fuck is it?" Butler Carson opened the door and walked into the room. He first bowed respectfully and then said to Jack, "Master, all the gang leaders and their respective gangs under your command have gathered at the warehouse and are waiting for your arrival." "Waiting for my arrival? Who the hell called them here in the first place?" Jack's eyebrows furrowed. It was already close to 11 p.m. at night and definitely not an ideal time to hold a meeting. Butler Carson looked at Jack and asked in confusion, "Master, the 6 gang leaders told me that they had come here at your behest. Did you not call for them?" Jack got up from the bed and changed into more presentable clothes. Brown cotton pants, a white tunic, and a brown overcoat. He then replied, "Of course, I didn't. Take me to them. How dare they come here unannounced?" Carson had a sense of foreboding. However, he still led Jack to the warehouse. Meanwhile, In the warehouse, about 60 people had gathered together, standing in the center surrounded by different sizes of crates containing wines and other raw materials as well as quite a few pieces of equipment needed in coal mining. Cillian was surprised to see the other 5 gang leaders here as well. He thought he would be the only one present since the letter said that the meeting would be confidential. At the very least, he didn't expect all the other gang leaders and everyone under them to also be present. The other gang leaders also had equally surprised looks on their faces, although they had already realized this when they noticed the number of horse-drawn carriages that were coming here. On the way, a few minutes later, Jack walked into the warehouse through the entrance with Butler Carson following behind him. Jack's expression was very unpleasant at the moment as he asked irascibly, "How dare you come here without any prior notice, or do you think I'm someone to be taken lightly?" The 6 gang leaders looked at each other in bewilderment. Cillian stepped forward and spoke, "Master Jack, I received a letter from you stating that I should be here along with everyone under midnight by 11 p.m., and I'm guessing the others also received similar letters." The other 5 gang leaders nodded, confirming what Cillian had said. Jack finally couldn't keep his cool and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Are you fucking kidding me? What fucking let?" But before he could finish his sentence, a group of about 50 people barged in through the warehouse's entrance. Leading them was none other than Jeffrey Gill. He looked around the warehouse at the people present and then his eyes landed on Jack as he spoke through gritted teeth, "You fucking punk, how dare you steal from me?" Jack and the people around him were dumbfounded at the sudden intrusion of a third party but more so at the words spoken by Jeffrey Gill. Jack looked at Jeffrey, fuming with anger. "You bastard, who are you calling a thief?" As Jeffrey and Jack continued to hurl insults at each other, the sense of foreboding in Butler Carson's heart intensified as he began to sweat profusely. He thought in his heart, first, the gang leaders under Master arrived here without any reason and now there's Jeffrey Gill, who barged in here accusing Master of theft. A broken bar as someone's been manipulating us behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Brian, who was already inside the warehouse since the beginning, was hiding in the shadows using shadow concealment. Upon confirming that everyone had arrived, the corners of his lips curled up into an evil smirk as he took out a pistol from his pocket watch and aimed it at one of Jeffrey Gill's men. Bang! At once, the heated atmosphere turned silent. Jeffrey turned his gaze at the person from his side who had just been shot dead. Thinking one of Jack's men had fired the shot, he gritted his teeth and ordered his men, "Kill everyone, do not let a single bastard live." The fuse was lit by Brian's earlier shot. It'd be mere moments before an explosion of conflict engulfed the people in the warehouse in a chaotic fury, a conflict that would later come to be known as the Damascus Massacre. Jack and the people on his side were completely taken aback at what had just transpired. They knew for a fact that none of them on their side had shot the bullet earlier. However, it was irrefutable that one of Jeffrey Gill's men had just died from that gunshot. It wasn't until they heard Jeffrey's order to start shooting that they came to their senses. Cillian, who was closest to Jack, hurriedly grabbed his shoulders and pulled him away from the incoming flurry of bullets. He then took Jack and hid him behind a big wooden crate. "Master Jack, stay here and don't come out until you hear from any of us. Understood?" Cillian practically screamed in Jack's ears. Jack, who had completely lost his composure, could only nod his head like an idiot. After all, he had never even held a gun before, much less been involved in a gunfight. Seeing Jack nod, Cillian turned around and was about to join the fray but was suddenly stopped by a frantic Jack. Wait, don't leave me, stay here and protect me. I'll make sure you're heavily rewarded after I make it out alive." A hint of disdain flashed past Cillian's eyes for a moment before he quickly hid it as he thought in his heart, "This fucking coward." However, on second thought, it's safer to stay beside him and guard him. HMPH, the rest can go die for all I care. In the underground world, or perhaps even the world in general, people at the end of the day only looked out for their own interests. In dangerous situations, emotions and feelings could often lead to one's death. 5 minutes into the fight and over a dozen people had already been shot to death. The frequency of shots fired had also reduced significantly. A hint of unease finally crept its way into the hearts of the people on both sides. Marco, the bald-headed burly man in grey suit, crouched down next to Jeffrey Gill, who was taking cover behind a piece of mining equipment, and whispered, "Master Jeffrey, something doesn't feel right. That brat, Jack Brown, was clearly surprised when you accused him of theft." Jeffrey's eyebrows furrowed as he too had noticed that something was wrong. "Moreover, before we barged into the warehouse, I overheard Jack saying that it wasn't him who had called the gang leaders working under him to come here," Marco added, anxiety plastered all over his face. At this point, even Jeffrey began to realize that someone was probably pulling strings clandestinely. He looked at Marco tensely and asked, "Marco, what do you think we should do now?" Marco replied without hesitation, "Master, we should fall bar." However, before he could complete his sentence, an arrow blade pierced through his throat from behind. Marco's eyes went wide with shock as blood spurted from his mouth. The next moment, his breathing stopped and his eyes dimmed. Jeffrey was so shocked that he even forgot to scream. He saw Marco, who was in front of him, fall face first, completely dead, and then his eyes fell on the person behind Marco. He was dressed in tight-fitted black clothes. Jeffrey even felt that the man in front of him was made entirely of shadows. This man slowly lowered his left hand, which had a narrow blade dripping with blood protruding from under its wrist. Jeffrey was frozen stiff. He couldn't move, nor could he even mutter a word. This man in front of him appeared out of nowhere and instantly killed Marco without anyone noticing his presence. Then he saw a pistol magically appear out of nowhere in the hands of this man. Jeffrey thought that he couldn't be any more surprised, but he was wrong. The man in black clothes unhurriedly raised his right hand and aimed the pistol at Jeffrey's head. Through the gap in the black balaclava mask, Jeffrey could see a pair of cold eyes staring at him as if he was nothing but a mere ant. He wanted to scream for help. He wanted to move his body and attempt to fight back, but he just couldn't. His body started trembling in unprecedented fear as he thought in his heart, "Fuck, fuck, fuck, why can't I move? Why can't I even speak? Somebody help me, please." Bang! The sound of a gunshot. That was the last thing Jeffrey heard before his vision darkened and he fell into the cold embrace of death. Brian finally retracted his spiritual force back in. The reason why Jeffrey was unable to move and speak was naturally because Brian had exerted his spiritual force on him, thereby putting him under massive physical and mental pressure. He looked at the blood gushing out from the bullet hole in Jeffrey's head. However, this time he didn't feel any guilt, nor did he feel any kind of discomfort. Brian wondered if something in him had changed after killing Johnny and Kenny Adams. Brian could only shake his head at the random thoughts forming in his mind during a battle. He took in a large mouthful of air and screamed, "These bastards just killed Boss Marco and Master Jeffrey. Everyone, kill them." However, contrary to his expectations, the people that Jeffrey Gill had brought with him, instead of fighting back, prepared to turn around and flee. And while they were trying to escape, the gang members under Jack took the opportunity to shoot as many of them as they could. Brian was dumbfounded at the scene. He could only shake his head and sigh, "TSK, TSK, TSK, shameless bastards, what did I even expect from you bunch?" He then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. The next moment, the entire warehouse was surrounded by bright, scorching flames, preventing anyone from escaping. The people who were about to escape from the warehouse stopped in their tracks in absolute fear. They looked around and saw the fire that had surrounded the warehouse, brightly illuminating everything within. Not just them, even the people on Jack's side were shocked, because it wasn't them that caused this fire. However, what they didn't know was that the fire was not even real. To begin with, it was only an illusion. Brian, who was still crouching beside Jeffrey and Marco's dead bodies, curled his lips into a cold smile as he whispered, "Rank 0 spell, Mirage, Idiaresis inverted question mark." Brian's spiritual force was depleting at a rapid rate as he continued to maintain Mirage. He had to make sure that he killed everybody in the warehouse before his spell was disrupted. He didn't want to leave anyone alive. That would only spell more trouble in the future. About 20 people had already died. There were still many lives left to reap. Brian took the pistols from Marco and Jeffrey's dead bodies. He reloaded both pistols and then held one in each arm. He ran around the crates, alongside the walls of the warehouse, and shot 12 bullets in a row. After emptying the gun, he took cover behind another crate. 12 shots were fired, 5 were dead and 1 was bleeding in the chest and shoulder, about to die in mere minutes. With 2 shots aimed per person, one could see Brian's gun shooting skills had improved tremendously. The people from both sides were alarmed at the sudden death of half a dozen people all of a sudden. In their panic-stricken states, they aimed their guns at the opposing party and started shooting people down. The gunfight had resumed once again. Listening to the sound of gunshots, Brian had a smirk on his lips as he calmly reloaded both pistols. He had made sure to store enough ammunition in his pocket watch before he came to the warehouse. He sped along the walls of the warehouse again, taking cover from one crate to another as he kept shooting and reloading. 10 minutes later, along with the members of the two gangs shooting each other, only about 40 people were still left alive. Brian's spiritual force had depleted by almost 80%. He wisely cancelled the Mirage spell, making sure that he would have some spiritual force in reserve should any unexpected situations arise. The remaining people alive suddenly saw the fire outside disappear and showed elated expressions on their faces. They could finally get out of this hellhole. Cillian, who hadn't participated in the gunfight from beginning to end, came out from behind a crate along with Jack, and spoke to others. "Everyone, there's no need to fight anymore. We have clearly been manipulated by someone else. Let us get out of this place first." The people under Jack agreed to Cillian without hesitation, while some of the people under the now deceased Jeffrey Gill looked at Cillian with skepticism, their hands still placed on their guns, ready to pull the trigger anytime. Looking at the doubtful gazes of the people under Jeffrey, Cillian cleared his throat and began to explain. Someone had impersonated Master Jack and sent a letter to each of the gang leaders under him to come to the warehouse tonight. Moreover, in the beginning, Mr. Gill accused Master Jack of stealing from him. However, Master Jack is innocent. Clearly, someone is hiding behind the scenes and is having both of us fight each other. Cillian gazed at the people who had more or less been convinced by his words and then added, "That is why we must work together and find out the perpetrator behind all of this. You all have already lost Marco and Mr. Gill. Why don't you come under Master Jack now?" One of the loyal gang leaders under Jeffrey retorted, "You bastard, this might have been your plan all along to bring all the gangs under the Brown family. I don't fucking trust you." Listening to this person, the other people around him also started to believe that this entire charade might very well have been the doing of Jack Brown. The grey-haired Cillian firmly shook his head and answered, "That is not true. Look at how many people have died on our side. We have no rears." Bang! The words in Cillian's mouth were abruptly cut off as a bullet hole appeared in the center of his forehead. Cillian fell on his back and died instantly. The people around him were aghast at this sudden change. Jack, who was standing beside Cillian, had blood and brain matter spilled over his brown overcoat. It took him a moment to understand what had just transpired, and then he started screaming in a high-pitched tone. While everyone was looking at Cillian's dead body, a cold voice was heard from above them, "So much useless chit-chat, just fucking die already." Everyone in the warehouse turned their heads in unison and saw a figure wearing black tight-fitted clothes standing atop a pile of wooden crates, and then they saw the figure raise both his arms and shoot a rain of bullets at them. Bang 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 bang, a broken bar. Instantly, another half a dozen men had perished. After the initial surprise, the rest of the people hurriedly took cover, including Jack. He was now alone, crouching behind a wooded crate while his body trembled incessantly. He covered his ears with both his hands and mumbled, "Why? Why is this happening to me?" There was no one by his side now. Cillian had just died of a bullet to his head. His personal butler Carson had already died at some point at the beginning of the gunfight. The sound of gunshots continued to ring inside the warehouse. Jack had never felt so scared in his life before. About another 10 minutes later, the gunfire subsided and then the warehouse fell deathly silent. Jack dropped his hands that were covering his ears as he looked around in puzzlement. He then stood up and stuttered in horror, What happened?" With great courage, he took a step forward and walked around the crates toward the center of the warehouse. He then peeked his head out from the side of a wooden crate, and then his eyes went wide and his pupils dilated. The entire floor of the warehouse was strewn with bloody dead bodies. 110 people had come here tonight and all of them had died except Jack and one other person. Blood flowed out of all the dead bodies and formed several narrow streams, and in the center of the warehouse, 3 dead bodies were piled on top of each other, and a man wearing black tight-fitted clothes was sitting on them, exuding terrifying killing intent. It was as if the god of death was sitting on his throne made of corpses. His left leg drooped from the front, the feet resting on a corpse's head, and the other leg was curled up, atop which the man was resting his right hand. Jack's heartbeat sped up at the sight of such a gruesome and spine-chilling scene. Only one word echoed in his mind: demon. Jack's gaze landed on the face of the man who was sitting atop a pile of corpses. At some point, this person had already removed his black balaclava mask. He had black hair and his pitch-black eyes were coldly looking at Jack. As the person's face was covered in blood, it took Jack a while to figure out his identity. Then Jack's eyes widened again as he stumbled backward and fell on his ass. He raised his right hand and pointed his trembling finger at the person who seemed to have bathed in blood and stuttered in sheer terror. It's you? And no, it can't be. Yes, I must be hallucinating. This is not real." Looking at Jake, who was on the verge of going insane, Brian curled his lips into a vicious smile. Sitting on a pile of corpses while having the blood of others cover his clothes and face, Brian looked extremely menacing as he greeted, "Long time no see, Jack. How've you been?" Jack crawled backward with horror evident in his eyes. He understood everything now. The reason why all of this was happening was that Brian was taking revenge for back then. He continued to crawl backward until he was impeded by a pile of wooden crates right behind him. Jack clasped both his hands. His eyes began to water as he begged, Brian, please." "No, I mean Mr. Brian, it's all a misunderstanding. Please don't kill me." Brian looked at Jack's miserable state and recalled the time when Johnny had tried to kill him in his apartment almost 2 months back. Johnny had broken his left forearm, both his kneecaps, and fractured the back of his skull. Brian had never felt so afraid and helpless ever in his life. He remembered the painful recovery he had undergone, the trauma of having killed a person for the first time, as well as having almost arrived at death's door. Ultimately, Brian shook his head and heaved a sigh. "Misunderstanding, is it? Explain yourself." Jack's expression improved as he heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, it was a complete misunderstanding. I had only instructed Johnny to beat you up a little and scare you, but instead, that fucker tried to kill you. It's good that he's dead now." Brian got up from his makeshift throne made of corpses and slowly walked toward Jack as he asked him, "Even if I did believe you, what about what transpired tonight? Are you willing to let this go?" Jack got up to his feet as well and nodded his head. "Of course, I won't tell about what happened tonight to anyone. Just please let me go. I promise I'll keep quiet." Brian stood just a couple of feet away from Jack and was in deep thought as he rubbed his chin with his right hand and supported his right elbow with his left hand. After a few moments, he sighed, "Fine, we'll do as you say. However, from now on you will work for me, is that understood?" A hint of contempt rapidly flashed past Jack's eyes as he lowered his head pretending to think, "Fucking peasant, who the fuck do you think you are? I'll kill you the moment I get a chance. How fucking dare you?" He silently thought in his heart. After a while, he raised his head to look at Brian, seemingly having made his decision. Jack, with great determination in his eyes, nodded his head and replied, "All right, I agree." Bang. However, at some point, a gun had magically appeared in Brian's right hand as he raised it to shoot Jack in the head, point blank. He looked at Jack's head explode like a watermelon as blood and brain matter spilled in all directions, including his. Brian's lips curled up into a mischievous grin. "Just kidding," He used his spiritual force to get rid of all the blood and brain matter that had fallen on him as he mocked contemptuously, "HMPH, idiot, who the hell is gonna believe your bullshit?" Brian looked around at the massacre that he had caused. By now, the floor had already been coated with a thick layer of red. Over 100 bodies lay in different areas of the warehouse. Some were decorated with bullet holes in their torsos while some in their temples. All of them had arrived here dressed in lavish suits, but now their bodies were cold and dead. Some had shocked expressions on their faces while others had endless regret etched in their eyes. Brian looked at the faces of all the people he had killed tonight and suddenly had an epiphany as he raised his head and mumbled. Even the most luxurious clothes and precious gems are worthless if one dies in the end anyway. All these riches that I drool over, what for? What's the point of having this wealth if I end up dead like any one of these people that came here tonight? What is the meaning of my life? What do I live for? What is my goal? Brian's eyes glazed over as he stood there victoriously like a demon drenched in others' blood, surrounded by over 100 dead bodies as blood continued to flow under his feet, reflecting his menacing figure. All of a sudden, two simple yet unrealistic words appeared in his mind, causing Brian's black eyes to shine with a brilliant luster like never before. He smiled brightly as he softly muttered, "Eternal life. That's right, a broken bar. Everything would make sense if I can attain eternal life. Without it everything is worthless, but is there such a thing called eternal life? I wonder if I can ever attain it?" Brian thought in his heart. Before this, Brian had never had a clear goal or dream to pursue in his life, ever. Before he met Detective Watson, all he ever wanted was to have 3 meals a day and survive to see the next day. After meeting Detective Watson and stepping on the path of transcendent, he wished to utilize his powers to simply rob others and amass wealth. However, for the first time in his life, amidst blood, death, and carnage, Brian had found a goal to work toward, a dream to pursue, however childish the dream might seem, a dream of eternal life. Brian looked around the warehouse one more time, making sure that everybody was dead, yet, he wasn't reassured with just a sweep of his gaze. Hence, he went around the warehouse, closely examining every dead person. After completely making sure, he cast shadow concealment on himself and exited the warehouse. It had already been 30 minutes since the massacre had begun. The maids and servants in Brown Manor must have definitely heard the loud commotion and called the police by now. Brian still had to loot Jack's house, hence, he rushed to the manor. In the dark of night, he had already changed into his black 3-piece suit and a black trench coat before exiting the warehouse. Furthermore, he had also changed into different shoes, or else, he would be leaving a trail of bloody footprints wherever he went. Brian was very particular about not leaving behind any signs of him being present at the scene. After all, only an inexperienced thief would leave behind clues. As for Brian, the art of theft was ingrained into his very blood and bones. He was no amateur. Soon, he reached the 3-storied Brown Manor. Brian didn't take the front entrance but the hidden back entrance that Pike had mentioned back at the police station. Due to the severe torture that Brian had put him through, Pike had ended up spilling all the secrets related to the Brown family as well as the ins and outs of the Brown Manor. Now, Brian knew exactly where the safes were hidden inside this 3-storied villa. That's right, safes. The Brown family didn't have one but 2 big safes stored in their villa. Thinking about the amount of wealth that both the safes must have stored in them, Brian couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Wealthy families usually kept most of their wealth in their own houses. Although the banking system had been established for a few years now, no one was willing to trust someone else with safekeeping their hard-earned money. The public banks in the Western continent were still in their formative years and a lot of work was still needed to be done. This was also the reason why Jeffrey Gill kept most of his money in the safe in his study, and the Brown family was also the same. Brian entered the living room from the back entrance and what greeted him was a scene of maids and servants running around the house frantically. As expected, they heard the commotion in the warehouse. Looks like I don't have much time left before the police arrive. Brian thought inwardly as he rushed toward the basement first. According to Pike, one of the safes was kept in a hidden compartment on the northeast side of the basement. Brian entered the basement where he saw a wine cellar on one side and immediately made his way there. He first stored all the barrels filled with wine and ale, then he grabbed all the expensive-looking wine bottles that were kept on the shelves along the wall. After storing everything, Brian moved the largest of the shelves and slid it to the side. After he pushed the wooden shelf away, his gaze landed on the brick wall behind it. However, Brian wasn't disappointed. 10th brick from the top, a broken bar, and it has 3 scratches on it. He quickly searched for the brick with the description that was given by Pike. Soon his eyes lit up as his gaze fell on a slightly darkened brick with 3 vertical scratches on it. Brian then stretched his right arm and pushed the brick in. Soon, with a rumbling sound, the brick wall in front of him parted in two and a hidden compartment inside emerged. Inside the hidden compartment, Brian saw a silver-colored steel safe about 6 feet high and 4 feet wide. He quickly rushed inside and placed his hand on the silver safe. Brian wouldn't make the same foolish mistake he had made while he was robbing Jeffrey Gill's house. Moreover, time was of the essence. He had to get everything over with as quickly as possible. He wrapped the safe with his spiritual force and then connected it to his silver pocket watch. In the next moment, the safe disappeared from the spot. Brian extended his spiritual force inside his pocket watch and saw that the safe was now kept beside the Book of Medici and the mask, Deceit. His lips curled up into a smile as he then exited the hidden compartment. After coming out, he made sure to trigger the closing mechanism of the hidden compartment and shut it back. Everything now looked the same except for the missing wine bottles and barrels. Brian activated shadow concealment again and then quickly ran toward the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The quicker he left this place, the better. After all, he didn't want to take any risks. What if someone amongst the police was a transcendent? Although the probability of that happening was very low, Brian sure didn't want to find that out personally. He was never the type to take risks. Nimbly evading the panic-stricken servants inside the manor, Brian finally reached the master bedroom and entered through the door. He then straightaway went to the wardrobe. After putting aside all the clothes kept in the hanger inside, he pulled a lever that was previously hidden behind the clothes in an inconspicuous spot. Soon, another hidden passageway appeared behind the wardrobe. These bastards sure are secretive. A broken bar, Brian thought in his heart as he made his way in and saw another silver-colored safe, the exact same size as the one in the basement. After quickly storing this one as well, Brian exited the passageway and activated the lever again to close the entrance to the hidden passageway. Brian finally breathed a sigh of relief as he made his way out of the master bedroom. While still under shadow concealment, Brian exited the Brown Manor and ran toward the central part of Damascus. He made sure to not take any main roads that could be occupied by the incoming police carriages. As he ran towards Robinson Street, Brian could hear the sound of batons hitting against metal. This was usually how the police communicated with each other over long distances within the city. They would find the nearest lamp post or any metallic structure and strike their batons against it, notifying the nearest police officers of their location. Tonight's battle put a heavy strain on Brian both physically and mentally. He couldn't wait to go back to his apartment and pass out. Cracking both safes could wait until tomorrow morning until he had replenished his energy. Thinking about both the safes that were safely stored in his silver pocket watch, Brian couldn't help but smile brightly as he continued to run through the dark alleyways under the moonlight. Rich, super rich, I've hit the jackpot, hee hee. Brian thought gleefully. Thursday, 26th of August 1580. Brian opened his groggy eyes as he massaged his temple with his right hand. He sat up on the bed as an exhausted sigh escaped his lips. He had great difficulty sleeping the entire night. After the events of last night, it would be surprising if he could sleep peacefully. After all, Brian had killed no less than 40 people by himself, so every time he closed his eyes, scenes of blood and carnage would flash through his mind, causing him to not fall asleep. Shaking his head, Brian got up from the bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Splashing some cold water on his face would make him more alert. A few minutes later, Brian came out of the bathroom and then went back to his bedroom again. He sat on his bed in a lotus position and closed his eyes to meditate. Meditating would help clear his mind and remove all the mental fatigue that had accumulated. This was one of the advantages of meditation. About an hour later, Brian opened his eyes feeling refreshed. Although his body still felt slightly exhausted, his mind was calm and reinvigorated. He then headed into the living room and pushed the single-seater couch, the sofa, and the dining table to the side, clearing up enough space in the center of the room. Extending his spiritual force into the pocket watch, Brian then wrapped one of the safes inside with his spiritual force and got it out into the living room. Looking at the silver-colored safe in front of him, Brian chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. Hee, time to crack this shit open. He crouched down in front of the circular dial on the surface of the safe store and began his attempt at cracking it. Since he already had experience in cracking safes, it took him only less than 10 minutes to unlock it. Brian eagerly stood back up with a bright smile on his face. He then pulled the door handle and opened the safe. Inside, he saw rows of gold bars piled on top of each other, and 2 wooden chest trunks full of gems and pieces of jewelry of all colors. Other than that, there were also stacks of notes that filled the entirety of the safe. Brian involuntarily gulped at the sight of so much cash. He estimated that just the cash alone amounted to at least £20,000. The cash that he had found in Jeffrey Gill's safe was only about half of the cash he was seeing right now. It would take Brian some time to estimate the total value of all the gems and jewelry inside as well. Currently, Brian had more than £30,000 in cash alone, and he hadn't even opened the other safe yet. He calmly transferred the contents of the safe to his pocket watch. This way it would be more convenient for him to take out the money when he needed it. Then he put the empty safe back inside the pocket watch, as he thought, perhaps in the future, I can lock someone inside the safe and play with their minds. Hee. Brian then brought the other safe out of the pocket watch and expertly cracked it, but this time he did it within 7 minutes. He was getting better and better at it. He smiled smugly and proceeded to open the door of the safe. The contents of this safe were much fewer than the previous ones, about £10,000 in cash, a few gold bars, and one single chest trunk that contained gems and other valuables within. He now had £40,000 in cash plus all the other gold bars, pieces of jewelry, and gems, which amounted to at least £100,000, making his total net worth a whopping £140,000. After doing all the math and estimating the total value of everything he had stolen from Jack Brown and Jeffrey Gill, Brian was so elated that he almost cried tears of joy. Jeffrey's safe contained more gold and jewelry while Jack's safe contained more cash. The value of items in both their safes should be about the same. Jack's might be slightly higher. A broken bar, Brian thought in his heart as he rubbed his chin. Then he swiftly transferred the contents of the second safe back into his silver pocket watch. The space inside his pocket watch was now looking more and more like a treasure trove. Suddenly, Brian's gaze landed on an inconspicuous brown-colored leather briefcase inside the safe. He slowly approached it and picked it up. It felt quite light. He then exited the safe and put it back inside the pocket watch. After rearranging the couch, sofa, and table in the living room, Brian went to his bedroom and sat by the study table. He then put the briefcase on it and used both his hands to unlock and open it. He was somewhat disappointed to only find a couple of slightly yellow-colored parchment papers that appeared to be a design for some kind of small machine. Not expecting much from it, Brian took the parchment papers out to give it a read. A few minutes later, his hands began to tremble as his eyes widened in utter shock. Brian abruptly got up from his chair and screamed, "What the fuck is this, you unbelievable?" With the parchment papers still clutched tightly in his hands, he frantically paced around the room, unable to hide the shock and excitement in his eyes. After a few moments, he took 2 deep breaths and sat back down on the chair by the study table. After spreading the parchment papers neatly on the table, he began to read it again, this time thoroughly and with much more enthusiasm. A few minutes later, Brian exhaled a deep sigh and exclaimed, "Simply amazing. This invention will change people's lives forever. This is revolutionary. At the bottom of the fourth and last parchment paper, the name, Jim Brown, was engraved. Brian believed that this invention was most likely experimented on by Jack's father, or he could have stolen it from someone and just written his name on it afterward. The heading on the first page read, Sound Telegraph/Telephone. Brian couldn't help but marvel. This is the true treasure. The rest of the stuff inside both the safes is worthless in front of it. The device known as the telephone or the sound telegraph, as described in the parchment papers, was a small instrument that was designed for simultaneous transmitting and receiving human voice instead of codes in a telegram. The telephone was economical and very simple to operate. It consisted of a power source, a circular dialer, a ringer, a transmitter, and a receiver. The reason why it was inexpensive and easy to use was that the infrastructure had already been laid by the earlier invention of telegraphs beforehand. The telephone could use the same network cables that have been set up for telegraphs to transmit codes and send signals through them. Only a few newer cables needed to be implemented. However, Brian realized that with the limitations of the design on these parchment papers, the telephone could only be used within cities. Long-range communication that spanned the entire kingdom or perhaps even the continent was still not a possibility. With the current technology, a lot of research and trial and error would be required to expand the range of communication. However, Brian wasn't disappointed in the slightest. Just the possibility of communicating from one place to another in a city as big as Damascus or maybe even Nadir was definitely a moneymaker. If he played his cards right, Brian could earn a large amount of wealth for years to come. As far as he knew, the patents in the Belize kingdom gave a protection period of 20 years. This meant, if Brian were to commercialize the telephone and became the sole manufacturer of this revolutionary instrument, he would be earning vast sums of money. At least, for the first 20 years, no other person or company would be able to manufacture the telephone, not unless Brian sold the patent right to them. Brian calmed down his emotions after taking a few deep breaths and then seriously began to make plans. This design is too valuable. If I do it alone, I'll definitely be eaten up by the other money-hungry businessmen, or perhaps even killed, he thought inwardly. Then suddenly his eyes lit up as he mumbled, "That's right, I can get assistance from Grace. I'm sure she'll be able to help. Moreover, I can also give her a share of the profits." It would be better to do it with someone who had deep connections in the business world rather than do it alone. Brian truly believed that he was too weak and had very few connections to keep the telephone design in his hands alone. However, it would be a different thing altogether if he involved Grace, whose family operated a lot of businesses and had deep connections in Nadia. Furthermore, Grace came from a family of transcendence. Brian finally decided to file a patent for the telephone with Grace when he went to Nadia with Detective Watson later. He then carefully put all 4 parchment papers inside the brown-colored leather briefcase and then stored it inside his silver pocket watch. Then he went to the kitchen to cook himself some breakfast in a cheerful mood. Since Detective Watson had already left for Nadia, Brian decided to visit the shooting range at the police station after breakfast and practice his marksmanship. There was always room for improvement. While Brian was happily cooking some sunny side-ups and sausages for breakfast, the rest of Damascus had erupted in chaos. A broken bar. Kingston Avenue. A brown-haired middle-aged man, wearing a suit, an overcoat, and a top hat was rushing to work when all of a sudden he heard the paperboy who passed by him scream out today's headlines. Breaking news. 110 people died in the Damascus massacre. Breaking news. A broken bar. The brown-haired man's heart skipped a beat as he listened to today's headlines. He hurriedly stopped the paperboy and said, "Kid, give me one." The paperboy, who was dressed in stitched-up clothes, stopped in his tracks, took out a roll of newspaper from his satchel, and replied, "Here, 1 pence." The man paid the paperboy the money, unrolled the newspaper, and then started reading the front-page news of Damascus Daily. Breaking news. Local coal tycoon, Jack Brown, son of the late Jim Brown, was found dead alongside Jeffrey Gill, a business competitor in the same industry, and over 100 other people at Brown Estate. Many gang leaders were also identified among the dead. It is suspected that this massacre was started by the two businessmen over personal disputes. Earlier, Jeffrey Gill was also being investigated for the death of Jim Brown, a broken bar. There was also a black and white photograph of the warehouse where the massacre took place, printed on the front page of the newspaper. The brown-haired man sucked in a breath of cold air as he continued to read. After he finished reading the entire article, he mumbled, "These wealthy businessmen sure are ruthless. They even had ties with the underworld. How despicable." Most people in Damascus City also had similar opinions as they came across today's news headlines. They were bound to believe that Jack Brown had tried to take revenge on Jeffrey Gill for killing his father, Jim Brown. Both parties got the help of criminal gang leaders, and this is what eventually led to the Damascus massacre. Moreover, as more journalists and reporters dug into this matter and investigated the whole picture, they would find out the shady deals that both Jack Brown and Jeffrey Gill had made in the dark. All their crimes would then come to light and be made public. This way, both of them would be labeled as the scum of society, whose death would turn out to be a blessing to all those workers and laborers who were oppressed under their authority. And the person, the true mastermind behind the Damascus massacre, the one who instigated and misled Jeffrey Gill into thinking that Jack Brown had stolen his wealth. The one who deceived all of Jack Brown's henchmen into gathering in the warehouse, the one who personally lit the fuse of the massacre, and also the one who ended it would forever be hidden in the shadows, unnoticed, unseen from the eyes of the public, never to be found. This was the perfect crime. Friday, 27th of August 1580. Brian opened his eyes after a round of meditation and exhaled a long breath. After advancing to apprentice rank 3, progress was slow, but he was improving nonetheless. In at most a couple of days, I will have finished carving the 30th mind rune, Brian mumbled under his breath. He grabbed his pocket watch, which was kept on top of his bedside table, and checked the time. It's almost 6 p.m. I should dress up and get going. Today was the day Mr. William Dyke, the editor of Damascus Daily, was throwing a banquet in order to thank Brian as well as to celebrate the safety and recovery of his daughter. During the Kenny Adam incident, Brian was able to rescue Fiona Dyke, due to which Mr. Dyke was very grateful for him and had hence decided to throw this celebratory banquet after Fiona recovered from the injury she had sustained. Brian didn't really have a reason to refuse the invitation. Moreover, he thought that it would be a nice opportunity for him to get to know more people and make friends, but more importantly, he was mostly going there for the food. He got off the bed and went to the bathroom to freshen up. On his way, he extended his spiritual force inside his pocket watch and looked at the marvelous scene within. Seeing the stacks of cash and piles of gold bars and other gems that had formed a small mound, Brian began to chuckle foolishly. About 10 minutes later, Brian exited the bathroom with the towel hanging around his neck. He was currently only wearing his pajamas. In just 4 months, after switching to having proper 3 meals a day, practicing combat training, and working out, Brian's body had become more lean and muscular. Well-defined muscles were visible on his torso, and 8-pack abs could be seen in his abdomen area. His abs weren't excessively prominent but were outlined just enough to look aesthetically pleasing to the eye. A clear-cut jawline could also be seen on his face. Overall, he looked devilishly handsome after making a drastic change in his lifestyle. Brian walked to the wardrobe in his bedroom and took out a dark blue 3-piece suit, a white shirt, and a black trench coat. Light colors just didn't suit his taste, hence, he mostly had black or dark-colored clothes. After tucking in his shirt inside his pants, Brian took out a black necktie from the wardrobe and tied it around his neck, under the shirt collar. Whistling all the while, Brian put on the rest of the clothes. Finally, he put on the black trench coat and then put his silver pocket watch inside his suit vest pocket, with the silver chain of the pocket watch hooked to the middle button of the vest. After dressing up completely, he looked at himself in the full body-length mirror and praised narcissistically, "Your looks are supreme, Mr. Lombardi. I am willing to offer you my wife and daughter with open arms." A moment later, Brian burst into laughter as he continued to shake his head. He then turned around and exited his apartment after locking the door. On his way to call for a public carriage, Brian smirked as he thought, "When did I become such a narcissist? Although I'm pretty good looking, hee. A broken bar. Outside a lavish three-storied villa on Augustus Street, rows of horse-drawn carriages were arriving one after another. This villa belonged to Mr. William Dyke, the editor of Damascus Daily. Being the only major newspaper company in Damascus, it played a very crucial role in helping bring accurate information to the masses. Similarly, Mr. William Dyke was also considered a person with vast connections in the upper-class society of Damascus. Although he wasn't the owner of Damascus Daily, just being the editor brought him a certain level of superiority. With a single word from him, the image and reputation of a business, person, or family could ascend or decline. Hence, the upper-class society of Damascus treated him with great respect. The wealthy people and nobles cared a lot about their public image. After all, having a good reputation could go a long way and bring about many benefits. A black-colored public carriage drawn by a brown steed soon stopped in front of the entrance to the three-storied villa. Brian got off the carriage and paid the driver the money. After thanking him, he then looked around at the crowd dressed in lavish clothes entering through the main gate of the villa. "Oh, this Dyke guy sure is a big shot," he thought in his heart, and then walked toward the entrance. "May I see your invitation card, sir?" The butler, wearing a black tailcoat suit, standing near the entrance to greet the guests, looked at Brian and smiled. "Sure." Brian smiled and took out his invitation card from the inside pocket of his suit jacket. The butler respectfully took the card from Brian's hand and examined it. When he read the name on the invitation card, he exclaimed, "Mr. Brian Lombardi." Brian was taken aback at the sudden enthusiasm displayed by the butler. He nodded his head and replied, Yeah, is there a problem?" "Not at all, sir. Please come in. You are the esteemed guest of honor at today's banquet." The butler bowed respectfully and gestured for Brian to come in. "Guest of honor? Hey, well, I guess it does make sense. I did save the Dyke's only daughter, after all." Brian joked inwardly and then followed behind the butler. The butler guided Brian through the front garden, which had a fountain in the center similar to the one at Leah's villa, and then finally stopped in front of the already opened main door of the villa. From the outside, Brian could see that the hall was packed with people having champagne or wine, and chatting with each other. Most of the people in there were middle-aged, with only a handful around Brian's age. The butler stood by the main door, cleared his throat, and then gave an introduction to all the people present. "Mr. Brian Lombardi has arrived." The noisy crowd suddenly turned silent the moment they heard Brian's name being called out loud, as all of them turned their heads toward the direction of the voice in unison. Being stared at by such a large group of people all of a sudden, Brian felt slightly nervous as he gulped involuntarily. However, he still kept a faint smile on his lips and acted calm and composed on the surface. A wide range of emotions could be seen in the gazes of the people, such as admiration, scrutiny, doubt, and indifference. Brian also noticed a few ladies, both old and young, casting flirtatious glances at him. It was beginning to get awkward, and Brian was just about to greet everyone when all of a sudden a loud and cheerful laugh was heard, followed by an enthusiastic male voice. "Welcome, welcome, Mr. Lombardi. I am truly grateful for your presence here tonight." Brian followed the source of the voice, and his gaze landed on a handsome middle-aged man with brown hair and brown eyes. He was wearing an ivory three-piece suit and a purple necktie. His wavy brown hair was combed neatly and parted from the middle. Wearing gold-rimmed round glasses, this person appeared very noble and sophisticated. However, Brian had no idea who this person was. He was about to awkwardly ask the other person his identity, but the man came forward and took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is William Dyke. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Lombardi." Brian raised his eyebrow in surprise. He felt that now it all made sense for this person to so warmly greet him. He extended his right hand out for a handshake and replied with a smile, "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Dyke. William Dyke shook Brian's hand and spoke gratefully. "I am eternally grateful for what you have done, Mr. Lombardi. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what my wife and I would have done. The Dyke family shall forever be indebted to you." Hearing such honest and serious words come from William Dyke, most of the guests present at the banquet turned envious. After all, who wouldn't want a person of such stature as William Dyke to owe them? Although William Dyke wasn't nearly as affluent as most of the nobles in Damascus, he was highly influential, had a lot of connections with other important people, and had a wide network. Brian didn't really care about what William said to him, he was just here for the food and drinks. He shook his head and smiled with fake modesty. "You give me too much credit, Mr. Dyke. I only did what any other person would have." William's lips slightly twitched as he thought inwardly, "This kid, the way he talks, does he want to become a politician or something?" He then introduced Brian to a beautiful middle-aged lady who was standing beside him. "Mr. Lombardi, this is my lovely wife, Lily." The middle-aged lady had blonde hair and light blue eyes. Her facial features bore a striking resemblance to Fiona, who Brian had saved at Kenny Adams' house. Lily was currently wearing a low-cut cream-colored long dress with golden flower patterns on it. Furthermore, she was wearing a sapphire-studded necklace which further accentuated her beauty. She looked at Brian with a gentle smile as she stretched her right hand forward and spoke in a melodic voice. "Mr. Lombardi, thank you for saving my little daughter." Brian bowed like a gentleman and kissed Lily's hand. "You are welcome, Mrs. Dyke. My teacher always tells me that one should help people if they are able to." Lily smiled brightly as she responded, "I have heard great things about Detective Watson. I am thankful for him to have nurtured such a chivalrous and brave student like you." Brian smiled politely on the surface, but inside he was thinking, my teacher never told me that. I just made that shit up." His gaze then landed on Fiona, who at some point had arrived beside her mother, Lily. He smiled at her as he said, "Miss Fiona, I'm glad that you have recovered." Fiona looked at Brian shyly and replied, "Mr. Brian, I would like to thank you again for rescuing me that day." Brian shook his head and smiled. It was no problem at all. He then continued to make some small talk with the mother and daughter duo. Then William snapped his fingers twice and called for a nearby waiter who was carrying a tray full of glasses of red wine, going around and serving the guests. William took a glass of red wine from the tray and offered it to Brian. He then cleared his throat and spoke in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for coming here tonight. I would like to take this opportunity to make a toast to this brave young man who brought the serial killer, Kenny Adams, to justice and rescued my precious daughter." To Brian Lombardi, "Cheers," the crowd replied joyously in unison. Brian too raised his glass and downed his wine. The banquet then continued in a cheerful manner. Many guests came up to Brian to strike up a conversation with him and introduce themselves. Brian did not act arrogant or pompous. Instead, he greeted everyone with a humble and cheerful attitude. This left a very good impression of himself on the guests present. Of course, the reason why Brian acted this way was that he felt it was pointless to act high and mighty in front of others. He believed that if he made the people around him feel better, the world would return the favor. Why make enemies when you can make friends? But more importantly, having an honest and good reputation made certain things very beneficial. For example, if Brian happened to steal from any of these people in the future, they would hardly suspect an honest and good person like him. About an hour later, Brian was already beginning to feel drunk after having toasted with so many people. He excused himself from the group of people he was currently talking to and made his way to the bathroom on the second floor after getting the directions. Inside the bathroom, Brian struggled to stand straight while he was peeing. After finishing his business, he flushed the toilet, and then washed his hands in the basin. After drying his hands with a towel that was kept inside a wooden basket beside the basin, he opened the door of the bathroom to go out. However, to his surprise, he found a beautiful blonde middle-aged woman with light blue eyes standing outside. It was Lily Dyke. Lily gently pushed Brian inside and entered the bathroom. After locking the door, she turned around, and carefully looked at Brian from head to toe. She nodded her head slightly as she smirked. "Not bad, Mr. Lombardi. I would like to extend my gratitude." Brian was completely taken aback as he struggled to find words to speak. What do you mean?" Lily interrupted him by abruptly kissing him on the lips. After a few moments, she stepped back and smiled faintly. "My husband is leaving for Nadia on a business trip tomorrow. Come to my vacation house on the outskirts of Damascus. Don't keep a lady waiting." She then gave Brian the address and swiftly exited the bathroom without saying another word. Meanwhile, Brian stood there in a daze trying to comprehend what had just transpired. A few moments later, his lips curled up into a smirk as he thought, "Interesting. I thought that it would be the daughter who would offer herself up, but to think it would be the mother instead, he." Brian then went back downstairs to continue to mingle with the other guests present. More importantly, he seriously needed to eat some food in order to sober himself up. A broken bar. Saturday, 28th of August 1580, in the suburbs of Damascus, a public carriage stopped in front of the entrance of a two-storied villa compound. Brian got off the carriage and paid the driver £5 with a bitter smile on his face. Public carriages usually only operated within Damascus city. However, the Dyke family vacation house was more than 30 minutes away from Damascus. Naturally, Brian had to pay the carriage driver extra money to get there. The carriage driver happily took the 5 £1 notes, turned the carriage away, and traveled back to the city. Brian took out his pocket watch from his suit vest pocket and saw that the time displayed was 4 p.m. After last night's heavy drinking, Brian woke up with a severe hangover earlier this morning. However, it wasn't something that couldn't be fixed with simple meditation, and currently, Brian was standing outside the Dyke family's vacation house with anticipation. After all, he had never done it with an older and mature middle-aged woman. With eager steps, Brian walked in through the entrance of the compound. It took him another 10 minutes to get to the white two-storied villa. On the way, he saw a mini vineyard with purple grapes being harvested for as far as his eyes could see. He estimated that the total land within the compound was easily more than 5 acres. Brian soon approached the red-colored main door of the villa and turned the twist doorbell placed on the door. A few moments later, a young butler with black hair and brown eyes opened the door and greeted Brian respectfully. "You must be Mr. Lombardi. Please follow me, sir. Lady Pike is waiting for you in her study. Lead the way." Brian smiled and replied. Then he followed the butler to the second floor of the villa. The study was situated in the furthest corner of the second floor, to the left. The butler stopped in front of a room and knocked on the door twice. "Madame, Mr. Lombardi is here." Immediately, a melodious voice was heard from within the room. "Show him in, Billy, and you can leave." The butler, Billy, bowed toward Brian and then deftly left. Brian on the other hand fixed his necktie, turned the doorknob, and entered the study. After entering, Brian tactfully locked the door. Then he turned around and looked at Lily, who was wearing a nearly transparent, white-colored, nightdress. Brian gulped as his gaze landed on the pink nipples that he could see through the dress. Lily was sitting on the side of the study table with her legs crossed, her thick thighs visible through the slit in her nightdress. She looked at Brian with a condescending smile and said, "Come closer." Brian walked towards Lily with a faint smile. "So, Mrs. Dyke, how would you like to thank me?" The smile on Lily's face vanished as she replied coldly, "Strip." Brian stopped in his tracks as his eyebrows furrowed. He didn't like Lily's tone, nor did he like the way she was looking at him. He felt as if she wasn't looking at a person but a toy. Seeing Brian stop moving, Lily spoke with a stoic expression. "Little boy, do as I say. I like to be the one to dominate. You men are all beneath me. Consider yourself lucky." Brian suddenly came to a realization as he thought, "Oh, so she's a sadist. Hey, I wonder for how long." His lips curled up into a mischievous smirk as he slightly released his spiritual force, applying very little pressure on Lily. Lily was taken aback at the sudden suffocation she was feeling. She began to start sweating from her forehead as she looked at Brian in puzzlement and a hint of dread. Brian slowly removed his clothes one by one as he walked closer to Lily. He smiled teasingly as he said, So you like to dominate, huh? I wonder if you've ever been dominated. A broken bar. He stretched his right hand and grabbed the back of Lily's head, clutching her hair tightly. Brian moved closer and vigorously made out with her. Lily's eyes went wide as she struggled to move. After making out for a few minutes, Brian bit her lower lip, causing Lily to scream in pain, as well as pleasure. Brian looked at the confusion reflected in Lily's eyes as he chuckled, as expected. You like it, don't you? Before Lily could reply, Brian grabbed her nightdress and viciously tore it from her body. Lily screamed in surprise, but for some reason, she couldn't find herself to stop Brian. Looking at Lily's breasts, which were the size of his fists, as well as her bristling pink nipples, Brian licked his lips as he grinned. His gaze then fell on Lily's nether region. He came closer and thoroughly observed every part of Lily's body, causing her face to redden. He brought his lips close to Lily's ear and whispered, "Now, let me dominate you." Without waiting for Lily to respond, Brian tightly grabbed her shoulders and forcefully turned her around. He then bent her over in front of him, his left hand smashing her head lightly on the surface of the table, causing Lily to scream in pain. Brian then inserted his shaft right inside Lily's vagina and completely thrust it in. Lily screamed in ecstasy. Ugh! She had never felt this way before. This feeling of being dominated, unexpectedly, gave her unimaginable pleasure. All her life, she had always been the one to order men around and be the one to dominate and inflict pain. Even with her husband, William, she was still the dominant one, but now, everything was crumbling in this moment of pure bliss. Thrusting his hips back and forth, Brian continued to pound her wildly, causing Lily to moan incessantly. About 5 minutes later, he turned her back around and lifted her up, making her sit on the table facing him. Lily looked at Brian, her eyes full of lust as she bit her lower lip. She didn't stop what Brian was doing because she was completely in love with this new feeling. She looked down at Brian's long and erect shaft and gasped. Then she looked into Brian's eyes and pleaded, Please, put it in." Brian grinned from ear to ear as he rammed his shaft inside Lily's already wet vagina. Lily moaned even louder as her back arched and her eyes rolled back. Ugh! She thought in her heart, why does this feel so much better? I love it. Brian grabbed Lily's hair again and brought it closer to his face. He then made out with her as his tongue aimed to conquer the insides of her mouth. All the while, he never stopped thrusting his hips. This was something Brian had never done before, but he really liked this feeling of sexual dominance. He thought in his heart, I guess different women have different preferences in bed. How interesting. He then lifted Lily up, grabbed her butt with both his hands, stretched them apart, and made love to her while standing. Lily curled her legs around Brian's waist like a snake as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Ah! Brian looked at Lily's breasts jiggling up and down from his thrusting and started sucking on one of them. He then bit Lily's left nipple while he pinched her other nipple with his fingers, causing the area around both her nipples to redden. Lily felt such great pleasure that she couldn't help but scream, I'm coming, Atilda. The next moment, a large amount of liquid gushed out from Lily's vagina, drenching Brian's lower body. However, Brian continued to thrust his shaft, not stopping for a single moment. Lily had never felt such an orgasm ever in her life and was struggling to remain conscious from the excessive pleasure she was feeling. Before she knew it, she came for the second time while Brian's shaft was still deep within her vagina. At this point, Lily was completely unable to speak as her body continued to spasm from the 2 back-to-back orgasms, but she still didn't try to push Brian away. It was as if her mind couldn't take the excessive pleasure but her body wanted otherwise. Brian slowly dropped to his knees as he laid Lily down on the floor. He lifted her legs and put them over his shoulders and then continued to pound his shaft inside her vagina even faster. Yes, 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 fuck me harder, harder, Lily screamed as she looked into Brian's eyes with unrestrained libido. Never in her life had she wanted to get fucked by a man so badly. Feeling that he was about to climax any moment now, Brian pulled his shaft out from Lily's vagina. He grabbed Lily's hair, brought her head closer, and then directly put his shaft inside her mouth. Lily clenched Brian's butt and shoved his hips toward her face, causing Brian's shaft, which was already deep in her mouth, to go deeper down her throat. The next moment, Brian ejaculated a big load straight inside Lily's mouth. Eek! Brian raised his head as he moaned in contentment. Undoubtedly, this was the best sex of his life. Feeling the dents come inside her mouth, Lily nearly choked, but in the end, she managed to swallow every last bit of it. Looking at Lily obediently swallow his cum, Brian nodded with a grin. Very good, now turn around. Lily nodded her head like a deferential slave as she turned around and got on all four. She then positioned her butt right in front of Brian's crotch and rubbed it against his shaft. Brian smirked at Lily's behavior. He spanked Lily's butt tightly, eliciting a soft moan from the latter. Then he grabbed his shaft and once again thrust it in, but this time he put it inside Lily's arsehole. Not expecting this, Lily screamed at the top of her lungs. Never in her life did she imagine that she would be having anal sex, that too with a young man almost half her age. However, she loved this feeling even more than normal sex. Brian grabbed her hair from behind with his left hand and started pressing her nipples with his right, as he continued to thrust his shaft inside her arsehole. 10 minutes later, Brian came again, but this time he didn't pull out. Instead, he ejaculated inside her ass. This time both Brian and Lily climaxed at the same time. After pulling his shaft out, he ordered Lily, "Clean this up." Lily turned around, her expression that of extreme euphoria. She crawled towards Brian's shaft and held it with both her hands like she was holding some kind of valuable treasure. She first marveled at it for a few seconds and then swallowed it. Her head kept moving back and forth as she used her tongue to lick Brian's shaft clean. Brian too felt intense pleasure from this blowjob. He then grabbed Lily's head with both his hands and then continued to fuck her in the mouth. Looking at Lily's pupil that had almost rolled back from the extreme pleasure, Brian grinned. Lily gagged over and over again, but she didn't stop Brian. Instead, she used her left hand to clasp Brian's butt as her right hand gently fondled his balls. About 5 minutes later, Brian ejaculated again inside Lily's mouth. He looked at Lily and smirked. "Swallow it whole." Lily did as she was told and swallowed the entirety of Brian's cum. Then she looked into Brian's eyes as she held his shaft tightly over her face. She begged with eyes full of lechery, "More, fuck me more, I beg you." Brian grinned like a maniac as he prepared to go for yet another round. Inside the study on the second floor of the Dyke family vacation house, all sorts of different items were strewn across the floor: books, chairs, table lamps, pieces of parchment paper, etc. In the center of the study, atop a burgundy-colored carpet, Brian lay on his back panting as his chest heaved up and down. Lily placed her head on top of Brian's chest as she lay by his side. Her leg coiled around Brian's thigh as she fiddled with his shaft with her hand. Looking at Lily, who was still mesmerized by his shaft, Brian chuckled as he whispered into her ears, "Lily, that was the best sex of my life." Hearing her name being called out, Lily's body trembled slightly as she turned her head to look into Brian's eyes. "Stay with me for this weekend." "I can stay with you for the night but not for the weekend. I have other stuff to do," Brian replied with a smile. He always put great emphasis on his priorities. Yes, sex was great, but it couldn't come in the way of his cultivation. After the massacre at Brown Manor, Brian had become very goal-oriented. Although he didn't know if there was such a thing as eternal life, he had a nagging feeling that cultivating diligently might get him closer to this goal of his. Therefore, no matter how much he fooled around, he would never overlook his daily meditation or combat training. Even if he stayed over for one night at Lily's place, he could still practice meditation. Listening to Brian decline her offer, disappointment flashed across Lily's eyes as her expression turned downcast. Looking at Lily's expression like that of an abandoned pet, Brian had a bit of difficulty believing that this was the same woman who appeared to be very domineering just a couple of hours back and had ordered him to strip like he was some toy. "Looks like my penis is indeed magical, kek," Brian joked inwardly. Then he looked at Lily and smiled faintly. "But don't worry, I'll fuck your brains out tonight." Lily was turned on again as she began to rub her nether region against Brian's thigh. She pecked Brian on his cheeks as she replied seductively, "You can fuck me however you want, but what about your husband? When is he coming back?" Brian asked out of curiosity. Lily snorted, "HMPH, he's gone to Nadia and most likely won't be back for a few months." Then she looked at Brian and said with longing, "That means I am all yours. No other man has made me feel the way that you've done. No shit, I am a master in the art of lovemaking, woman." Brian joked narcissistically in his heart, but on the surface, he replied with a chuckle, "Hee hee, you two have opened a new door for me. I must say, I love this feeling of ravaging your body." Lily's breathing quickened as she began to jerk off Brian's shaft. She then got on top of Brian as she whispered into his ear, "Then ravage my body right now." Brian grinned as he instructed Lily to turn the other way around. Now, Lily's head was right on top of his shaft as she proceeded to give him a blowjob. Meanwhile, his face was directly underneath Lily's vagina. He put his arms around Lily's waist and brought her vagina closer to his face. Brian then started licking it with relish, causing Lily to moan while his shaft was still inside her mouth. About 10 minutes later, both Brian and Lily came on each other's faces. Then they switched positions as Lily got back on top of Brian and started to ride his shaft as she continued to bounce her hips up and down. Brian literally had to do nothing as he looked at Lily's lewd face with a grin. As they continued to make love, Brian's mind wandered to something else as he thought in his heart, "In 2 days I'll start working with the Silver Owls. I wonder what that will be like." His thoughts were soon interrupted as he heard Lily's screams get louder and louder. Feeling that he was about to ejaculate any moment now, Brian pulled his shaft out and instructed Lily, "Come, drink it." Lily grabbed Brian's shaft with both her hands and started to give him a hand job aggressively. With anticipation in her eyes, she stared at the tip of Brian's shaft as she waited for him to ejaculate so that she could drink his precious semen, not willing to waste even a single drop. About a minute later, Brian finally reached an orgasm as Lily pounced on his shaft like a ravenous wolf, swallowing its entirety. Ag! Brian moaned in pleasure as he grabbed Lily's head and then shoved his shaft further inside Lily's mouth. Lily's mouth was filled with Brian's semen as she tried her best to swallow every last bit of it. However, a few drops still managed to find their way out of her mouth. As they dripped down her chin, wiping her lips with her hand, Lily smiled brightly at Brian. Delicious. Looking at Lily's obscene behavior, Brian grinned. "Let's take a break, shall we?" Lily nodded her head as she got up. She held Brian's hand and helped him up as she said, "Okay, let's take a bath together then." Brian nodded with a smirk, "Sure thing." Lily then proceeded to walk out of the study toward her bedroom, with Brian's hand in hers. Brian was slightly taken aback as he asked, "Wait, let's put on some clothes first. What if the servants see us like this?" Lily turned to look at Brian with an amused expression as she sneered, "Half of the servants in the villa are already my sex slaves while the other half don't dare to even cast a glance at me. Your worries are unfounded." Brian raised his eyebrows as he asked, "Sex slaves, huh? Is that what I am to you too?" Lily giggled, "No, this is different. I am your slave and you, my master." Brian's lips curled up into a smirk. "Now, that's what I like to hear." The duo then walked out of the study naked and hand in hand. After a 30-minute warm bath, Brian and Lily came out of the bathroom which was connected to Lily's bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Brian went toward the single-seater, blue-colored cushioned couch by the floor-to-ceiling window and sat there, looking outside and admiring the nighttime view of the vineyard. Lily, who had wrapped a white towel around her torso, went to the bedside table and took out a small silver-colored container the size of her palm from the drawer. She then walked to where Brian was sitting. As she approached Brian, she took off her towel, revealing her slim abdomen, wide hips, round butts, and thick thighs. Meanwhile, her blonde hair, still slightly wet from the earlier bath, further accentuated her alluring beauty. She then went around the couch and sat on Brian's lap. Brian simply smiled at Lily's attempt to arouse him, and then his gaze landed on the silver case in her hands as he asked curiously, What's that? Lily smiled as she opened the silver case. Inside, about a dozen hand-rolled cigarettes were placed neatly in 2 rows, atop each other. She took 2 out, gave 1 to Brian, and kept 1 for herself as she introduced. Bright leaf tobacco, imported all the way from the southern continent. It is milder, lighter, and more aromatic than the cigarettes they sell anywhere in the western continent. Brian's interest was piqued. He had never tried cigarettes before. Not even his teacher, Detective Watson, smoked any form of tobacco. Lily took out a gas lighter that had a silver-colored rectangular metal shell and a flip top. She gestured for Brian to put the cigarette between his lips. Brian put the tip of the hand-rolled cigarette in his mouth, after which Lily lit the other end of it. He lightly sucked on the cigarette and then instantly exhaled the smoke, causing Lily to chuckle. He looked at Lily in puzzlement. What? That's not how you smoke it. Look. She then lit her own cigarette and took a long drag, after which she inhaled the smoke. After keeping the smoke inside her lungs for a few seconds, she exhaled. You have to inhale the smoke, keep it inside you for a while so that you can get a good hit, and then finally exhale, she explained with a faint smile. Brian nodded his head in understanding as he took a long drag of his cigarette. However, the moment he inhaled it, he began to cough violently as his eyes turned red. What the fuck? He looked at Lily while still coughing. Lily covered her mouth as she giggled. It's an acquired taste. You'll soon begin to love it. She then took another drag of her cigarette and inhaled the smoke as she savored the nicotine hit while closing her eyes, looking at Lily's expression. Brian took another puff. However, this time he took a short one compared to the last time. As he inhaled the smoke, the nicotine within came into contact with his pharynx. This time, he proactively tried to feel the sensation of the hit. It was sort of like a buzz of pleasure that he hadn't felt before. However, this buzz soon faded as he exhaled the smoke. He looked at Lily and smirked. Not bad. Lily nodded her head as she smiled. I know, right? This is the best tobacco that I've ever smoked. Brian then took another puff of the cigarette and continued to enjoy the smooth flavor of the tobacco along with the buzz from the nicotine. After about 2 minutes, he was done with the cigarette as he stubbed it inside an ashtray that Lily had brought at some point. He then looked at Lily, who was now already more than halfway through her second cigarette, and asked, "Do you have any more of this? Can I buy it from you?" Lily blew the smoke on Brian's face as she teased, "Yes, you can buy it from me. And the price is you coming here more often and ravaging my body." Brian took the cigarette from Lily's hand and took a big puff. He then stubbed it inside the ashtray as his lips curled up into a smirk. "Then let me pay you in advance." He then carried Lily in his arms and walked toward the large bed behind the couch. As he walked toward the battlefield, he passionately made out with her as he began to think of all the different positions to make use of. A broken bar. The following day at noon, Brian walked out of the Dyke family vacation villa in an unusual gait. The servants that he came across gave him knowing looks. However, they didn't say anything to him. Fucking hell, the nympho, did I fuck her or did she fuck me? He cursed in his heart. After making love to each other throughout the entirety of the night, Brian wasn't able to walk properly because his balls hurt so badly. It would begin to hurt if he squeezed his legs even a little bit closer. However, one thing he couldn't deny was the fact that Lily was one hell of a woman in bed, 100 times better than Leah, maybe even 1,000 times. Brian took Lily's personal carriage and headed back toward 7 Robinson Street. He was planning to head to the police station today to practice shooting, but he wisely cancelled the plan. It would be better to just stay at home and meditate. He thought. He was supposed to officially start working with the Silver Owls on the 1st of September, however, he decided to start tomorrow since it was Monday, the beginning of the week. It wouldn't make a difference if he started a day early. Looking at the sparse houses on the side of the street, Brian was full of anticipation toward beginning his life as a member of the Silver Owl. The last time he met Robert, the captain of the Silver Owls in Damascus, at Kenny Adams' house, he had mentioned that their team almost always deals with transcendent-related cases. Brian basically thought of them as the Transcendent Police. His eyes shone with expectation as well as excitement as he thought, transcendent related cases a broken bar, how interesting. Monday, 30th of August 1580, Church of Wisdom, North Kingston Avenue. Brian exited the church with both his hands inside the pocket of his black trench coat. He looked at the people walking on the sidewalks, as well as the rows of horse-drawn carriages riding along the brick-paved street with a faint smile on his lips. It was currently 10 in the morning, the skies were clear and the warm sunlight shone on the entire city. However, the blowing winds had gotten chillier, and it was beginning to get colder with each passing day. Usually, it starts to snow in late November or early December in Damascus. Therefore, in the period before that, the temperature continues to fall bit by bit. Brian took out a silver case as well as a gas lighter of the same color from the inside pocket of his black tailored suit jacket. He flipped open the silver case and took out a hand-rolled cigarette from it. After putting one end of the cigarette between his lips, he lit the other end with the gas lighter and took a long drag. Feeling the slight nicotine buzz, Brian showed a satisfied smile as he mumbled, "Ah, now that's what I'm talking about." He then turned right and proceeded to head further north. Before this, he had just spoken to Bishop Walls about joining the Silver Owls today, and much to Brian's surprise, he found out that the headquarters of the Silver Owls was not inside the church at all. It was actually 3 blocks north of the church. After asking for the address from Bishop Walls, Brian set off to find the headquarters of the Silver Owls with great anticipation. Since it was only 3 blocks away, he decided to simply walk the distance. After all, it would only take him less than 10 minutes to reach there. Brian wore his usual black 3-piece suit, a white shirt, a black necktie, a black trench coat, along with a black fedora hat. As he continued to smoke the cigarette, he thought about how quickly he had gotten addicted to the nicotine rush. After getting back to his apartment from Lily's vacation manor yesterday morning, the first thing he did was smoke a cigarette. Although it had only been less than 2 days since he started smoking, he just couldn't stop. He began to understand how seriously addictive nicotine was. Hence, he only limited himself to 1 a day or at most 2 a day. Any more than that would hinder his other activities, or so he thought. Early this morning, Brian had already completed carving his 30th mind rune after a round of meditation. Only then did he make himself some breakfast and began his day. After finishing his cigarette, Brian flicked it into the corner of some alley and then continued to walk toward his destination. As he walked, he thought about the things that he had experienced over the weekend and couldn't help but smirk when he thought of Lily. That woman was seriously a sex-hungry fiend. Although Brian too enjoyed having sex with her, he couldn't let it get to his head. Meditation was paramount, and now that he was about to join the Silver Owls, any assignments or missions that he would be given by them would have to be on top of his priority list. Fucking around with Lily could wait. About 5 minutes later, Brian carefully looked at the rows of buildings to his right as he mumbled, 35 North Kingston Ave broken bar 35A broken bar 35A broken bar. Soon his eyes landed on a large two-stored white building. Beside the entrance of the building was a wooden plaque that was fixed to the wall. Brian's gaze landed on the wooden plaque, 35 North Kingston Avenue, found it, then he swept his gaze to the wide wooden plaque above the black double door of the building as his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Sophia Public Library? What the fuck, did I get the wrong address? He was sure that Bishop Walls had told him that the headquarters of the Silver Owls was on 35 North Kingston Avenue, but now that Brian reached the given address, it turned out to be a public library instead. Is Bishop Walls playing a prank on me? Brian thought incredulously. After hesitating for about a minute, he ultimately decided to enter the library and ask around for Robert. If it really was the wrong address, he would just have to go back to the church again. Pushing open the large black-colored double door, Brian entered the public library. The reception area of the library was as big as his apartment, perhaps even bigger. The floor was made of light brown-colored wooden planks and all sorts of paintings were hung on the walls on both sides. There were also a few couches near the entrance for the guests to occupy. There was a reception desk across from the entrance of the library, and behind the reception desk were multiple rows of bookshelves. Some people could be seen picking up books from the bookshelves and studying at the public desks. It's surprisingly way bigger than it looks from the outside. Brian thought inwardly as he swept his gaze across the rows of bookshelves. He then walked across the reception hall and directly stopped in front of the reception desk. He took off his hat and greeted the lady who was sitting behind the desk, looking at him with a welcoming smile. "Good morning, miss," said Brian with a smile. The young lady, who looked to be in her early 20s, had brown hair tied into a ponytail as well as brown eyes. She was wearing black-rimmed round glasses and a green dress with floral patterns, the hems of which reached till her calves. "Good morning, mister. How may I help you?" the young lady asked cheerfully. Brian hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is there anyone named Robert Albright working here?" The brown-haired young lady behind the reception desk was slightly surprised to hear this name as she inquired, "May I ask your name?" Brian nodded his head. "I'm Brian Lombardi." The brown-haired young lady's eyes lit up as she asked, "Brian Lombardi? Are you perhaps Detective Watson's student?" Brian was slightly taken aback hearing this lady mention his teacher's name as he replied, "Yes, that's right." The young lady got up from her chair and extended her right hand as she smiled. "Hello, my name is Haley. The captain did tell me that you would arrive, but I thought that would be tomorrow." "Captain? Is she part of Silver Owls too?" Brian raised his eyebrows slightly as he thought inwardly. He shook Haley's hand as he smiled. "Nice to meet you, Miss Haley. So, is Mr. Robert in?" Haley walked around the reception desk and gestured. "Yes, the captain is in his office right now. Please follow me." Brian then followed behind Haley as she guided him through the reading section of the library and toward the back. As he walked, Brian looked around the library and the tall bookshelves. The second floor of the library too had innumerable bookshelves, and there was a large opening in the center of the library. In the center was a large bronze-colored globe of the world, displaying the 4 continents as well as the Eastern Islands. The globe was thrice the height of Brian. Brian stopped by the globe for a minute and observed it with fascination. The outer shell of the globe was made of bronze and one could still see through its core where all sorts of gears worked together in harmony. The gears inside the globe continued to operate as the globe slowly rotated at a slow pace. Brian couldn't help but marvel at its mechanism. He then lifted his head and saw the people taking out and reading books from the bookshelves on the second floor. There was a wide clearing at the library's center on the first floor through which one could see the second floor. Looking at Brian, who was admiring the library indoors, Haley smiled as she introduced, "The Sophia Public Library was built by the Church of Wisdom and its doors are open to all. Anyone can come here and acquire public knowledge free of cost." "I see, truly admirable," Brian replied sincerely. Haley nodded her head, "Indeed." Then she proceeded to take Brian to the administrative section of the library. After passing over the last of the bookshelves, she pushed open a large wooden door and entered. After following her through the door, what greeted Brian's view was a large space where tables and cubicles were arranged side by side. He could see a lot of men and women working there. The atmosphere here was quite relaxed and there wasn't the usual rush or the cacophonous sounds that one would expect inside any office. Brian was slightly confused as this wasn't what he was expecting when he thought of the workplace of the Silver Owls. Looking at the confusion in Brian's eyes, Haley giggled. "This is just the office where the librarians and the other employees take care of the administrative stuff." Brian was enlightened. Then he asked, "Then where do where do you guys work from?" He almost spilled the name out loud. Although there was a low chance that anyone around him would know the meaning of the Silver Owls, Brian still didn't want to risk it and do something stupid. Haley pointed her finger to the ground with a mysterious smile. You'll know soon enough." She then turned around and went to the corner of the office space where there was another wooden door. On top of the door was a silver plaque with bold, black words that read, "Restricted Area, Authorized Personnel Only." Brian's gaze landed on the plaque for a moment as he entered the room after Haley, and then he was dumbfounded. because contrary to his expectations, all he saw was one small room that could barely fit 5 people within. Haley, who was secretly observing Brian's expression all this while, burst into laughter. Brian looked at her in puzzlement, wondering if she was an idiot or something. After laughing for about a few seconds, Haley wiped the tears from her eyes as she wheezed, Sorry. Everyone who usually visits the headquarters for the first time almost always has the same expression. I just find it very funny." Brian shook his head as he asked, "So what now, huh?" "Oh, yeah, come, stand here beside me." Haley patted the side of her head as she replied. Brian had no clue why Haley asked him to stand beside her, but he did so nonetheless. Then he saw Haley crouch down and place her hand on one of the bricks on the floor. Haley then released her spiritual force from her palm, which activated a hidden mechanism in the room. As expected, "She's one of us." Brian's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the spiritual force come out from Haley's palm. Then he focused his attention on the floor that had begun to rumble. A few moments later, the floor slowly began to descend. Brian was taken aback, however. This time he controlled his emotions, not giving Haley another chance to laugh at him. He felt slightly embarrassed being laughed at by a stranger. After all, in the darkness, Brian held his breath in anticipation as the floor, which turned out to be a platform for the lift, continued its descent. Soon he saw light fill his vision as the platform came to a halt. Brian opened his eyes and the scene in front of him instantly left him mesmerized. Machinery, gears, books, and magic. This was a massive underground space. In one corner, a group of men was tinkering with large pieces of machinery. In another corner, a young man was building animals and birds made of metals and gears. There was also a small library which took up almost a fourth of the underground space, where young men and women were studying diligently. In the furthest secluded corner of the underground space, within an enclosed area made up of glass walls, a handful of people were casting spells and practicing magic. Haley looked at Brian and smiled. "Welcome to the headquarters of the Silver Owls, Damascus branch." This was the first time that Brian had truly been introduced to the world of transcendence, a world full of mystery and magic. Brian's lips slowly curled up into a bright smile. Amazing. The ceiling of the underground basement was covered in a layer of bronze and golden-colored pipes and gears. If looked at it as a whole, the pipes seemed to have formed a sort of runic formation. Haley saw Brian staring at the pipes and explained, "These pipes have been laid in a formation that helps with things such as sound and vibration restriction, defense, and concealment, among other things." Brian's interest was piqued. "Concealment? How does that work? If someone on the surface sweeps their spiritual force in this direction, they will find nothing." "Of course, if it's a transcendent of higher ranks, then it's a completely different story," replied Haley. "I see." Brian nodded his head in understanding. Haley then gestured for Brian to follow her as she said, "Come, let me take you to the captain's office first. I can show you around afterward." "All right." Brian then followed Haley to the other end of the basement. Along the way, he looked at all the different things happening in the basement with fascination. The others also noticed a newcomer and were wondering who this person was who was looking around with starry eyes like a monkey that had found a forest full of bananas. Andrew, who was currently tinkering with some magic spells in the practice area, also caught sight of Brian as his eyebrows rose in surprise. "Oh, isn't the Detective Watson's student?" he mumbled to himself. Andrew, along with Ron, had been present in the infirmary at the Church of Wisdom back when Brian was admitted there after getting brutally beaten up by Johnny. They had also overheard Bishop Walls mention that Brian had a supreme-grade spiritual aptitude. Hence, Andrew had some impression of Brian. He only stared at Brian for a moment, and then he got back to practicing his magic spells with a bored expression. Meanwhile, Haley had brought Brian to the entrance of Robert's office door. She respectfully knocked twice on the door and waited patiently. About a few seconds later, a deep voice sounded from within the office, "Come in." Haley opened the door and Brian followed behind her, feeling slightly nervous. Robert's office room was quite spacious but very simple. Only the most basic necessities were kept in the office, like a table, 3 chairs, a single bookshelf, a coat hanger, and finally only one painting hanging on the wall, that of the famous statue of the goddess of wisdom in Nadia. Robert had a head full of black hair, brown eyes, and a thick beard. He was sitting in his chair behind the table, and across from him was Ron, who had now grown a mustache since the last time Brian had seen him at Kenny Adams' house. Haley politely introduced, "Captain, Brian Lombardi is here." Both Robert and Ron turned their heads and looked at the handsome youth wearing a black 3-piece suit and a trench coat of the same color. Ron was pleasantly surprised as he greeted Brian with a smile. However, Robert's eyes slightly narrowed. He then instructed Haley, "Haley, you may leave." Haley nodded respectfully, "Yes, Captain." She then turned around and exited his office after shutting the door behind her. Brian, who was still feeling a tad bit nervous, greeted Robert, "Good morning." However, before he could finish his sentence, spiritual force gushed out from Robert, drowning him completely and putting tremendous pressure on him. Brian was alarmed at this sudden attack as he thought, what the fuck? He instantly released his own spiritual force and covered it around his body, trying to lessen the pressure. Robert raised his eyebrow at the sight of this as he thought in astonishment, "This kid a broken bar, what fine control of the spiritual force, and he's not even a transcendent yet." Ron, who was taken aback at the sudden turn of events, stood up from his chair, and asked Robert in shock, "Captain, what happened? Why are you doing this?" Robert didn't reply to Ron's question. However, he kept staring at Brian, who was on the verge of kneeling, and asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, Brian, why do I sense such a deep murderous aura from you?" Brian was taken aback as he struggled to resist the pressure. I don't know what you're talking about, a broken bar." Robert applied even more spiritual force, causing Brian to finally drop to his knees. Robert's eyes narrowed as his voice turned colder. "Don't lie to me, boy. How many people have you killed? Be honest with me, or else I won't hesitate to imprison you here at the headquarters. I don't care even if you are Detective Watson's only student. I simply do not wish to include and nurture a bloodthirsty killer in my team." Ron's expression turned serious as he thought, "Murderous aura? Brian, a broken bar, a bloodthirsty killer?" Brian finally came to a realization as he understood the meaning of Robert's words. "I see. Having killed all those people at Brown Estate, this guy must have sensed it on my body somehow." He gritted his teeth as he spoke. All right, I'll tell you everything. Jay, just remove this pressure, a broken bar, fuck." Robert withdrew his spiritual force as he stared intently at him. Brian finally breathed a sigh of relief as he got up to his feet. Wiping the sweat dripping from his forehead, he looked at both Robert and Ron and then recounted to them about everything that led to the massacre. From being attacked by Johnny and almost dying, torturing and getting out all the intel from Pike, infiltrating Jeffrey Gill's house and leaving him a letter, deceiving all the gang leaders working under Jack, to finally killing everyone. Brian took about more than 10 minutes to explain everything, even the most minute of details. The only thing he didn't mention was looting the safes at both Jack and Jeffrey's villas. There was no need to disclose that, after all. By the time Brian finished narrating everything, Robert and Ron had bewildered expressions on their faces, especially Ron. His eyes were like round saucers and his mouth was wide enough to fit a chicken's egg. He looked at Brian with an incredulous gaze. "Why, you mean, you were the one who orchestrated the Damascus massacre?" Yeah," Brian replied matter-of-factly. Ron involuntarily gulped as he inquired further, "And you're saying, you alone killed at least 40 people?" Brian thought for a moment while he stroked his chin as he replied, "Yes, that should be about right." Ron was dumbfounded as he mumbled, "Madman." Seeing Ron look at him as if he was some psychopath, Brian further explained, "It's not like the people I killed were innocent or something. All of them were ruthless criminals who had their hands long dirty. Furthermore, my teacher told me that when dealing with enemies, I must cut off all their roots, or else they would cause endless trouble for me in the future." After listening to Brian, Ron was even more flabbergasted as he thought inwardly, the teacher is a psycho and the student is an even bigger psycho. Meanwhile, While Ron was recovering from the shock, Robert was the complete opposite. Although he was also shocked, it wasn't for the same reason as Ron. He now saw Brian in a new light. Being able to manipulate so many people and have them fight each other to increase his own chances of winning showed that Brian not only had a great tactical mind but was also extremely cunning. To be able to scheme so deeply and also be so good at combat that he was able to kill more than 40 people, plus he's still an apprentice, what a monstrous talent. Robert thought in his heart. It was also important to note that the public was still under the impression that the Damascus massacre took place because of the conflict between Jack Brown and Jeffrey Gill. If Brian hadn't disclosed this secret to Robert, he would have forever remained oblivious to it. Of course, he could have utilized divination to find the truth. However, that was on the basis that the Damascus massacre had transcendence involved, and there was no proof of any transcendence being involved in that massacre. Otherwise, why would Robert look into anything that was not transcendent related? That is why he felt a hint of admiration for Brian's cunning and combat strength. Looks like Detective Watson has found and nurtured a splendid sapling truly fit to walk the wisdom path. Robert sighed in his heart. Wisdom path transcendents were excellent at manipulating and scheming behind the scenes. Rarely did they ever engage in frontal combat because the enemy would have already fallen for their trap before the need for direct combat arose. And Brian's actions indicated that he would become a top-notch wisdom path transcendent if he were to embark on this path. Robert exhaled a deep breath and then looked at Brian. I hope you stick to certain principles and never harm ordinary people who are innocent. Is that understood? Brian, who was talking to Ryan about the details of the night of the massacre in the Brown estate, straightened his back and replied, I understand, Mr. Albright. Call me Captain from now on as everybody else does. Robert waved his hand. Brian couldn't help but smile. This meant that he had officially been accepted into the Silver Owls. He then nodded his head. Yes, Captain. Ron, show him around. Robert looked in Ron's direction and instructed, right away, Captain. Ron nodded his head and then took Brian away with him. Robert stared at Brian's departing back for a long time before finally shifting his attention back to the documents on his table and getting back to work. Outside the office, Ron was secretively glimpsing at Brian from time to time as if he were looking at some unique antique. Brian's eyebrow twitched incessantly as he could feel Ron staring at him. He finally couldn't take it and asked, What? You've been acting weirdly ever since I mentioned the massacre. What's wrong? Ron looked at him strangely and asked back, You really don't know? Killing as many as 40 people and over 100 people indirectly as an apprentice is really surprising. Moreover, you're really young. I bet your pubic hair hasn't even started growing. Brian's raised his eyebrow as he replied, Really? But it's not like I killed them head on. Most of the time I was just sneaking around and attacking them from the shadows. Then his lips curled up into a mischievous smirk, and my pubic hair is flourishing down there. Hee hee, I can show you if you want. Ron subconsciously made some distance from Brian as he replied, I don't swing that way, plus, I already have a fiancé tilde copyright. Brian chuckled, Relax, I'm only kidding. Ron then showed Brian around, introducing him to the various facilities in the headquarters that he could use. A relatively large part of the underground space was used to assemble and build pieces of machinery. Brian didn't exactly know what they were building, but he could make out some weapons and armors being made. Then there was a massive library where rows of bookshelves were kept, and all the books stored in these bookshelves appeared to be extremely ancient. Almost all the books in the library are related to magic. You'll also find magic spell books in there, however, you will have to either buy them with money or use credit points, Ron introduced. Brian looked at Ron and inquired, Credit points? What are those? You will be given credit points if you complete certain missions given by the HQ, and you can choose to accept these missions individually or in the group, Ron explained patiently. Missions, huh? Interesting. Brian stroked his chin as he pondered. Ron then introduced him to the spellcasting practice area. This was an enclosed space in the basement and its thick glass walls were fortified with magic runes. It could withstand any damage up to the level of a rank 2 spell. After touring the practice area, Ron then took him to the adjacent recreation room. It didn't have any games that the people here could play. It was more of a lounge where everyone could relax. Moreover, it also had a small kitchen. Since this was underground, there were no windows in this room. The walls were made of large gray bricks and gas lamps adorned the walls, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. There were a few long sofas placed on both sides of the room along with a few single-seater cushioned couches, chairs, and tables. There were only 5 people in the recreation room currently, and all 5 of them were sitting together around a round table, playing some sort of card game. Ron stood in front of the group and clapped twice to get their attention. He then introduced with a smile, "Everybody, please welcome our newest team member, Brian." Brian waved his right hand and smiled. "Yo." Out of the 5 people, 3 were men and 2 were women. When Brian introduced himself, Andrew was the first one to greet him back. He stood up from his chair and walked to Brian as he stretched out his right hand. "It's been a while, Brian. My name's Andrew." Brian looked at this man who had black hair and blue eyes and shook his hand with a smile. "Nice to meet you, Andrew." Then he thought of something and asked in puzzlement, "Wait, you said it's been a while. Have we met before?" Andrew nodded his head and smirked. "Yes, in the infirmary at the church. You were all bandaged up back then, moaning from time to time." He, Ron was the scumbag. "Did you have to mention the moaning part?" Brian's lips twitched as he thought inwardly. Then another person approached Brian. She looked to be in her late 20s and had red hair and brown eyes. She was a pretty good-looking lady who was wearing simple brown leather pants and a white shirt. She stretched out her hand and winked at Brian. "Pretty boy, I'm Emma. Let's get along well." Brian shook her hand and smiled back. "Pleasure to meet you, Emma." Emma then introduced the others to Brian. "That cold-looking woman right there is Olivia. She doesn't speak much but she's really good at poker though." Brian turned his gaze toward the young lady with black hair and brown eyes who was wearing a black dress and smiled. "Hello Olivia." Olivia simply nodded her head slightly and then looked away. There was no change in her expression whatsoever. "That guy with the round glasses is Elijah. He is a pretty good mechanic, or in other words, a rank 1 transcendent of the artisan path," Emma continued. Elijah stood up from his chair and walked to Brian with a smile. He first nudged his glasses further up and then extended his right arm out. "Pleased to meet you, Brian." Brian shook his hands and greeted back. "Hello Elijah, nice to meet." But before he could complete his greeting, Elijah pulled him forward and then pushed up the sleeves of his coat and trench coat as he marveled at his Mystico braces. "Oh, such great craftsmanship. Oh, and what's this? A hidden weapon? How fascinating." Looking at this dark-skinned young man who had dark brown hair, brown eyes, and a beard of the same color treating his forearms and braces as a specimen, Brian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was very surprised that Elijah was able to acutely notice the hidden blade underneath his braces with just a glance. He could only look at Emma and signal her to help. Emma shrugged her shoulders as a helpless sigh escaped her lips. "Elijah is really into weapons and machinery. Just let him be or he'll constantly pester you." Brian could only smile bitterly and just allow Elijah to finish admiring his Mystico braces. A few minutes later, Elijah looked up at Brian with sparkling eyes. "Brian, who crafted this? I must meet him. Is he here in Damascus? Please introduce me to him." Looking at the overly excited Elijah, Brian's lips couldn't help but twitch as he replied, "A friend of mine got this made for me. And the person who made this is in Nadia." "Nadia?" Elijah's shoulders slouched as he visibly became depressed. Brian added, "I can let you study it though." "Really? That's great." Elijah smiled brightly, no longer disheartened. "I can also make adjustments to it and optimize it. I see that it's not a rank 1 artifact yet. If you can get me the materials, I can even upgrade it for you," he added while rubbing his palms in excitement. Brian was pleasantly surprised. "Sounds good. I'll look for the materials and let you know." Emma then pointed behind Brian and smiled. "And that's Henry." Brian was puzzled as to why Emma was pointing behind him. He turned around and his gaze landed on a person who was at least a head taller than him. This person had blonde hair and blue eyes. He had a big build which made him very intimidating. Seeing the other person look down at him from that height, Brian subconsciously took half a step back. "Newbie, get in the ring with me. The initiation ceremony will begin now," Henry said in a deep voice. Initiation ceremony?" Brian asked, puzzled. "Yes, it's sort of a tradition. Anyone who joins the strike team has to last a minute in the ring with Henry," Emma interjected with a playful smile. "Strike team? What's that?" asked Brian, but before he could get a reply, Henry had already grabbed his collar and was now dragging him to the combat ring in the practice area. Brian tried to get free of his grasp but he was helpless. The scene looked as if Henry was dragging a farm animal to the slaughterhouse, causing the rest of the people to break out into laughter. Henry dragged Brian to the glass-partitioned area where a few apprentices were practicing their magic spells. The combat ring was adjacent to the spellcasting practice area. The ring was square-shaped with tight ropes that marked its boundary. Henry, who had already taken off his suit coat, got onto the ring and patiently waited for Brian to hop in. Brian looked at the other members of the strike team who had followed him inside and asked, "Is this for real?" "Hee, very much so, pretty boy," Emma replied smugly. Brian could only shake his head and sigh. He took off his suit coat as well and threw it on the ground. He then rolled both his sleeves up to his elbow. He was about to get into the ring when Andrew suddenly approached him. Andrew nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "Henry is a rank 1 transcendent of the strength path, so, don't get too cocky." Brian involuntarily gulped as he turned to look at the bulky Henry standing tall in the center of the ring with his arms crossed. Indeed, he does look like someone of the strength path, Brian thought in his heart. Brian stepped inside the ring feeling slightly nervous. He walked toward the center of the ring and stood right opposite Henry. Standing in front of the towering figure made Brian's palms moisten. However, he took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. His aura instantaneously became stable. Noticing the change in Brian, Henry lifted his eyebrow in slight surprise. He composed himself within a few moments. "Looks like he's been in some real fights. The rules are simple, no spiritual force, no weapons, only pure physical combat. You have to try and last a minute against me. Are we clear?" Henry explained. "Last a minute, huh? Reminds me of the training with my teacher. I wonder how he is now. I wonder if his wife has given birth to their child safely." Brian thought inwardly as a faint smile formed on his lips. Shaking his head and ridding himself of distracting thoughts, he replied, "Understood." Meanwhile, outside the ring, the rest of the members of the strike team were beginning to place their bets. £5 on Brian not making it past 3 moves, Emma declared confidently. Andrew responded, "More than 3 moves but less than 5. Elijah and Olivia too placed their separate bets. Then the 3 of them looked at Ron. £20 on Brian lasting the entire minute. "Hee, do you dare?" Ron said with a smug look on his face. The 3 of them looked at Ron as if they were looking at a simpleton. Emma laughed loudly. "Very well, Ron, don't go back on your word later. This is easy money, hee." The quiet Olivia too nodded expressionlessly. "Keck, idiots, you guys have no idea what a monster Brian is. It would be strange if he didn't even last a minute against Henry." Ron thought to himself as his lips curled up into a smirk. Other than him and Robert, no one else knew that Brian had orchestrated the Damascus massacre and had personally killed more than 40 people. This is where his confidence in Brian stemmed from. Inside the ring, Henry looked into Brian's eyes with a domineering gaze and asked, "Ready? Let's do this." Brian replied confidently. Henry nodded his head. "Very well, you go first." As soon as Henry finished speaking, Brian had already rushed toward him, running with his back bent slightly lower than usual and both his hands guarding his front. He raised his right hand, which was balled up into a fist, and swung it at Henry's nether region without any scruples. Seeing Brian trying to attack his genitalia, Henry raised his eyebrow in amusement as he thought, "Oh, playing dirty from the get-go, huh?" He lifted his right leg and swung his knee in an upward motion as he aimed to hit Brian's face. seeing the incoming knee only inches away from his face. Brian did not panic. Instead, he leaned his upper body to the left and slid under Henry's knee, causing the latter to miss the attack. Brian then stood up from the ground, right behind Henry, and took a combat stance again, with his knees slightly bent and his fists and forearms guarding his face. Good response. Henry nodded his head in approval as he turned around and faced Brian again. Brian on the other hand was irked as he thought, "Fuck, this guy's fast, must I fight him head-on?" He thought of various ways to gain an upper hand, but before he could come to a solution, Henry had already rushed toward him. Henry threw a left jab at Brian as he grinned, "Show me what you got, boy." Brian's eyes narrowed as he pushed the incoming jab with his right forearm and redirected it, causing the jab to barely graze past his right cheekbone. He then maneuvered his left arm and aimed to elbow Henry's solar plexus. His elbow accurately struck the target. However, when he looked up to see Henry's face, all he saw was a wide grin. His elbow strike didn't do any damage at all. Henry raised both his arms, clasped them together, and hammered it down right on Brian's head. Brian's pupils dilated as he narrowly avoided the attack by quickly maneuvering his body to the right, at the same time landing a right uppercut on Henry's chin from underneath his thick arms. Again, the strike landed on Henry's chin, but it didn't do any damage. Brian wisely jumped back about 2 meters away from Henry and got into a fighting stance again. "Your strikes are accurate and the timing is impeccable. However, you'll need more than just precision to bypass my defenses," Henry laughed. At the same time, outside the ring, Emma screamed in exasperation, "Fuck, he made it past 3 moves. Hee, take out the money, Emma." Andrew chuckled in schadenfreude. "Brian is quite good at fighting, I must say. Although this is a sparring match, he lasted more than 3 moves against Henry and he's still an apprentice." Elijah nudged his round glasses with his finger as spoke in admiration. Olivia simply nodded without speaking a word. On the other hand, Ron was extremely confident in Brian lasting an entire minute. He was already thinking about what gifts to buy for his fiancée with the money that he would win. Inside the ring, Brian stood up straight and let his arms fall to his side. His lips curled up into a mischievous smile as he replied, "That's where you are wrong, Henry. Precision beats power and timing beats speed." He walked towards Henry with firm and steady steps, except for the index finger, the middle finger, and the thumb. The rest of the fingers on both his hands were curled up. Henry looked at the unusual way Brian had curled his fingers. It looked exactly like how little kids made their hands curl into guns and pretended to shoot while playing. Seeing Brian enter just within his attack range, Henry rotated his waist slightly and launched a right hook toward the side of Brian's head. Brian smirked at the coming right hook. He waited until the last moment and then suddenly crouched low, dodging Henry's attack narrowly, and rushed toward the right side of Henry. Brian grinned as he prepared to attack. "Allow me to demonstrate." Brian launched his arms and firmly poked with the index and middle fingers on both his hands at 4 pressure points around Henry's armpit at lightning speed, making his hand movements appear as a blurry shadow in the eyes of the onlookers. After being poked in the rotator cuff muscles which controlled his shoulder, Henry's right hand was instantly paralyzed as it limply dropped down to his side. His eyes widened as he was completely unable to feel his right arm. With incredulity etched on his face, he mumbled, "What the fuck?" Brian didn't give Henry any moment of respite as he quickly circled around him and used his fingers again to jab the latter at lightning speed. This time, Brian poked Henry twice in his left quadricep muscles and twice more in his hamstring muscles, at once causing the latter to drop to his knee. Now, along with his right hand, Henry could not feel his left leg as well. He was utterly flabbergasted, to say the least. Never in his years of experience had he come across such a technique. After dropping to his knee, Henry was now at a height where Brian could easily attack his face without having to jump, and Brian did exactly that. Brian now stood in front of Henry, swung his right leg, and delivered a right hook kick accurately on Henry's chin. This kick to the chin caused a sudden movement in Henry's head and neck. This in turn caused his brain to move and collide with the inside of his skull. The sudden rattling of the brain put Henry in a momentary daze. If it were a normal person, this attack would definitely cause them to lose consciousness, or worse, cause some brain damage. Brian didn't waste this opportunity and prepared to land the final blow to end this fight. He raised his left arm to deliver a palm strike to Henry's face. However, at the last moment, his attack was blocked as Henry clasped his palm firmly with his own right hand, which should have been paralyzed now. Taken aback, Brian looked at Henry, who was now beginning to get up on both his feet, and thought, impossible, he should have remained paralyzed for at least another few seconds. Henry, now towering over Brian, looked at him and revealed a beast-like grin. Very impressive technique, but you underestimate the body of a strength path transcendent. Brian stared into Henry's eyes and saw the fighting spirit deep within them. This in turn ignited his own fighting spirit. His lips curled up into a smirk as he replied, "Then let's find out how much your body can endure." Henry's grin grew wider as he raised his left arm and swung it straight at Brian's face. On the other hand, since Brian's left hand was firmly in the grasp of Henry's and he had to use his right hand to block or redirect the incoming punch, hence, he decided to attack with his left leg. Therefore, he raised his left leg and aimed to brutally attack Henry's balls with his knee. But right at that moment, Elijah's loud voice was heard from outside the ring, "Time's up." Both Henry and Brian decisively stopped their movements. Henry's left fist was only about a hair's breadth away from Brian's face. At the same time, Brian's left knee was only a fraction away from Henry's scrotum. They both withdrew their attacks and looked at each other for a moment, and then both of them burst into a hearty laugh together. "Very impressive, Brian, very impressive indeed. I haven't had this much fun while sparring in a long time." Henry grinned as he patted Brian's shoulder in approbation. Brian too had a wide smile on his face as he replied, "This was indeed fun. I hope we can continue to spar together in the future." It had been a week since Detective Watson left for Nadia, so naturally, Brian didn't have anyone to spar with. Hence, he really enjoyed this sparring session with Henry. "By the way, where did you learn that technique?" Henry asked curiously. Brian smiled, "From my teacher, of course." Meanwhile, outside the ring, everybody except Ron and Olivia had their mouths wide open. Even Olivia, who was usually always expressionless, had her eyebrows raised and eyes widened. Elijah nudged Andrew with his elbow and spoke in a daze. "What the fuck did I just witness? Did Brian just a broken bar immobilize Henry?" Andrew was just as shocked as he replied, "It seems like a broken bar." All of a sudden, Ron burst into a peal of victorious laughter. "All of you, take out the money, ha ha ha." Emma walked to Ron and said in exasperation, "How did you know Brian would make it past the minute mark? Is there something you aren't telling us? This isn't fair." "Oh, it's fair, all right. I just had complete faith in Brian, that's all," Ron replied with a smug smile. "We're broken bar HMPH." Emma Harumphtad unwillingly took £20 and gave it to Ron. The rest also followed suit. This made Ron extremely happy and he started counting the money. After making sure that the amount was right, he walked up to Brian, who had just exited the ring. He put his arms around Brian's shoulder as he said cheerfully, "Brian, I'll take you out for a drink in the evening. Everything's on me." "Ah, sure," Brian replied in puzzlement, not exactly sure why Ron was being so friendly with him. "Are you gonna take us out too, Ron?" asked Elijah with expectant eyes. Seeing Elijah's innocent facial expression, Ron couldn't bring himself to say number. After some deliberation, he replied, "Fine, but only the first drink is on me. You guys have to buy the rest by yourself." Everyone cheered and shamelessly praised Ron for being so generous. Looking at the ebullient atmosphere, Brian smiled and thought in his heart, "Mother, looks like I've found a few friends that I can rely on." Recalling the words that his mother had written in that final letter, Brian felt a little melancholic. Ever since Grace left, he didn't have any friends to spend time with, and now he had finally made some new ones. "Why are you so zoned out? Come, let me show you around the HQ." Andrew put his arm around Brian's shoulders and smiled, snapping out of his daze. Brian looked into Andrew's blue eyes and replied with a bright smile, "Sure." Tuesday, 15th of September 1580, in the library of the Silver Owl's headquarters, Brian was sitting cross-legged on a blue velvet, single-seater couch. On his lap was a thick book that had a grey hardcover and looked extremely ancient. He was currently trying to figure out the answers to why he always had that same dream whenever he advanced a rank. After every advancement in the apprentice stage, Brian would be pulled into a dream. Now, he had been in that same dream twice already, and according to his speculations, when he advanced to a transcendent, the dream would be even more prominent. To be honest, Brian was quite apprehensive about this recurring dream. After all, in the transcendent world, the unknown more often than not represented danger. That is why he wished to learn more about this dream. The book he was currently reading was called Compendium of Enigmas. Basically, it spoke about the various strange and mysterious incidents that transcendents had encountered in the past. It was more so like a journal. However, the author had compiled the strange experiences of transcendents from the olden days as well as those from recent times. Brian was simply trying his luck, hoping to find some clues about his dreams. About half an hour later, while Brian was still engrossed in the contents of the book, Andrew approached him from behind and tapped his shoulder. "Brian, it's already past 6 in the evening, let's go to the bar and play some poker." Over the last 2 weeks, Brian had completely assimilated with the strike team and was on very friendly terms with all the members. To his surprise, Priest Livia was also a member of the strike team. However, she only came to the headquarters occasionally, mostly spending her time on her own or in the Church of Wisdom. Brian had become great drinking buddies, especially with Andrew and Elijah. He had come to find that Andrew was very much like himself when it came to women. However, Elijah, not so much. He only stuck to his machinery but always accompanied them in drinking. Speaking of women, Brian had been fucking the brains out of Lily quite often in the last 2 weeks. He would go to her vacation house every few days since her husband, William Dyke, was still out of town. Lily was now completely subservient to Brian, to say the least. She would behave like a slave whenever they were in bed together. Brian really had a great sex life with her. Leah could not even compare. Brian was able to play out all sorts of sexual fantasies with Lily and he really liked this feeling of domination when it came to sex. Other than that, he never once skipped on his cultivation. Brian had already carved the 31st mind rune and was already halfway there to carving the 32nd. He also got to practice hand-to-hand combat with Henry almost every day. This greatly increased his proficiency in combat. All in all, the last 2 weeks had been very productive for him. Brian closed the book that he was reading. Having not found any answers, he decided to come back again tomorrow and read it in his free time. He got up from his seat and looked at Andrew with a mischievous smile. "Since you're so desperate to lose money, I shall happily oblige, he." Andrew's lips twitched upon hearing Brian's words. It was he who taught Brian how to play poker. In the beginning, it was fine since Brian was still learning and would always lose money. However, in less than 2 days it was as if Brian had completely mastered the art of playing cards. Since then, Andrew was never able to win against him and instead lost quite a large sum of money. This really wounded his ego as he simply refused to lose to someone whom he had taught himself. Andrew snorted as he replied, "HMPH, we'll see about that." Brian simply chuckled and then followed behind Andrew to head back upstairs. Inside an abandoned mill in the factory area of Damascus, Alfredo's, also known as Blood Moon in the evil organization called Holy Blood Sect, was currently standing in front of a blonde youth who was sitting cross-legged on the floor and meditating. This blonde youth, who seemed to be in his early 20s, bore a striking resemblance to Alfredo. Currently, he was meditating calmly as energy particles swirled around him and entered his body. A few minutes later, the blonde youth opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. He then felt the changes in his body and smiled arrogantly. Alfredo looked at the red-eyed blonde youth and smiled with pride evident in his eyes. "Well done, Anthony. "Congratulations on advancing to rank 3 apprentice. I'm proud of you." Anthony looked up at Alfredo and smiled brightly. "Thank you, grandfather." Alfredo shook his head as he smiled. "You should thank Master. Instead, it was he who gave both of us the chance to change our lives, so when you meet him next time, pay him your respect and gratitude." Anthony got up to his feet and nodded. "I understand, grandfather." Alfredo tapped Anthony's shoulder in encouragement as he walked with him toward the exit of the abandoned mill. "Since you have just advanced, let's get you some fresh blood. It will help you solidify your advancement." Anthony eagerly licked his lips as he smiled viciously. "Grandfather, I've really fancied this little girl on Augusta Street. Let's go there now." Alfredo stopped in his tracks, turned to glare at Anthony, and strictly reprimanded him. "Damascus City is simply out of bounds. Do you understand, boy?" Anthony was taken aback as he subconsciously took a step back. He hung his head low as he muttered softly, I'm sorry, grandfather." Seeing Anthony turn downcast, Alfredo's eyes softened as he gently patted his head and explained, "My grandson, hunting within Damascus will bring us a lot of trouble. The church has become very strict in its search for the Holy Blood sect members. We cannot underestimate the church in the slightest even though we have Master backing us. Come, I've already captured a few young girls alive and imprisoned them in our house in the suburbs. That should suffice." Hearing his grandfather mention young girls, Anthony's eyes lit up as he lifted his head and smiled. "Thank you, grandfather, I shall do as you say." Alfredo smiled back at Anthony and then together they exited the mill as they made their way to their house in the suburbs. The pale crescent moon shone like a silver claw in the dark night sky as the cold wind hissed through the trees that were now covered in orange and red leaves. The light of the gas lamp posts shone on the trees, vividly highlighting the colors of the leaves. September was the month that officially welcomed the full season. Sometimes the days were unexpectedly warm but most of the time it got colder and darker as the leaves continued to slowly fall from the trees. The lingering warmth served as a constant reminder of the harsh cold to come. A black horse-drawn carriage slowly stopped in front of a bar on Laurent Avenue and 3 good-looking men wearing fine suits alighted from it. Naturally, they were Brian, Andrew, and Elijah who had come out to drink and have some fun. Elijah paid the carriage driver and thanked him. He turned to look at his 2 friends and asked excitedly, "So are we getting drunk or what?" Other than tinkering with machinery, if there was anything else that Elijah could call a hobby, it was most certainly drinking, and he had quite the tolerance for it. Brian put his arm around Andrew's shoulders and smirked, "Sure, but not until Andrew loses some money first." He. Andrew grumpily removed Brian's hand and walked ahead. HMPH, as if, "Let's go." Brian and Elijah looked at each other and began chuckling. They followed after Andrew as they entered Kilroy's bar, which was a relatively well-known bar in Damascus. It wasn't the best but it certainly wasn't the worst. After joining the Silver Owls, Brian mostly spent time with Andrew and Elijah at this bar after he was done with work. Although he didn't have much work since he joined, that didn't mean that he was vacant all day. These first 2 weeks could be considered a sort of orientation for him. Brian had gotten to know how the Silver Owls operated and what their modus operandi was. He found it to be very systematic and efficient, just like the myriad gears of a clock working together in congruence. Other than that, he mostly read books or practiced spells and combat at the HQ. After entering Kilroy's bar, the trio sat by the bar counter and ordered their drinks respectively. Brian ordered a glass of bourbon whereas Andrew and Elijah ordered a wheat ale. While Brian was waiting for the drink to be served, he took out his silver cigarette case from his coat pocket. He took 1 cigarette out for himself and then offered one to Elijah. Andrew didn't like smoking, however, Elijah quite liked the taste of bright leaf tobacco. Brian put the tip of the cigarette between his lips and then lit it with his gas lighter. After taking a puff and enjoying the strong buzz of nicotine, he then proceeded to help Elijah light his cigarette. Andrew saw his 2 friends who were enjoying smoking tobacco and shook his head. "You know it's really harmful to your lungs, right, Keck? So what? We can always ask Livia to heal us. Although she's quite grumpy most of the time, she really cares about our well-being." Elijah chuckled as he inhaled another puff of the cigarette. Brian couldn't help but shake his head as he smiled. Having a healer on the team is truly a blessing. He knew that smoking tobacco had harmful effects on the lungs, but what he was surprised to learn was that Livia was able to cure this if he consulted with her on a regular basis. Or he could just buy magical potions concocted by her and consume them regularly. This would help cancel out the harmful effects brought about by smoking tobacco. The common people would never have imagined that such a thing was even possible. That's why Brian felt so grateful, or else, at the rate he was smoking cigarettes, he would have fallen sick very soon. The bartender soon served their drinks on the bar counter. Andrew picked up his glass of ale and spoke in a low voice, "By the way, boys, don't drink too much, we have a gathering to attend in an hour." Brian raised his eyebrows as he took yet another puff of the cigarette. "What gathering? Weren't we going to play poker?" Meanwhile, Elijah's eyes shone with excitement as he probed. "You mean?" Andrew nodded his head as his lips curled up into a smirk. "That's right, it's a secret transcendent convention." Brian's eyes turned round as he was barely able to control his voice. "A secret transcendent convention? You mean there are other transcendents in Damascus other than the ones from the church?" Andrew looked at Brian as if he was looking at an idiot. "Well, no shit, Brian. The population of the Western continent is in the billions. The Belize Kingdom itself has a population of more than 500 million. Although our Damascus city can barely be considered a city, it is still a city nonetheless with a population of around 1 million. Now, even if you hypothetically consider the transcendent population to be only 0.5% of the total population, how many does that make in Damascus?" Brian was taken aback at the astute reasoning given by Andrew. Only now did he realize how stupid his question was. He scratched the back of his head as he sheepishly acknowledged, "You're right, he. Now, tell me more about this secret convention." Andrew took a large mouthful of ale as he explained, "Just like the name suggests, it is a secret gathering of transcendents where they buy and sell resources, potion recipes, main ingredients, meditation techniques, materials required to craft artifacts, information, you name it. You can find quite a lot of transcendent-related items, provided they are available. Similarly, you can even place an order for them if you don't find it at the convention." "Wait a minute," Brian interjected, "aren't transcendents supposed to be strictly regulated? How come the people that convene this secret gathering have not been caught yet? Moreover, aren't these secret gatherings an opportunity for rogue transcendents to grow further?" Andrew's lips curled up into a smirk. He looked at Elijah, who was enjoying his ale and cigarette, and nodded. Confused, Brian looked at Elijah, who took out a square metallic device from his pocket. There was a button on the surface of the device, and through the gaps on the surface, one could see gears working together in harmony. Elijah then pressed the button on the device. Following that, the area around the three was covered by a dome of spiritual force, instantly blocking the loud noise coming from the people in the bar. Brian's eye twinkled as he inquired, "Whoa, Elijah, what's this gadget?" Elijah smirked, pride evident in his tone. "This is a gadget I've invented that blocks all noise from the outside, but most importantly, it prevents any sound from inside the spiritual force dome to leak to the outside." Brian was enlightened. There was only one reason why Andrew would have Elijah do this. This meant that what they were going to speak about was extremely confidential and couldn't be risked getting leaked, no matter what. He then turned back to look at Andrew and gestured for him to continue. Andrew took another large mouthful of the ale and smirked. "The reason why the people behind this secret gathering haven't been caught is that they are one of us." Brian, who was about to take another drag of his cigarette, paused in his action as he was utterly flabbergasted. "What the fuck? That's right. The person who holds this secret gathering is actually a transcendent from the Church of Wisdom, although no one other than the people from the church know about it." Andrew chuckled. Brian was enlightened. If someone from the church were to convene this secret gathering, then this would allow the church to covertly regulate and monitor the rogue transcendents. It would also allow them to restrict their growth. Furthermore, this would also allow the church to immediately move in on any rogue transcendent who they deem to be unstable and a problem to society. Brian couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected of the Transcendents from the Wisdom Path, while the rogue Transcendents were thinking that they were away from the A's of the Church and the other authorities, hoping to secretly advance. In reality, they had never escaped the Church's surveillance at all. He took a puff of the cigarette and then washed down the taste of tobacco in his mouth with bourbon. Then he looked at Andrew and inquired, "So where is this secret gathering?" "It's a 5-minute walk from here, but it will take us more time to reach there since we have to take a lot of detours. Let's have another drink and then he can leave," replied Andrew as he took another sip of his wheat ale. Brian pursed his lips as he muttered under his breath, "TSK, looks like no poker then." Upon hearing Brian, Andrew's lips twitched as he thought, "This punk." After about 30 minutes the trio had already had at least 2 drinks each. Brian signaled for the bartender to get the bill. He took out a thick stack of notes and paid the bill by himself. It was mostly Brian that paid for the drinks whenever he came out with Andrew and Elijah. It wasn't because the other two forced him to, but because he took the initiative to pay himself. Brian didn't mind paying for his friends while they were out having fun. He was frugal by nature but knew better than to restrict himself from enjoying, especially when he had a mound of cash, gold, and gems piled up inside his pocket watch. Andrew looked at Brian paying the bill again as he asked, "Brian, you clearly have a lot of money. Why do you always insist on playing poker with me then?" Brian looked at Andrew as his lips curved up into a mischievous smile. "No one's ever had a problem with having more money. Plus, how can I say no to money that is so easily earned?" Andrew grumbled, "TSK, you scumbag." He then looked at the middle-aged bartender with brown hair and gave him a £2 tip. "Rory, please get me my duffel bag." Rory took the tip from Andrew's hand with a smile. "Right away, boss." "I already gave him a tip though," Brian said in puzzlement. Andrew shook his head and replied, "No, this is for storing my bag." "What's in it?" Brian inquired. "You'll find out soon enough." Hee. Andrew smirked. Brian simply rolled his eyes at him. While they waited for Rory to get Andrew's duffel bag, Brian turned to Elijah and asked, "Have you been to this Transcendent convention before?" Elijah nodded his head. "A few times. There are a couple of these secret gatherings in Damascus, but the one we are going to is undoubtedly the best and also the largest." Brian was slightly surprised about there being multiple secret gatherings in the city. However, he thought that it made sense. If there were a few thousand Transcendents living in Damascus, then it was natural that there would be a couple of secret gatherings that would be convened from time to time. Rory soon returned to the bar counter with a black duffel bag and handed it to Andrew. The trio then got up from their seats and left Kilroy's bar. After exiting the bar, they turned right and walked for a few minutes until they reached a secluded alleyway. Andrew then opened the zipper of the duffel bag and took out 3 black hooded cloaks along with 3 white masks. The white masks each had different facial expressions. One had a smiling face, one had a straight face, and the last one had a crying face. Andrew then handed 1 cloak and 1 mask each to Brian and Elijah as he instructed. "Here, put them on." Then he looked at Brian and added, "Secrecy is of utmost importance at such gatherings. If you happen to reveal your identity by mistake, the greedy wolves will come after you." Brian nodded his head as he took the cloak and mask from Andrew. He wore the black cloak over his 3-piece suit and then looked at the white smiling mask as he thought inwardly, "Secret gatherings in the mysterious transcendent world. How interesting." Ever since Detective Watson divulged the secrets of the transcendent world to Brian, he had always yearned for it. Being part of such a fascinating world hidden in the shadows brought him a great sense of exhilaration. Andrew hid the duffel bag behind a garbage dumpster as he instructed, "Use your concealment spells and follow me." Brian put on the mask as he cast shadow concealment. Elijah too cast a similar concealment spell as they followed behind Andrew, running through the alleyways in the dark of night. As they were sprinting, Andrew spoke without looking back. "Brian, there are certain rules you have to follow at the secret gathering. Firstly, under no circumstance are you to use your spiritual force. If you do, it will be taken as an act of violation. This is to prevent others from misunderstanding that you are using your spiritual force to launch an attack." Brian thought that this made sense. He covertly put his hands inside his pant pockets, injected his spiritual force inside his pocket watch, and took out another thick stack of cash. It was better to take out the money now than to do it when he was at the gathering. If he took a fancy to any items at the gathering, he would buy them. Second, the way transactions take place in the gathering is through bidding. Unless it's a private transaction, the highest bidder gets to take the item. And lastly, do not make unnecessary attempts at striking up a conversation. Speak only when spoken to, when you wish to make a bid, or if you wish to sell something. Andrew added. I understand. Brian nodded. After taking a few reroutes and changing directions multiple times to ensure no one was following them, the trio stopped in front of a 3-storied building that was still under construction. There were no workers in sight as it was close to 8 p.m. at night, so the construction area looked abandoned and borderline spooky. Let's go. The Transcendent Convention is going to be held in the basement here, instructed Andrew as he entered the construction site. Brian took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in his heart. Then, along with Elijah, he followed after Andrew. The basement of the construction site was pretty vast. There were iron bars, sacks of cement, large wooden crates, and other building materials kept in different places. On the other side of the basement, there was a makeshift wooden door guarded by 2 burly figures in black cloaks. Andrew, Brian, and Elijah walked across the basement and came in front of the 2 burly figures. Without exchanging any greetings, the burly figure on the left asked, "What has 13 hearts but no other organs?" "A deck of cards," Andrew answered without hesitation. At the same time, he brought his right hand forward and gestured a series of numbers with his fingers. The burly figure was silent for a few moments. Then he stepped aside and gestured to the trio. "You may enter." Andrew stepped forward and pushed the wooden door open. Brian and Elijah followed behind him. There was a short narrow passage after one entered through the door. The walls of the passage had gas lamps embedded in them. Brian walked closer to Andrew and whispered, "That riddle was for kids." "What the fuck?" Andrew chuckled. "A deck of cards wasn't the answer. It was the series of hand signs that I showed him after." "Fuck, really?" Brian was skeptical. Andrew nodded. "Don't worry, I'll let you know the hand signals after we're done with this. However, the signals change on a monthly basis, so make sure to come and ask me first if you want to visit this gathering alone in the future." "I see," Brian replied and then turned silent as he followed Andrew. After walking for a few more seconds, another wooden door came into view at the end of the passage. Andrew pushed open the door and what greeted the trio was a large room that was dimly lit. There was a slightly elevated podium on the other end of the room where a man wearing a white hooded cloak and a golden mask was sitting calmly on a chair. In front of the podium, there were rows of chairs that were facing it. Brian did a rough count and found at least 20 people who had already arrived. All the people present wore cloaks of different colors as well as masks, doing their best to conceal their identities. The trio took their seats toward the back of the seating arrangement, near the entrance. There was still about another 10 minutes to go before the convention began, hence, they waited patiently. While waiting, Brian didn't dare to talk to his friends. He simply observed the various transcendents who had gathered here. He found out that apart from the entrance they had taken, there were 4 more entrances that led to this large room. In the next 10 minutes, more and more people began to arrive as they took their seats in an orderly fashion. No one tried to cause trouble or act out of line. By now the total number of people at the gathering had reached over 30. The man in the white cloak who was sitting on the podium took out his pocket watch, which was also golden in color, and checked the time. He then looked at the people present at the convention and announced, "It is time. You may begin." The moment he finished speaking, a man in brown robes who was sitting toward the front rows, immediately stood up from his seat and spoke loudly. "Vest armor made from the hide of the Tuscan boar. It is a rank 1 defense type artifact and it is upgradable. Furthermore, it can be conveniently worn underneath clothes. My asking price is £750. Defense type artifacts were rarer than attack type ones and cost more money. Moreover, defense type artifacts were extremely sought after by the majority of the Transcendents. Therefore, The moment the man in brown robes announced that he had a defense-type artifact for sale, the people instantly started to bid. £755, £760, one after another. The crowd started to bid with great enthusiasm. However, none of them made a ruckus. 770, 780. The bidding continued as more and more people joined in. After all, no one wanted to miss out on an opportunity to buy a rank 1 defense-type artifact. Even if they themselves couldn't utilize it, they could always gift or resell it to the people they knew. The price was getting closer to the £800 mark and it looked as if it would stop around that number. Rank 1 defense-type artifacts were ideally worth around £750. Paying anything above £800 for it would be unreasonable. However, at this point, a figure in red robes stood up and spoke in the feminine melodious voice, £850. At once, the people in the gathering turned quiet and turned to look at the woman who was dressed in a red robe and wearing a silver mask. No one proceeded to bid any further because it would simply be a waste of money to pay so much for a mere rank 1 artifact, even if it was defensive in nature. When the seller in brown cloak saw that no one else was bidding, he got up from his seat and took the grey-colored vest to the man in the white cloak sitting on the podium. Then he respectfully gave the vest to the white-cloaked man for verification. Brian was puzzled about what the white-cloaked man would now do. He then saw the latter take out a gold-colored lorgnette from inside his robes and scrutinize the grey vest. "This guy sure loves gold," Brian joked inwardly. A minute later the white-robed man sitting on the podium put away his lorgnette and declared in a deep voice, "Authentic." The man in the brown cloak took back his vest and then approached the woman wearing red robe. After completing their transaction, both went back to their respective seats. The convention then continued to proceed as more and more people brought forth their items for sale. Brian even saw a few people selling apprentice meditation techniques as well as some potion recipes for rank 1 paths. Moreover, he also noticed a person selling the main ingredients for potion recipes. "Perhaps I can buy the main and supplementary ingredients required for rank 1 of the theft path at one of these transcendent conventions in the future," he thought inwardly as he decided to visit these gatherings more often. The transcendents in the gathering continued to sell more items for a while. Following that, people who required certain items or resources placed their orders publicly, hoping to buy them at the next gathering. Soon, the gathering turned quiet as no one else had anything to buy or sell. Noticing this, the man in white cloak stood up from his seat on the podium and announced, "The gathering is now concluded. Each of you will take one of the exits in your vicinity, one at a time, and leave in an orderly manner. The next individual or group shall exit in 10-minute intervals." I see a broken bar, so that's how they prevent any altercations from happening between transcendents, Brian thought inwardly. Throughout the gathering, he was wondering about how the people who had brought certain items or were thought to have a lot of wealth on them left the place without attracting the greed of others. If each person or group was given a 10-minute head start, then this would effectively solve the problem to the greatest extent. Brian, Andrew, and Elijah, who were sitting near the entrance they had come from, got up from their seats and were among the first batch of people to exit the secret gathering. The trio silently left the construction site, took a few detours, and headed toward the alleyway where Andrew had hidden his duffel bag. While they ran through the secluded streets and alleys, Andrew turned to look at Brian and smiled. "So, how did you find it?" "Very interesting," Brian grinned. "Haha, good. Then you can take this secret code and visit this gathering in the future, should you wish to go alone." Andrew took out a small folded paper from his pant pocket and handed it to Brian. Brian swiftly took the paper from him and kept it inside his vest pocket. "Also, if you happen to find any good metals in the gathering, bring them to me. I'll help you upgrade your braces. Studying your braces in the last 2 weeks has given me quite a lot of ideas, so this is the least I can do to repay," added Elijah. Brian turned to look at him and smiled. "Sure thing." The trio soon reached their destination. Andrew took off his black cloak and mask and put them inside the duffel bag, which he had now grabbed from behind the dumpster. Brian and Elijah also did the same as they handed their cloaks and masks back to Andrew. After putting everything inside the duffel bag, Andrew asked, "It's not even 9:30 p.m. right now, shall we have dinner somewhere?" Both Brian and Elijah nodded as they too were feeling quite hungry. "There's this really good cafe nearby and they shut at 10:30 p.m., so we have a lot of time to eat. You guys wanna go there?" Brian suggested. "Does it serve good food?" Elijah inquired. "Trust me, it's delicious." Brian nodded with a smile. Andrew chimed in, "Sounds like a plan, let's go then." A Broken Bar. 8th Day Cafe, Laurent Avenue. The trio entered the coffee shop and found a place to sit. As all three of them were good-looking young men and also wearing clean three-piece suits, they garnered the attention of most of the ladies inside the cafe. One lady, in particular, was the most surprised as her breathing quickened. She was a middle-aged lady with blonde hair and light blue eyes. This middle-aged lady was wearing a purple dress that had a built-up neckline and long sleeves that covered the entirety of her arms, all the way up to her wrists. She was currently sitting with two other ladies around the same age as her and having dinner. The moment she saw Brian enter the cafe, she just couldn't get her eyes off of him as she subconsciously slid her right hand down to her nether region. Noticing the gaze, Brian turned his head and looked at the middle-aged woman who was looking at him with an entranced gaze and was slightly taken aback. It was Lily Dyke. He nodded and smiled politely at Lily, causing the latter to snap out of her daze and smile back. This interaction, however, could not escape the keen eyes of Andrew. He dubiously looked at Brian and seemingly asked casually, "Oh, that's one fine lady. Do you know her, Brian?" "Yep, we are acquaintances. That's Lily Dyke, wife of the Damascus Daily's editor, William Dyke," Brian replied as he looked at the food menu. "Hey, acquaintances? You can't fool these eyes, punk." Andrew rolled his eyes as he thought inwardly. The trio soon gave their orders to the barista and started chatting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Lily and her friends had just gotten up from their seats after paying the bill. Lily turned to look at her friends and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, ladies, but I have some work to do. I will have to leave separately. I will see you all day after at my vacation house." Her friends nodded and bade their farewells as they left the coffee shop. Lily, however, stayed back. She took a few deep breaths, calmed down her emotions, and approached Brian's table with an amiable smile decorating her lips. "Good evening, Mr. Lombardi. It has been a while," Lily greeted as she stood next to Brian. Brian got up from his seat and bowed in a gentlemanly manner. "Good evening, Mrs. Dyke. You look as lovely as always." Lily giggled coquettishly as she covered her mouth. She then added, "By the way, Mr. Lombardi, I have something I wish to consult with you about. Would you mind if we spoke privately in my carriage?" "Of course not. Please lead the way, madame." Brian gestured with his right hand and then exited the cafe after Lily. Thought out this whole conversation between Brian and Lily, Andrew simply observed them from the side as a skeptical light shone in his eyes. "Eli, are you carrying the fly with you?" Andrew nudged Elijah with his elbows as he watched Brian and Lily entering a black horse-drawn carriage, through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Huh? Yeah, I am. What do you need it for?" Elijah asked back in puzzlement. "You see that woman with Brian? I suspect there's something going on between them. Let's find out." He. Andrew chuckled playfully. Elijah hesitated. "Let's not do it, Andrew. We should respect Brian's privacy. Just trust me, Brian's not the type to mind. Moreover, if this is what I think it is, I'm sure you don't want to miss out," Andrew urged as he continued to convince Elijah. Elijah shook his head, but in the end, he acquiesced to this perverted friend of his. Elijah took out a small wooden box, the size of his palm, from his vest pocket and kept it on the table. He opened the lid of the box inside, which were two items placed on a red silk cloth. One was a small, silver, metallic, box-like device with about a dozen small holes on the surface, and the other item was a green metallic fly. This metallic fly was the size of a fingernail and was indistinguishable from any other normal fly if one did not observe it up close. Elijah turned to Andrew to confirm once again. "Andrew, Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, yes, just do it already. Andrew nodded impatiently. Elijah sighed. Fine, whatever. If Brian ends up getting upset about it, I'm going to tell him it was your idea and that I was forced. He then gently picked up the small, green-colored, metallic fly and injected a strand of his spiritual force into it. Following that, he injected another strand of spiritual force into the silver metallic box and formed a three-way connection. His actions were covered so as to not garner any unwanted attention from the rest of the people in the cafe. It's ready, said Elijah. Good, now have the fly land by the window of that carriage, replied Andrew excitedly. These two items were something that Elijah had invented in his pastime. The function of the green metallic fly was surveillance and the silver box was used to transmit the sound heard by the fly. It was not perfected to the point where visuals could be transmitted. However, just having the sound transmitted from a faraway place through the combined usage of machinery and spiritual force was a testament to Elijah's genius. With careful control of his spiritual force, Elijah made the green metallic fly take flight and approach the carriage covertly. The blackish-green colored wings of the fly perfectly blended in with the environment as it flapped at fast speeds and without producing any sound. Within moments, it slipped past the door of the cafe and landed on the windowsill of the carriage, and silently stayed there as it eavesdropped on what was happening inside. Inside the carriage, Brian had just stepped inside and shut the door. He turned to look at Lily and smirked. So, what do? However, his words were abruptly cut off as Lily jumped into Brian's arms. She sat on his lap, put her hands around his head, and started kissing him all over his face. She kissed his forehead first, then both his eyes, cheeks and finally on the lips. Brian and Lily made out with each other for almost a minute before their lips parted. Lily then nibbled on Brian's earlobes as she whispered seductively, "I've missed you oh so much, my dear master." "Och, but didn't we fuck 2 days back?" Brian teased as his hands started groping her round and firm butts as he gradually squeezed them tightly. "Ugh." A soft moan escaped Lily's lips as she bit her lower lip. That was nearly not enough. "Fuck me right here, right now, put it in me." Looking at Lily's eyes that were filled with lust and yearning, Brian couldn't hold it in any longer as he replied, "Let's get it over with quickly. My friends are still waiting for me inside the cafe." Meanwhile, inside the cafe, Andrew and Elijah were secretly listening to what was happening inside the carriage through the silver metallic box, with incredulity etched on their faces. They could not believe that the blonde lady who was acting so noble and refined in front of them just a few minutes ago was now behaving like a sex-hungry animal. Elijah turned to look at Andrew with wide eyes full of disbelief. "What the fuck? Brian is actually so fierce." Andrew on the other hand did not bother to reply as he brought his ear closer to the silver box, listening to the conversation with a foolish grin on his face. For the next few minutes, the duo continued to listen closely with varying expressions on their faces. The sound coming from the silver metallic box was slightly static as it transmitted Brian and Lily's voices. "Och, you dirty little slave, you're already wet down there, master, fuck me hard, ram it in me, ugh, 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 now, get on your knees and lick it clean, with pleasure, my dear master." Slur. Listening to the sound transmitted, Elijah gulped involuntarily and turned the voice transmitter off. "That should be enough. If I listen any longer, I might have to go to the bathroom to relieve myself," he said to Andrew, disbelief still etched on his face. Andrew rubbed his temples slightly and sighed. "I have underestimated Brian." A little while later, Brian exited the carriage with a neutral face as he walked toward the entrance of the cafe. The carriage driver simply pretended like nothing ever happened and dutifully whipped the horse and drove the carriage away. Brian entered the cafe just in time to see the barista serve the food on their table. He went and took his seat as he picked up the white napkin from the table and tucked it in his collar, to prevent any food from spilling on his clothes. He picked up the knife and fork and dug into his steak. Then he noticed something strange with his friends. Both Andrew and Elijah had weird expressions on their faces and were struggling to make eye contact with him. "What's up with you guys?" Brian asked in puzzlement as he put a portion of steak in his mouth and chewed on it. Not being able to hold it in any longer, Andrew burst out laughing as he clutched his stomach with his right hand. Brian was even more confused. He then turned to Elijah and asked, "What happened to him? Has he finally gone crazy?" Elijah shook his head and sighed. "I'm sorry, Brian, I didn't mean to intrude on your privacy," he added. "I was forced by Andrew." "My privacy?" Brian's eyebrows furrowed as he wondered just what the fuck was going on. All of a sudden, Andrew looked at Brian with a playful expression and spoke in a feminine-like voice. "I've missed you oh so much, my dear Master PFFTT. Ha ha ha." And then he started laughing loudly again, attracting the attention of the nearby people who were dining. Brian's eyes turned wide as he asked in bewilderment, "How the fuck did you know?" Afraid that Brian would get upset, Elijah decided to come clean and explained everything to Brian. Meanwhile, Andrew still hadn't stopped laughing and his eyes started to water. After listening to Elijah's recount, Brian couldn't help but feel embarrassed, but a few moments later, his lips curled up into a smirk as he proudly lifted his chin and snorted, "HMPH, you geese thought I was a hairless brat, but, in fact, I'm a man amongst men." Listening to Brian, Andrew finally stopped laughing as he wiped his tears. He then patted Brian's shoulder and spoke in admiration, "You have truly outdone yourself, my friend. Now, tell us how it all began." Brian didn't hide anything and divulged his history with Lily as the trio continued to dine and enjoy the warmth and joy of friendship. Friday, 18th of September 1580. Brian was sitting in his usual spot in the underground HQ library and reading a book titled, Elementary Mystic Arts, the contents of which were written in the Hymnos language. What normal people called magic, in the transcendent world it was known as mysticism or the mystic arts. It was a field that was heavily centered around the usage of spiritual force. Through spiritual force, a transcendent is able to cast spells, and practice various sorts of rituals, and other occult practices. These were simply beyond the realm of the physical. To perceive the mystic arts one needed to transcend the mortal shackles of man and become a transcendent. In the olden days, this was where the term transcendent was derived from. Simply put, they were an extraordinary group of people who had transcended the mortal flesh and were masters of the mystic arts. The way of mysticism was not about doing but about perceiving and being. It is not a subject that one can simply learn like how little children usually do when they are studying or preparing for a test. There are barriers that restrict a normal person from stepping into the world of mysticism and becoming a master of the mystic arts, and the biggest barrier of them all is spiritual aptitude. However, there are different levels to the mastery of the mystic arts. The further one advances, the deeper their comprehension of the mystic arts becomes, and to truly comprehend the mystic arts is to step onto the path of perseverance and self-searching. Only then can they wholeheartedly pursue the truth and make it their own. As Brian was engrossed in reading the book, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him that was growing larger by the second. His eyebrows furrowed as he paused reading and turned around to check what all the clamor was about. Since the library was not partitioned by walls or thick glass like the practice area was, he could get a clear view of the entire underground space from inside. Brian saw people hurrying over to the area where Elijah and the others had their workstations located. This was the place where apprentices and artisan path transcendents usually worked. Elijah wasn't the only artisan path transcendent, there were others as well. He was just the youngest of them and the only one to have ever joined the strike team. Brian got up to his feet and walked to the bookshelf to put back the book he was reading. Then we walked toward the machinery workstation of the HQ where currently everyone was heading to. On his way there, he overheard people talking about some sort of steam-powered vehicle. Now, his interest was thoroughly piqued. Currently, people in Damascus used horse-drawn carriages for transport. Hence, a steam-powered vehicle could be considered quite revolutionary, just like the steam trains and ships that helped make long-distance travel more convenient. As he approached the machinery workstation, the number of people huddled together increased gradually. There were about 50 people working in the Silver Owl's HQ. However, not all of them were transcendents or apprentices. Some were just regular people. These people happened to be involved in some sort of supernatural incident and were later employed here. Of course, they had to take an oath of a non-disclosure agreement. This oath was bound by mysticism and could not be broken, not by regular people, at least. One reason why the normal people were employed here was because of the need for further surveillance and their safety. The other reason would be to see if any one of them had the spiritual aptitude to become an apprentice and subsequently a transcendent. Apprentices that could be nurtured from the beginning were always welcomed in transcendent organizations and even the various churches. As Brian made his way through the crowd, he suddenly heard Ron's voice. "Brian, here." He turned his head to his right to see Ron waving at him. He then swiftly changed directions and headed toward Ron. Brian then arrived at the spot where the rest of the members of the strike team were standing. Ron, Andrew, Elijah, Henry, Emma, Olivia, and even the mostly absent Livia was also present. Only the team captain, Robert, was missing as of now. He greeted everyone and then asked Ron, "What's all this ruckus about?" Before Ron could even reply, Elijah came forward and spoke with a fanatical expression. "This is a groundbreaking invention. The Deceitful Research Institute has done it again. First the steam train and now this." He then added in admiration, "It is my dream to be able to one day work at the Deceitful Research Institute." Brian rolled his eyes and asked impatiently, "But what is this new invention?" Elijah chuckled, "Be patient, my friend. Old Larry will unveil it once everyone has arrived." Old Larry was the head artisan path transcendent of the Silver Owls. He had a head full of white hair, a white mustache that was curled upward, and a thick white beard. Brian had very little interaction with him since he joined the Silver Owls, as the latter was always busy tinkering with artifacts or other pieces of machinery. He was also Elijah's teacher. Currently, Old Larry was standing in front of an object that was around 8 to 10 feet long and 4 to 5 feet wide. It was covered by a white cloth, which further increased the anticipation in the hearts of the people surrounding it. A few minutes later, Old Larry cleared his throat and introduced in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, earlier in the morning this right here was delivered to us from Nadia. This vehicle was invented and developed by the Deceitful Research Institute only last month and had since then been distributed to the entirety of the Western continent." He looked around at the people present and paused for a moment before continuing, "This vehicle is the first of its kind in our Damascus city." Old Larry grabbed the hems of the white cloth and yanked it away, revealing the vehicle that was concealed underneath. "I present to you, the steam car." A collective gasp of surprise escaped the lips of the crowd present as they marveled at the sight of the vehicle. Brian too was taken aback and was thoroughly impressed with the design of the car, as he thought inwardly, "This really is one good-looking vehicle." The steam car looked very similar to a carriage. Instead, there was a steam engine, including the boiler, an exhaust pipe that was pointing to the sky at the back of the car, and a steam condenser at the front. There were 4 rubber wheels attached to the sides of the car, 2 at the front and 2 at the back. The interior of the car could comfortably seat 4 people, 5, if they squeezed in together. The driver's seat was at the front, right behind the condenser. There were also 2 vertical levers in front of the driver's seat that facilitated the operation of the car. Furthermore, in order for night visibility, there were 2 lanterns fixed beside the driver's seat. However, unlike the passenger seats, the driver's seat did not have an overhead roof. Brian could already imagine the streets of Damascus being gradually filled with steam-powered cars in the near future. This was truly the age of steam. Many carriage drivers would be out of jobs, but this in turn would provide them with another opportunity to learn how to drive steam cars and make a living as a chauffeur. Initially, the steam cars would only be privately owned by wealthy individuals or organizations. But over time, with the constant development and innovation of this vehicle, more public vehicles would be produced. As Brian marveled at the design and technology of the steam car in front of him, he thought inwardly as he stroked his chin, "I wonder if they will ever produce a 2-wheeler steam vehicle. Now, that would be really interesting." While he was lost in his own thoughts, Brian suddenly felt someone's firm grip on his right shoulder. He turned his head to his right and saw a tall middle-aged man with black hair, brown eyes, and a black beard looking at him with a neutral face. It was the captain of the Silver Owls, Robert Albright. "Walk with me," he said to Brian as he made his way out of the crowd. Brian followed right after him as they walked toward his office. With his hands clasped behind his back, Robert asked, "It's been 2 weeks already since you joined. Have you settled down?" Brian replied respectfully, "Yes, Captain. Everyone has been quite nice to me and has helped me a lot in getting the hang of things." Robert nodded. "Good, now time to get to work." He then entered his office and sat down on his chair. Brian followed behind him and closed the door of the office after him. Brian took his seat across from Robert and asked, "What do I need to do, Captain?" Robert looked into Brian's eyes and replied in a serious manner, "Firstly, start going on night patrols with the other members of the strike team starting tomorrow. Every alternate weekend you will have a night shift. The rest of the days you can come during the daytime. Also, you will get 1 day off every week. Discuss it with the others and select a day you would like to choose as your off day. Understood?" "Is there anything else?" Brian inquired. Robert nodded his head. "Yes, I want you to investigate the whereabouts of the members of the Holy Blood sect in Damascus. Consider this a long-term mission." Brian slightly gasped in alarm as he muttered, "Holy Blood sect." He recalled the deeds of this cruel organization that only consisted of blood path transcendence and felt a little apprehensive. A few months ago, a lot of dead people had been found in the slums with their bodies being drained of blood. Detective Watson had said to him that this was the work of the members of the Holy Blood sect. The members of this evil organization engaged in mindless slaughter wherever they went as they needed the blood of others for sustenance as well as to advance in ranks. Blood path, as the name suggested, was centered around blood. Transcendents of this path fed on it and even based their spells on it. After the Church of Wisdom began its investigation in the slums, the Holy Blood sect's members had been laying low. However, from time to time, cases of missing persons were still reported in the slums. This too was most likely related to the evil organization. Looking at Brian's expression, Robert felt the need to explain further. "You are not to engage with the members of this organization should you encounter them. Your mission is to solely gather intel." Brian was slightly relieved to hear that he didn't have to directly engage with those blood-sucking scums. He thought for a while and then finally nodded his head. "I understand, Captain. Since it is a long-term mission, you can take your time. However, do not dawdle around like Livia. Also, any expenses related to this mission will be reimbursed," Robert added. Brian smiled faintly as he nodded his head. "Yes, Captain." Robert then got back to reading the documents on his table as he replied, "You may leave." Brian got up from his seat and left Robert's office. He then headed to the recreation room to look for Andrew and Elijah and ask them if they wanted to go out for a drink. It was already past 6 in the evening and this was usually the time he left HQ. The reason why Brian only hung out with these two was that Henry didn't like the consumption of alcohol. All he cared about was combat and getting stronger. The only time Brian spent time with him was in the ring, sparring with him. Ron had a fiancée, so after he was done with work, he would go back home and spend time with her, whereas Emma almost always spent time with Olivia. Very seldom did they come out with him, and as for Olivia, she was a true sloth in every sense of the word. She would laze around all day at the HQ or the church and then go back home and laze around some more, so Brian didn't even think of asking her because he already knew what her answer would be. Therefore, Brian always ended up going out with Andrew and Elijah. This also further deepened their friendship and now, all three of them were very close to each other. Brian entered the recreation room and saw Andrew, Elijah, and Henry sitting on the sofa and chatting with each other. He approached them and took a seat beside Henry and asked the trio, "Are you guys down to go out for a meal and some drinks?" Henry shook his head and smiled. "You all go ahead, I was about to leave for home now anyway. Come on, Henry, one drink with us," Brian urged. However, Henry was adamant. "Sorry, no can do, alcohol dulls my senses." You young ones go ahead and have some fun. Hey, you speak as if you're an old man, you're not even 30, Elijah scoffed. Henry looked at Elijah and chuckled. Yes, but I am old enough to not hang out with you kids. Plus, my mother is getting older, I need to be home and look after her. He then got up and bid everyone farewell before he left the recreation room. Now it was just Brian, Andrew, and Elijah left. So, you guys are coming, right? Brian asked. Of course, Elijah grinned. Andrew suddenly came closer to Brian, looked him in the eye, and said seriously, Brian, I have never tasted a mature woman before, or any woman older than me, for that matter. Brian looked back at him strangely and asked, and, Lily surely must have some friends, right? Perhaps, a widow, or maybe even a woman who is fed up with her husband in bed? Andrew asked with pleading eyes. Elijah started to laugh at Andrew's shenanigans. Brian on the other hand, rolled his eyes at Andrew. Fine, I'll ask her next time I meet her, the rest will be up to you, though. Andrew puffed out his chest in pride as he replied, leave the rest to me, you just need to make the introduction. Sure, whatever you say, Brian replied nonchalantly. Then he suddenly recalled something and said, by the way, I have to go on night patrol this weekend. Do any of you also have a night shift tomorrow and the day after? Yup, tomorrow's my night shift, I'll show you around, Andrew stated. Brian nodded and then got up from his seat. All right then, let's go to Kilroy's bar. Andrew and Elijah too got up from their seats as they followed Brian out of the recreation room. Tonight would be yet another night the three friends drank merrily and enjoyed each other's company. Saturday, 19th of September 1580. Brian opened his eyes after just having finished a round of meditation. Currently, he was sitting on his bed in a lotus position as he thoroughly felt the changes in his mind runes. I'm very close to completely carving the 32nd mind rune, he thought as he clenched his fists in excitement. Another round of meditation and he would have finished carving the mind rune. However, it was already 8 p.m. at night and he had to go for his night shift. Although he had to meet up with Andrew by 10 p.m., he still hadn't had dinner and it would take him about an hour to cook some food and then eat it. On many occasions, he had thought about getting a maid for himself but he ultimately decided against it. One reason was that he was mostly away from home every day so it didn't really make sense to get a maid just to cook him one meal. He could do that himself. Although he was in possession of a lot of money currently, he knew better than to waste it. Another very important reason was that he was scared of something similar to what happened to him when Johnny tried to kill him in his own house to happen again. Brian did not want to jeopardize an innocent person's life. He got up from his bed and headed into the kitchen to cook food. After about 30 minutes, he brought a steaming bowl of meat stew and a plate of rice to the living room and enjoyed his dinner in relish. After finishing up with dinner, he put the empty bowl and plate in the kitchen sink, washed them, and then headed to the bathroom to freshen up and get ready to head out. About 15 minutes later, Brian exited his apartment building wearing a black three-piece suit, a black trench coat, and a black fedora hat. He had agreed to meet up with Andrew in front of the Damascus clock tower, so he decided to walk there since it was only about 15 minutes away. Moreover, he was always one to prefer walking. As it was close to 10 p.m. at night, there were very few people walking on the streets. Brian looked up at the night sky and the blanket of stars that stretched to infinity and was suddenly reminded of the night sky in his recurring dreams. Brian walked on the sidewalk which was illuminated by the gas lamp posts as he pondered the meaning behind those dreams. He looked at bright yellow and orange leaves that desperately clung to the branches of the trees before falling to the ground. The sidewalks were covered in these leaves. Brian could hear the rustling sound the star-shaped leaves made when he stepped over them. He smiled as he muttered, "Fall really is my favorite of all the seasons." The Damascus clock tower was located in the center of Damascus, near the Church of Wisdom. It was one of the top spots that the people in the city visited and had become a landmark. In the Belize Kingdom, Damascus City was always associated with the Damascus clock tower. It was said that the funding for the clock tower was provided by the King of Belize Kingdom himself. About 15 minutes later, Brian had reached the vicinity of the clock tower. He could see the time displayed on the large dial was 5 minutes to 10. The entire clock tower was made up of limestones while the top of it was made of some sort of silver metal. Since the clock tower was located in the city square, the area around it was land upon which lush green grass grew. During the daytime, many people came here to bask in the sunlight. Brian approached the city square and saw that no one was around. He then headed to a public bench that was right beside a gas lamp post and sat on it, patiently waiting for Andrew. He took out a cigarette from his silver case and lit it. As he was inhaling the smoke, he suddenly got up from his seat at lightning speed and dodged a rock that was thrown in the direction he was sitting. "Good reflexes," praised Andrew, who appeared from a small distance away right behind the bench. Brian rolled his eyes at him and scoffed. "After almost getting killed on 2 separate occasions, do you really think I would ever let down my guard?" Andrew shrugged. "Fair enough, come, let us go tour around the city." Brian then walked side by side with Andrew and proceeded to carry out his first ever night patrol in Damascus City. He had never done something like this before, hence he was quite excited about it. Moreover, this was the first task given to him by the captain, therefore, he had to make sure that he performed it diligently. Brian and Andrew visited most of the places in Damascus on foot, looking for anything they found suspicious, whether it was supernatural related or not. They first patrolled the entirety of Laurent Avenue and Kingston Avenue, since this was a relatively well-off area and also had the presence of the church and the police station. There were barely any crimes that took place there. Next, they visited the neighborhood of Augusta Street. This was the place where all nobles, wealthy businessmen, and other affluent families resided in. This neighborhood too had a very minimal crime rate. The police always made sure to patrol here day and night since most of their funding came from the wealthy in the form of donations. Then the duo headed towards the area where the middle-class people lived. Patrolling in this area took them close to 3 hours to complete because the entire middle-class neighborhood included all the blocks from 1st Street all the way up to 20th Street. Following that, Brian and Andrew visited the slums and the area around them. The slums were the nastiest and the most cutthroat place for a person to live in. Altercations took place here every day and in most cases, there would even be deaths. Brian guided the entire way with great familiarity and showed Andrew the most likely places where crimes could take place. They came across many drug addicts and even petty thieves in the slums that tried to rob them. Dealing with them, however, was as easy as breathing air for people like Brian or Andrew. Unknowingly, the duo had reached Deshawn Street, which was situated right next to the slums and in some sense could be considered a part of the slums as well. As they were walking down this street, Brian paused his steps and looked at a 2-storied dilapidated building to his left. A half-broken wooden plaque hung next to the entrance of the building. One could vaguely make out that the number 11 written on it. This was where Brian had lived for almost a year of his life in the slums before he met Detective Watson. With a complicated expression on his face, Brian's eyes glazed over as he recalled the small room that he had rented in this very building. He remembered the time when he had to save up a lot of money through either begging or stealing and rent this room to escape the cold winters. At the time, even that messy, small room was a luxury to him. Things had changed so vastly since then. Brian couldn't help but sigh as he thought about this. Sensing the change in Brian's emotions, Andrew patted his shoulder and asked, "Brian, is everything all right?" Snapping out of his daze, Brian turned to look at Andrew and smiled faintly. "Yeah, I'm fine." He then pointed at the building in front of him and added, "That's the place I used to live in." Andrew was taken aback. The way Brian always paid for the drinks and food whenever they hung out, he always thought that Brian came from a very affluent and well-to-do family. However, now Brian was claiming that he used to live in the slums. For a moment, Andrew could not think of how to reply. Seeing Andrew's speechless expression, Brian chuckled. "At a very young age, after my parents passed away, I lost everything. Ever since then, I've been living in the slums. I had to resort to begging and theft in order to survive. It was only after I met my teacher that I came out of that miserable phase of my life." Andrew felt slightly emotional listening to the tough life that Brian had to live through. He replied apologetically, "I'm sorry to hear about your parents passing." Brian waved his hand and started walking. "It's all right. That was more than a decade ago." Catching up to Brian, Andrew put his arm around Brian's shoulders and tried to cheer him up. "We're quite similar in that way, you know. My mother passed away when I was a child too. However, my father was a real asshole though. He married another woman and abandoned me. I had to live on my own after he left, but I was lucky enough to be taken in by the church while I was still young." "Oh, the church took you in?" Brian was intrigued. "That's right. I happened to meet a priest when I was a kid. He took pity on me and took me in. So, in a way, I was raised by the church, and when they found out I had a very good spiritual aptitude, they introduced me to the transcendent world." Andrew replied with a reminiscent smile. "I see. What about the rest of the members of the strike team?" Brian inquired. Andrew thought about it for a moment and replied, "I know Elijah comes from a wealthy family here in Damascus. Henry lives with his mother. His father passed away a long time ago. Ron joined the Silver Owls more than 10 years ago and was practically raised by the church along with me, so I've known him since I was very little. He's like a big brother to me. The rest of the team members are relatively new, so I don't know much about them." Then he seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, and Livia is Bishop Wall's granddaughter." Brian was surprised. "She's Bishop Wall's granddaughter? That's unexpected." "Ha ha, yes." Andrew nodded his head. Brian then took out another cigarette from his silver case and put the tip of it between his lips. After lighting it with his silver-colored lighter, he asked, "We've visited most of the places in North Damascus. Is there anywhere else we need to go?" Andrew started chuckling with a playful look in his eyes. "Of course, we still have one more place we need to visit." Brian inhaled a puff of the cigarette. After enjoying the buzz brought by the nicotine, he exhaled the smoke and inquired, "Which place?" Andrew's lips curled up into a smirk. "Wilmington Cemetery." "What the fuck are we going to do in a cemetery? Pay our respects to the dead?" Brian was flabbergasted. This was the answer that he least expected. No, he hadn't expected this answer at all. However, Andrew didn't state the reason. He simply acted mysteriously. You'll see, Brian, you'll see." The Wilmington Cemetery was situated on the outskirts of Damascus, in a place that it was away from the city lights. Low stone walls surrounded the entirety of the cemetery as if marking the boundary between the living and the dead. A cold gust of wind blew through the air as Brian and Andrew made their way along the path that led to the cemetery. Brian felt a shiver go down his spine as he balled up his fists that were hidden inside the pockets of his trench coat. "Scared?" Andrew asked as he turned to look at Brian with an amused smile. Brian scoffed, as if. However, Andrew kept staring at him as the smile on his face only grew wider. "Well, a little," Brian muttered softly. "Ha ha ha." Andrew burst out laughing. A few moments later he replied, "Don't worry, as long as I am with you, the spirits won't harm us." Brian rolled his eyes. "I can take care of myself just fine." Then he seemed to realize something as he asked anxiously, "Wait, what do you mean by spirits?" Andrew looked at him in puzzlement and then he added, "Oh, that's right, you've never encountered anything like this before. Very well, this shall be a good learning experience for you then." What learning experience? Tell me." Brian pressed further as he grew more apprehensive. After all, who wouldn't be scared of encountering ghosts, especially in a cemetery? Andrew chuckled. You'll see, this bastard a broken bar." Brian cursed in his heart, but he subconsciously stepped closer to Andrew as they walked toward the entrance of Wilmington Cemetery. Trees stood tall at the periphery of the cemetery entrance. Yellow and orange leaves adorned its bony branches. However, they were barely visible in the sparse moonlight. Dark clouds blotted out the moon from time to time, further accentuating the eerie atmosphere that had covered the entire cemetery in darkness. The gates to the entrance weren't locked even at this time of the night. The cemetery caretaker had probably not bothered to do it, thinking that no one would come here at night. Andrew pushed upon the gates and calmly walked inside. Brian followed closely behind him. Innumerable, grayish-white tombstones dotted the vast area as dense fog covered the landscape. For some reason, Brian felt that temperature drop instantly the moment he crossed the cemetery entrance. He was confused and didn't know whether this sudden change was real or if it was all in his head. Boo! All of a sudden Andrew screamed into Brian's ears, causing the latter to jump in fright. With trembling hands, Brian pointed at him and snapped back, "Fuck you, Andrew, that's not funny, ha 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 ha, the joke's on you, of course, you wouldn't find it funny." Andrew couldn't control his laughter as he looked at Brian, who was scared shitless and was glaring at him. A few moments later he finally stopped laughing and replied, "Okay, I'm sorry, no more jokes, I promise." Brian snorted and then walked off. A few steps later he stopped, turned around, walked back toward Andrew, and said, "Let's walk together, at least, I'm really scared." Andrew burst into laughter once again. He found Brian's actions to be very amusing as he thought in his heart, he's still a kid, after all. It was easy to overlook that Brian was still an 18-year-old teenager given his track record of already having killed a transcendent as an apprentice. Before that, he had also killed Johnny, who had attempted to assassinate him. There was also the track record of him sleeping with an older woman, so Andrew subconsciously always thought that Brian was a grown-up. Well, to be fair, most grown-ups would also be scared out of their wits in a cemetery this late into the night. The duo then continued to walk further down the path that led to the depths of the cemetery. Not being able to hold back his curiosity any longer, Brian asked in agitation, "What are we doing here, anyway? Can you tell me now?" Andrew's expression turned solemn as he asked, "Brian, what do you think happens when a person dies?" Brian was confused as to why Andrew was suddenly asking him about the afterlife. He shook his head and replied honestly, "I don't know." "Don't they go to heaven?" Andrew smiled faintly as he began to explain. "There are many theories regarding it. Some believe that people enter the divine kingdoms of the god they worship, while others believe that people simply cease to exist. No one really knows for sure, but here's what I think. I believe that people enter the cycle of reincarnation." Brian was truly shocked at Andrew's answer. He had always believed that people who prayed to the deities would go to their respective divine kingdoms after death, and that people who committed sins would go to hell to be punished for their deeds. However, now Andrew said something that had completely obliterated his beliefs and changed his entire perspective. Although it was just his theory, for a moment, he didn't know how to react. This was a big blow to his understanding of this world. Andrew continued, "After death, a person is reborn. However, they have no memory of their previous life or lives for that matter. The soul is the essence of man. After the body dies, the soul is reborn." Brian fell silent for a long time as he stood rooted on the spot. He kept thinking in his mind, "Soul is the essence of man, a broken bar." Then he looked into Andrew's eyes and asked seriously, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, "Is there such a thing as eternal life?" Andrew thought for a moment and replied, "I do not have the answer to that. If there is really such a thing as eternal life, then I'm sure only the deities have attained it." Brian turned to look up at the starry sky and clenched his fists in determination as he thought, "One day, I shall too attain eternal life." Not noticing the resolute look in Brian's eyes, Andrew continued with his theory. After the death of the body, the soul enters the cycle of reincarnation. However, there have always been cases where the soul is unable to do so. Brian looked back at Andrew and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Sometimes a soul may have a lingering obsession that would prevent it from reincarnating. These souls turn into spiritual bodies and wander the land of the living. They are also known as spirits, Andrew replied. Brian gasped in apprehension. "Wander the land of the living? You mean ghosts?" Andrew chuckled. Hee, yes, you could call them that too. They are spiritual bodies that usually wander around the cemetery or perhaps even the place of their deaths. Some of the more powerful ones even have the ability to travel freely anywhere they wish. The more he heard Andrew talk about these spiritual bodies, the more scared Brian got. He grabbed onto Andrew's shoulder and pleaded, "Let's get the hell out of here, already. Don't worry, as I said before, as long as I am with you, the spirits won't harm us, the good ones, that is," Andrew replied as he smirked. "You keep saying that, what exactly do you mean?" Brian's eyebrows furrowed as he inquired. Andrew slightly patted the back of his head and replied, "Ah, that's right, you still don't know which path I am a transcendent of, do you?" Brian shook his head. Andrew replied proudly, "I walk the path of death." Transcendents of the death path had an exceptional affinity toward the dead and the spirits. They could create zombies and have spirits fight for them. They were highly adept at necromancy, and due to their affinity, they could even communicate with spirits. Brian finally understood why Andrew acted so calmly in the cemetery. The cemetery or any other place of death was like home to him. He was like a fish in water. Then he thought of something strange and asked him, "Why is it that the transcendents from the Church of Wisdom are so diverse?" "Before joining the Silver Owls, I always thought that everyone from the church would either be a wisdom or fate path transcendent." Andrew smiled faintly. "That is because the meditation technique of the wisdom path is compatible with all the other paths." Brian thought that this made sense. Back when he started studying mysticism under Detective Watson, the latter had mentioned that all existing meditation techniques of other paths had been derived from the meditation technique of the wisdom path. He then added, "If this is so, then doesn't that mean the Church of the Wisdom is the strongest of all the churches?" Andrew shook his head. "It is hard to determine who is the strongest just based on the different paths that a church has. At the end of the day, it is not the path that is strong but the transcendent." Brian nodded his head. He completely agreed with Andrew on this point. A weak person cultivating a strong path would most likely die at the hands of a strong person cultivating a weak path. However, the Church of Wisdom is definitely one of the strongest in this world. It is the oldest church in existence and has a very deep background. After all, the church is feared not just because of the different paths it is in control of but also because of the existence of wisdom path transcendence. Andrew added. He gave Brian a few moments to digest the information and continued, "You already know how scheming wisdom path transcendents are. They are the greatest of tacticians. Whereas, fate path transcendents are also slightly similar to the former. They excel at divination and know the most probable future like the back of their hands. This is why others very rarely try to come in conflict with the Church of Wisdom." Brian truly felt glad that he was given the opportunity to join the Church of Wisdom. Strong backing would help a person go a long way. The duo proceeded to walk further into the depths of the cemetery. Brian was now slightly relieved knowing Andrew was a death path transcendent. Should they come under attack by any evil spirits, Andrew could easily take care of them. Piecing all the information together, Brian now had an idea about why they were there. He looked at Andrew and probed, "So are we here to deal with the evil spirits?" "Yes," Andrew nodded, "but not just evil spirits. There are also spirits who do not mean harm to the living. They're quite nice to talk to, actually." "Oh, so there are good spirits as well?" Brian was intrigued. All of a sudden, he stopped in his footsteps and asked in surprise, "Andrew, you can communicate with them as well?" Andrew chuckled, "Well, very little. Currently, I'm like a small child who has just started to learn their language. The further I advance, the more my affinity with the dead and the spirits will increase." "I see." Brian nodded his head. He stroked his chin as he thought about the various paths and all the strange and mysterious abilities that they offered to the transcendents. He was truly fascinated by this. While Brian was lost in thought, Andrew patted his shoulder and then pointed to one of the tombstones in the distance. "Look." Brian turned his gaze in the direction Andrew was pointing toward. He squinted his eyes as he replied, "Look at what?" "I don't see anything." "Apply spiritual force to your eyes," Andrew instructed. Brian did as he was told. He gathered his spiritual force and covered his eyes with a thin layer of it. Then all of a sudden his vision changed. He could now more clearly see the energy particles in the air. In the direction Andrew pointed toward, he could now see a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, sitting on top of the tombstone and staring at the moon. Brian gasped. "Is that a broken bar?" Andrew nodded his head and smiled. "Yes, that's a spirit." He then walked toward the tombstone where the little girl was sitting as he spoke. "Come, let's go say hi." Brian gulped nervously as he hurried behind Andrew. The closer they got to the little girl, the more tense Brian became. When they were just a few steps away from her, Brian could finally see her clearly. The little girl had chubby cheeks and a head full of black hair that was tied into 2 ponytails. She was wearing what appeared to be a school dress, a black skirt, white shirt, long white socks that reached her calves, and a pair of black shoes. However, there was one thing that was particularly striking about her. There was no substance in her. She appeared to be slightly transparent. One could see right through her. The nervousness and fright in Brian's heart slowly dissipated, and what replaced it was an overwhelming sense of pity. "She's so young, a broken bar," he thought inwardly as his heart grew heavy. Andrew approached her slowly and crouched down beside her. He smiled faintly and asked the little girl, "Little one, what are you doing here?" The little girl did not answer for a long time. She then turned her head and looked at Andrew, her eyes filled with confusion. I don't know." A hint of sadness flashed past Andrew's eyes, but he still kept smiling as he continued to converse with her. "Do you wish to meet with your parents?" The little girl tilted her head. "Parents?" A few moments later, her eyes lit up as she got down from the tombstone and started jumping in joy in front of Andrew. Yes, I miss my parents, big brother. Can you take me to them?" Andrew smiled brightly. "Of course, little one." "Yay!" The little girl ran around Andrew in joy as she started giggling continuously. Brian's eyes started to water as he saw this scene take place. For someone to die at such a young age was truly heartbreaking. What was sadder was the fact that the little girl wasn't even aware that she was dead. He was always fascinated by the miracles in the transcendent world. However, today was the first time that Brian witnessed the darkness of it. Andrew stretched his arm and said gently, "Here, hold my hand." "Okay." The little girl stood in front of the crouching Andrew and obediently put her hand in his. The following moment, a white light shone from Andrew's hand and covered the little girl. Andrew smiled and whispered, "If there really is a next life, I pray that you grow up to be old and find happiness." The little girl gradually turned more and more transparent until finally her spiritual body dispersed into motes of bright light and dissipated in the air. Her parting words echoed around her tombstone. "Goodbye, big brother, and thank you." Andrew remained in his spot for a very long time. No matter how many times he had done this in the past, it still pained him every time he did it. Brian walked to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Are you okay?" Andrew stood up and smiled faintly. "Yeah, I'm all right." "So, do you think she's entered the cycle of reincarnation?" Brian inquired. Andrew nodded his head. "I guess so. Her soul might perhaps be reborn into a new body. If there is a next life, I hope she leads a life better than this one." The duo then proceeded to patrol the rest of the cemetery. Sparse trees were planted in various parts of the cemetery. However, during nighttime, they looked extremely spooky. The moon that kept hiding behind the clouds and the thin layer of fog that covered the sea of tombstones did not help either. Brian and Andrew walked in silence along the stone-paved path, as both were lost in their own thoughts. If there really is a cycle of reincarnation, does that mean my parents have reincarnated as well? Wherever they are, I hope they are happy. Brian sighed in his heart. It was past 5 a.m. in the morning. Since it was nearing the winter season, the time of sunrise had gradually shifted. Now, the sun usually rose around 6 a.m. Brian's eyes were drooping as he couldn't wait to go home and pass out. He asked Andrew, "What are we looking for now?" "Nothing in particular. If we happen to see any lost spirits, then I shall guide them to the afterlife, but if we encounter an evil spirit, a broken bar." Andrew was back to his usual self as he started to tease Brian again. Brian shook his head and smiled. He was glad that Andrew was no longer as despondent as he was a few minutes ago. The duo continued to walk through the cemetery, looking for any wandering spirits. After about 30 minutes, both of them had walked a full circle and returned back to the entrance of the cemetery. Brian sighed in relief as they hadn't encountered any evil spirits on the way. He definitely did not want to experience that at the moment, as he was already half asleep. "All right, let's go now." "I'm too sleepy," he said to Andrew. Andrew nodded his head. "Looks like our patrolling for the night is done." But right at that moment, both of them heard a loud screech from the depths of the cemetery. Screech! The duo abruptly turned around. However, they both had different expressions on their faces. Andrew was excited for some reason, but Brian a broken bar. "Fuck my life," he muttered as a helpless sigh escaped his lips. All his sleepiness now vanished. The duo started running in the direction of the screech at fast speeds. Brian turned to look at Andrew and asked, "What was that sound just now? An evil spirit?" Andrew nodded his head. "Yes, it's highly likely." Brian had to try hard to keep pace with Andrew. He inquired again, "How are evil spirits born?" "Negative emotions," Andrew replied succinctly. Brian didn't ask further questions. In order to not take any chances, he had already begun to construct a spell structure in his mind, ready to cast it at any moment. A few minutes later the duo arrived at the source of the sound as they stood around 5 feet away from each other. Andrew put on a solemn expression as he looked at the thing right in front of him. Brian, however, was stunned. He had never seen such a thing before. What greeted his view was a ghastly apparition. It was a black shadowy figure with only the upper half of the body that had taken shape, while the lower half of its body was in a gaseous state as it kept hovering in the air. This evil spirit's eyes were hollow. That was the only facial feature that was visible. It had a bald black head and no mouth, ears, or nose, just a pair of hollow eyes. Beneath the evil spirit were strands of blackish gas that were being sucked out of the nearby tombs. Brian gulped involuntarily and asked Andrew, "What is that thing?" "It's a wraith," Andrew replied, "and it was born just now. To be more precise, it is still in the process of completing its transformation." Brian's eyes narrowed as he continued to stare at the black strands of gas being absorbed by the wraith. "This is the best time to attack, Brian. Stay right behind me," Andrew instructed. However, right at that moment, the wraith's hollow eyes shone with a red light as it turned to look at Brian. The next moment, it flew in Brian's direction at lightning speed and swung its black claws in a downward motion. "Fuck!" Andrew screamed helplessly. It would be too late for him to make a move. He didn't expect the wraith to suddenly attack while still in the process of transformation. The wraith clawed at Brian as the latter's body was cut in half diagonally, from his right shoulder to his left waist. Blood spurted out from Brian's torso as the upper half of his body fell to the ground while his lower body remained standing. Andrew's pupils constricted at this scene. He calmly took out his pistol from his underarm holster. This gun was silver in color and had black runic inscriptions on the barrel. Without hesitation, he aimed at the wraith and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang, the wraith screamed in agony as 3 bullet holes appeared in its body. The borders of these bullet holes were bright yellow in color as they continued to expand. Normal bullets or any physical attacks would have no effect on evil spirits. Only spiritual attacks or physical attacks that had light properties would be useful. The runic inscriptions on Andrew's gun gave the bullets light properties, making them extremely effective against dead creatures. Terrified, the wraith turned around and fled to the depths of the cemetery while howling in pain. Andrew did not follow after the wraith immediately but instead looked at Brian's corpse. "You're really good at trickery, Brian. I didn't even realize until after the wraith attacked." Andrew shook his head and sighed. The next moment, Brian's corpse along with the blood dissipated into smoke as the real Brian appeared behind Andrew. Rank 0 spell, Mirage. Hee, what can I say? I like to always be prepared. Brian chuckled. Andrew turned around to look at Brian and smirked. "All right then, let's go catch that wraith." Brian and Andrew ran through the cemetery at full speed as they tried to catch up to the wraith who was now visible in the near distance. "Physical attacks and normal bullets won't work on the wraith," Andrew asserted as he reloaded his pistol while still running. "Then how do we kill it?" Brian asked. "Firstly, only spiritual force attacks are effective against evil spirits, or specialized weapons such as this pistol," Andrew showed the pistol in his hand to Brian after reloading the bullets. Then Andrew added, "And secondly, we won't be killing it, we'll seal it." Brian's eyebrows furrowed as he probed. "Seal it? What are you planning on doing?" "Hee, I will tame it in the future," Andrew chuckled. He then passed his pistol with the rune inscriptions to Brian and instructed, "Here, use this. The bullet's shot will have light properties. It will deal great damage to the wraith. Draw its attention while I hide in the shadows. I will seal it at the most opportune moment. Just trust me, okay?" Brian simply nodded and grabbed the pistol from Andrew's hand. He examined the runes on the pistol barrel for a moment and then looked back at Andrew. However, he was already gone, completely vanishing from sight. Brian could only shake his head and sigh. As expected, Death Path Transcendents are very skilled at shadow-related spells. Pistol in hand, Brian continued to run after the wraith. The closer he got to the wraith, he realized that as the wraith was moving forward, it was continuing to draw in strands of black gas from the nearby graves and absorbing it. He tried to carefully analyze this black gas and found it to be extremely repulsive. Moreover, he could feel all sorts of negative energy from it. Brian then recalled what Andrew had told him about how evil spirits were born. Negative emotions. Is it absorbing all the negative emotions from the nearby corpses? Brian mumbled under his breath as he closed in on the wraith. Since there were only 6 bullets in the chamber, he had to make every bullet count, and Brian was pretty confident about his shooting skills after all the training he'd been through. Confident enough to know that all 6 bullets would find their way to the target even if he was shooting while running, unless the wraith was capable of agilely dodging the bullets. The wraith was now within shooting range, approximately about 20 feet away from Brian. He steadily raised his right hand, aimed the pistol at the back of the fleeing wraith, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang, all 3 bullets perfectly landed on the wraith, 2 on its upper back and the last one on its waist. Just like the last time, the bullet holes continued to expand as they burned the body of the wraith. The wraith shrieked in anguish as it stopped in its tracks, still hovering a few feet above the ground. It then sped up the absorption of the negative energy from the nearby graves to heal its wound. It turned around in fury and looked at Brian, who was standing just a few feet away with a smug look on his face. Brian raised his hands again and took aim as he walked closer to the wraith. Instantly he pulled the trigger, not giving any time for the wraith to heal further. Bang bang, within human reflexes, the wraith dodged the first bullet while the second bullet only slightly grazed its right shoulder. It then flew toward Brian and swiped both its black claws as it aimed to kill him this time for sure. However, its claws went right through Brian's body. It was yet another illusion. 4 mud spears protruded from the place Brian's illusion was standing and pierced through the wraith's body. Rank 0 spell, Earth Spear. The wraith screamed in pain as it tried to free itself from the mud spears with all its might. Screech, not allowing the wraith any moment of respite. The real Brian appeared behind the impaled wraith. He crouched down and placed his palm on the ground as he muttered coldly, "Shadow chains." Noticing the incoming danger, the wraith abruptly turned his head round. However, it was too late. Half a dozen black chains emerged from Brian's shadows as they wrapped around the wraith, effectively constricting its movements while it was still impaled by the mud spears. For the first time, the wraith showed an almost human-like expression of horror as its red eyes trembled. Bang! Brian shot the last bullet in the chamber straight at the wraith's head, causing a large fiery hole to cover almost half of the wraith's black shadowy face. However, it was still not dead as it continued to struggle to get free. Although its actions were now much slower, right at that moment, a humongous black palm appeared right above the wraith and slammed it to the ground, destroying the earth spears and shadow chains in the process. Andrew stood on top of the black palm as he indifferently stared at the wraith. A deathly black aura swirled around him, making him appear cold and intimidating. This large black palm was the rank 1 spell, Hand of Death. Brian had never seen Andrew look so menacing before. The dark aura that surrounded him along with the cold and merciless look in his eyes gave one the feeling that he was the Grim Reaper from the underworld who had come to reap lives. Andrew silently looked at the wraith who was struggling underneath the hand of death with a cold expression. He then took out a silver card from his pocket. The card was the size of any regular card one would find in a deck of playing cards. He then crouched down and placed the silver card on the wraith's forehead. Andrew then declared in ancient hymnos, "Seal." The next moment, bright white light shone from the card and enveloped the wraith who was trapped under the hand of death. A few seconds later, the wraith disappeared from underneath the black hand. Andrew cancelled the spell and landed on the ground, staring at the silver card with a hint of excitement in his eyes, flabbergasted. Brian approached Andrew and inquired, "Where the fuck is the wraith?" Andrew flipped the card around and showed it to Brian with a grin. "Here." Brian looked at the silver card, only to see the same black wraith that they had been fighting just a few seconds ago, now trapped within, completely stationary, almost as if it were a painting. "Wait, how the fuck did it get inside there?" Brian couldn't believe his eyes as he intently stared at the silver card in Andrew's hand. He had already expected to see all kinds of strange things in the transcendent world. However, seeing it in person was really an eye-opener for him. This is a special sealing card made by old Larry himself. I had to pay a large chunk of my fortune to get him to make 3 of these." Andrew chuckled as he took out 2 more similar-looking silver cards from his pocket and showed it to Brian. Brian took one of the cards and scrutinized it. "It looks just like any other normal card. I can't even begin to comprehend the intricacies behind it." He suddenly thought of his silver pocket watch, which was sort of similar to this card, and probed, "Can this store normal items as well?" Andrew shook his head. "No, these can only trap spiritual bodies in them. No living beings or items can be stored. I don't understand how this functions exactly, to be honest. However, space-type storage artifacts are extremely rare. I have never seen one before. This card cannot even compare," he added. Brian nodded his head with a neutral expression but thought inwardly, "Keck, little do you know, I have one on me right now." He felt quite smug about owning such a rare artifact. He inwardly thanked his late mother for it once again. On the horizon, the rising sun cast an orangish red hue across the morning sky. Along with the sunrise, the dreary atmosphere in the cemetery gradually receded as if meeting its nemesis. Brian looked into the distance at the sunrise and sighed, "What an eventful night." Andrew patted Brian's shoulder and smiled, "You did really good out there against the wraith. Let's get going now." He truly meant what he said. Andrew was really shocked by Brian's combat abilities and his usage of spells. Although the wraith was in a weak state because of having been just born, Andrew felt that even without his help, the wraith would have surely been taken down by Brian, albeit, it would take some time. Brian nodded his head as a tired yawn escaped his lips. Together with Andrew, he then walked back toward the entrance of the cemetery in a leisurely manner. He was already feeling sleepy before the battle. To begin with, after dealing with the wraith, he was now even more exhausted. He couldn't wait to go home and embrace the warmth of his bed. Speaking of the battle, Brian felt that casting Mirage and Shadow Chains used surprisingly less spiritual force than Earth Spears did. He stroked his chin as he pondered, "Does this mean the theft path is very compatible with illusion and shadow-type spells?" Being a descendant of Medici, Brian could already be considered a quasi-theft path transcendent at this point. Therefore, if illusion and shadow-type spells were really compatible with this path, it would make sense why he had expended less spiritual force when casting those spells. The yearning for advancing to the next rank increased in Brian's heart as he thought, "I wonder what changes becoming a transcendent will bring about. I can't wait to find out." A broken bar. Friday, 20th of November 1580. Inside the kitchen, Brian was busy preparing his dinner. Over time he had come to enjoy cooking quite a lot and it had become a hobby for him. Life would get monotonous if one didn't have a hobby that one enjoyed. In the past 2 months, his life had been quite productive. He would go to the Silver Owls HQ every day except Friday, since that was the day he had chosen as his off day. Being his off day today, Brian had decided to spend the entire time at home as it was getting severely cold outside. The winter season was nearly at the doorstep, therefore, he preferred to stay indoors whenever he had the chance. His work at Silver Owls was progressing smoothly. He would go on night patrols every alternate weekend with one other member of the strike team. However, it was mostly Andrew who accompanied him. Other than night patrols, he would also help out other members with their missions. He had never once taken a mission of his own initiative because, honestly, he didn't need to. The main reason for taking up missions was to earn credit points or money, and one thing that Brian had an abundance of was money. He didn't require credit points either, since almost everything at HQ that could be bought with credit points could also be bought with money. Hence, he only ever accepted missions that were given to him by the captain or if one of his friends required his assistance. Other than that, he mostly spent time practicing his magic spells in the training area or sparring with Henry. The missions that were issued to the members of the strike team were mostly cases related to the supernatural that was experienced by normal people. But in the majority of these cases, it turned out that the people were just downright scared and had imagined things instead. Brian had come across only a handful of paranormal cases which included hauntings by evil spirits. Andrew was always the right man to handle such cases. Brian would just accompany him as a backup. His cultivation had progressed very well in these past 2 months. Just this morning, after a round of meditation, Brian had finished carving the 38th mind rune and was yet another step closer to becoming a transcendent. The refining process of the mask, Deceit, had also come a long way. Brian believed that he would be able to completely refine it around the time that he advanced to a transcendent. After finally having cooked his meal for dinner, Brian put the food on the plate and brought it to the living room. He had cooked 2 pieces of grilled chicken breast with red wine sauce, a bowl of steamed rice, and another bowl of salt copyright ed vegetables. After placing the food on the dining table, he sat down and began to devour it. It was only 8 p.m. currently and Brian usually always ate dinner after 9 p.m. However, today he decided to have an early dinner because later in the night, he had a secret transcendent convention to attend.